Chapter 451, Spoiled Prick. When the teacher asked the four new troublemakers to find their own seats, Jiang Fei frowned immediately. The reason was simple. Both Yang Pe and Yang Qing began to sprint, literally, in class, toward him. Before the entire fiasco with the ring, Jiang Fei had a deskmate sitting next to him. However, after Han Tianyu had made a flashy entrance with the helicopter and grabbed him out of the class, Jiang Fei was branded as part of the underground society. The student sitting next to him that time had requested the teacher to arrange his seat next to someone else. The teacher did not really care about the whole incident, but since it did involve a helicopter and some dudes in black suits, the teacher gave in to the request. Another reason why the seat next to him was empty was that Jiang Fei himself was not in class most of the time. "I'm sitting here," cried Yang Qing as she was the first one to reach Jiang Fei. She then hugged the desk and snickered proudly. That chummy and overly friendly expression on her face immediately made Yi Zhengfa jealous. OF*CK me. This little brat is seriously going to get me killed, thought Jiang Fei to himself. There was an idea. If only he could explain his situation to Yi Zhengfa, he might get away with it. It was merely an idea. There was no way he could actually do it. First of all, Jiang Fei and the rest of the class were at the age where they were all hot-blooded teenagers. One cannot bow to another. With that in mind, Jiang Fei was a recognized level 4 fighter with a level 5 master. There was no way he was going to let Yi Zhengfa do as he pleased. "Excuse me, student. May I have the seat?" Yan Pe asked Zhao Feng, who was sitting behind Jiang Fei. Zhao Feng did not have a deskmate since he was sitting in the last row of the entire class. "Sure," said Zhao Feng. He was considered as one of those invisible students in the school who could never stand out on their own. No one would voluntarily talk to them to begin with. Hence, when Yang Pe had asked politely, Zhao Feng gladly obliged. "Hey, you! Get up and sit somewhere else," said Yi Zhengfa as he slapped Jiang Fei's shoulder. He was not as educated as Bao Zongwei, even though he was raised and trained in a powerful section. He was the grandson of the sect Grand Elder and was the younger master of the section. The difference in the attitude between the two was heaven and earth. Yi Zhengfa was not raised to be the next sect leader. Hence, his training and upbringing were rather pathetic. His belief was that strength was everything. Bai Zongwei, on the other hand, was raised to be the next successor of his section. He knew that his behavior in society reflected the name of his section. Yi Zhengfa did not care to know why the Yang sisters came to this school. Bai Zongwei did his research. He had also researched on Jiang Fei. The name itself was famous in the entire China Martial Artist Alliance. It was easy to know who he was and what he was capable of. Even though he had never met Jiang Fei, he realized immediately whom he was from the behavior of the Yang sisters. It was an easy guess since Yang Qing raced across the classroom just to sit beside him. At this point, Bai Zongwei was slightly pleased to see that Yang Qing had her eyes on Jiang Fei. Yang Po was just there to accompany her sister. Hence, Jiang Fei was not a threat to him. Bai Zongwei understood what kind of person Yi Zhengfa was. The boy was reckless and prideful. The way he approached Jiang Fei and demanded his seat was a test. At the same time, Bai Zongwei would not interfere with anything Yi Zhengfa would do. He could see the soaring cloud sect's martial art and Jiang Fei's skills. It was a two birds one stone situation. When Yi Zhengfa made his move on Jiang Fei, the homeroom teacher did nothing. It was out of her control. Be it Jiang Fei or Yi Zhengfa, she could not afford to stop them both. "I'm going to say this one time. Remove your nasty paw off of me or you'll never be able to use them," said Jiang Fei without even looking at Yi Zhengfa. Jiang Fei did not want to look weak. Even though he had to resort to some violence, Jiang Fei would not allow Yi Zhengfa to do as he pleased. "Brat. Move now or I'll slap your face off of your skull," said Yi Zhengfa. His expression grew sour by the seconds. It was obvious that Yi Zhengfa did not know who he was dealing with. All he knew was Yang Qing was coming to this school. Nothing more. He did not even bother to find out the reason why. Hence, he had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei was just another commoner. Yi Zhengfa might be a spoiled brat, but he was still a powerful fighter. Standing at the peak of level 3 fighter, he was stronger than Yang Qing and Yang Pe. Strip away his status, he would have nothing else in hand. That was why he acted all high and mighty as he threatened Jiang Fei. "Sai, did your master taught you martial arts to bully the weak?" asked Jiang Fei. This time, he turned to look at Yi Zhengfa. He was being cautious in case Yi Zhengfa decided to fight there. He could feel the murderous intent in Yi Zhengfa. The man had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei was just a regular student. "Brat, you know nothing. As much as I want to educate you, there are too many prying eyes. Don't think that you'll get away with this. I'll see you after school," said Yi Zhengfa. Jiang Fei applauded Yi Zhengfa's common sense. At least he knew that a fight in the room would involve too many innocent bystanders. He took a step back, and before he sat down in another seat, he glared at Jiang Fei. "Heh." Bai Zongwei scoffed. He knew that Yi Zhengfa would not let go Jiang Fei. There was a high chance for him to witness a fight. When Yi Zhengfa sat down quietly, Bai Zongwei walked to the end of the class and came to Zhao Feng. With a bow he said politely, "Excuse me, I am friends with Yang Pe. Could you please let me have your seat?" Well, Zhao Feng was torn. Just as he had a beautiful girl sitting next to him, another handsome boy came to him asking for his seat. Even though he did not want to give up his seat, Bai Zongwei was being overly polite. The problem was, while the others had only heard his voice, Zhao Feng was the only one who saw Bai Zongwei's menacing expression that made Zhao Feng's hair stand. He recalled Jiang Fei's warning about the lad and decided to let him have it. Jiang Fei was frowning. He should make his stand for Zhao Feng, but he had already made an enemy out of Yi Zhengfa. Luckily, the crazy boy did not know that Jiang Fei and Zhao Feng were close friends. If he made that clear, Yi Zhengfa might do something to that poor fat fellow. Chapter 452, and here comes trouble. That's fine. I'll move to wherever he goes, said Yang Pe when Zhao Feng was struggling with his decision. That's all right. Don't trouble yourself. I'll just find another seat then, said Bai Zongwei as he laughed. He held nothing against Zhao Feng. He knew that Yang Pe had nothing toward the fatty. She just wanted to trouble Bai Zongwei. After Bai Zongwei finally sat down across the classroom, the homeroom teacher did her thing and started the first period. Throughout the morning and afternoon, the atmosphere in the classroom was tense. No one understood why. No one knew who the new students were and their relationship with Jiang Fei. From their appearance, neither one of them were normal. Hence, though Yi Zhengfa and Bai Zongwei were so handsome, or Yang Qing and Yang Pe so beautiful, no one dared to talk to them. "Big brother Jiang Fei. Why are you ignoring me?" whined Yang Qing as she tugged Jiang Fei's sleeves. The entire time, she had been bothering Jiang Fei. Whenever Jiang Fei ignored her, she would quiet down for a brief moment before she ran her mouth again. Each and every action she made toward Jiang Fei was so intimate that Yi Zhengfa, whose eyes were locked on the two of them, felt angry to the bones. It was lucky that there were so many people in the school, or Yi Zhengfa would have already exploded. Even though he had a temper and was unpredictable at times, there were rules that not even he dared to break. Martial artists such as him must never involve the general public if a fight broke out. The penalty was so severe that Yi Zhengfa dared not cross the line. "You just wait, brat. If you can live after I'm done with you, I shall change my surname to yours," said Yi Zhengfa under his breath as he swallowed his anger when Yang Qing got too close to Jiang Fei. Even though Jiang Fei could not hear what Yi Zhengfa said, he could feel his intense glaring. Everything was in his view. He understood that the fight later would be unforgiving. "Excuse me, I must warn you. That kid is not someone you can mess with. He's known to break the rules," said Bai Zongwei. It was during the afternoon break when Bai Zongwei had finally had the time to approach Jiang Fei. Or rather, a planned encounter, since he wanted to show Yang Pe that he was a man of honor. It was known that Jiang Fei was a level 4 fighter. To be able to reach that level was a huge feat that not everyone could achieve. Bao Zongwei understood this. He knew that Jiang Fei would never be the one who would be taking the hits. Even so, he just wanted to show his good side to Yang Pe. Thanks for the heads up, said Jiang Fei. Though Bai Zongwei's advice was purely fictional, Jiang Fei did not know that. Han Tianyu had informed Jiang Fei about Bai Zongwei's character. That was why he did not suspect anything when Bai Zongwei approached him with a warning. Ho ho! Big brother Jiang Fei. You're so cute. You must be a jolly little kid when you were younger, said Yang Qing when she saw Jiang Fei was thanking Bai Zongwei genuinely. She felt that Jiang Fei's naivety was funny, yet at the same time, she was envious of him because of his level 5 master. A fighter who was so strong yet so naive was funny. Without powerful support, such naivety would lead him being cheated or killed in this cold-hearted society. Ha ha ha, it's all right, said Jiang Fei as he smirked a little. He remembered the times when he was much younger. Even though his father was busy, his father would make some time on the weekends to play with him. His parents would never force Jiang Fei to do something that he would not do. Hence, when Yang Qing mentioned about his childhood, Jiang Fei could not help but recall those happy memories. When Jiang Fei smiled like that, Yang Qing could not help but felt more envious. Yang Qing and Yang Pa's lives were not as bright as many would think. They were the last disciples of the section. When they were still very young, their master would train them brutally. There was no such thing as playtime. Their entire childhood was robbed from them, for there was nothing but training. It must be nice to have a godlike figure to take care of you, said Yang Pa to herself. The conversation between Jiang Fei and Yang Qing was not too loud, but Yang Pa had heard everything. She felt the same feeling as Yang Qing felt. Even though their master was the leader and master of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, she had never felt more pressured when it came to responsibility. It was unfair. Responsibility after responsibility was forced down her throat. There were times that she could not take it anymore and wanted to give it all up. Certain tasks, like being chased after by the annoying pricks, Yi Zhangfa and Bai Zongwei, were both suffocating and miserable. The problem was that she could not blatantly reject them. Those guys stood at the same platform as she and her sister. I wonder if Jiang Fei's master would come to his rescue if Jiang Fei was in trouble. If only someone like that could take care of me, thought Yang Qing. Obviously, it was only from her point of view. She had never thought that she was also an annoying prick in Jiang Fei's eyes. From her perspective, she had genuinely thought that she was so beautiful that anyone was so lucky to be with her. When school was over and Jiang Fei left the compound, Yang Pa and Yang Qing followed Jiang Fei closely as he tried to go home. Bai Zongwei followed the gang as well, claiming that he was going the same way. Yi Zhangfa was missing in action. Ah! You guys are living in Manda Square? Must be nice there. I guess I should move there as well, said Bai Zongwei, pretending to not know anything about the girls. The truth was that Bai Zongwei already knew that and had also tried to approach Han Tianyu for a house there as well. The thing was, Han Tianyu was smart. He knew that he could not wrong both Bai Zongwei and the twins. Hence, he disappeared before Bai Zongwei could even ask about a unit there. Han Tianyu had gone to his own sect and hid there for the time being. When it came to the normal society, no matter how strong one's sect was, no one in Manda Square would acknowledge you. On the other hand, neither Yi Zhangfa and Bai Zongwei could pick a fight against the common people. In the end, the two had to return to their own sect's property to stay. Sure thing. You can stay in Manda Square. We will be moving out then, said Yang Pa both jokingly and menacingly. Ah. I understand, said Bai Zongwei. Being blatantly rejected like that was embarrassing, but he had already gotten used to it. He merely laughed at Yang Pa's comment. Captain. Proximity sensors have picked up a powerful being 400 meters ahead. Power level is determined to be the peak of level 3, said 0541 telepathically. Jiang Fei flinched a little at the sudden announcement. From the looks of it, it must be Yi Zhangfa. It seemed that Yi Zhongfa had calculated this thoroughly. This route was quiet. No one would usually travel on this road. Everyone present then were martial artists and there were no common citizens. Yi Zhongfa had planned this carefully and made sure that he would not break any alliance law. "What's wrong?" asked Bai Zongwei as he noticed Jiang Fei's sudden movement. "There's a bug over there," said Jiang Fei as he frowned. A bug? Bai Zongwei felt odd. There was nothing in front of them. The gang proceeded, and when Yi Zhongfa was almost 200 meters away, Bai Zongwei could feel the presence of a powerful fighter. Just how strong is this guy? As expected of the disciple of a level 5 master. His senses are several times more powerful than mine. No wonder everyone acknowledges this boy as a level 4 fighter. Thought Bai Zongwei as he went pale. Jiang Fei's sensory range was at least twice as good as his. That fact alone made the peak tier level 3 Bai Zongwei fearful of Jiang Fei. Chapter 453, Trading Hits. As the gang proceeded, Yang Pe and Yang Qing were the last to feel that something was wrong. All of them were elite fighters. They would be a fool to miss Yi Zhongfa's presence at this point. Everyone was calm and composed since they know that Jiang Fei was a level 4 fighter. Yang Qing and Yang Pe would want Jiang Fei to step up to Yi Zhongfa. It was obvious that no one liked that F***er. If Jiang Fei could beat him down to his place, he would never come to disturb the girls again. That was the outcome that the girls wanted. Bai Zongwei shared the same hopes as well. Although he did not bear any hatred or hostility toward him, it was still best that Jiang Fei could fight Yi Zhongfa to the point where the Soaring Cloud sect would be involved. The Snow Mountain sect would definitely be benefiting from this conflict. It was a chance that Bai Zongwei could not let go. In conclusion, all three of them who were accompanying Jiang Fei shared the same outcome, that was to have Jiang Fei defeat Yi Zhongfa. Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to that fact. Even though 0541 was helpful in most aspects, there was still something called the human emotions that it could not process. Even as a human, Jiang Fei could not read others' minds. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, he was dancing to the rhythm set by Yang Qing and Yang Pe. Bai Zongwei was only a stowaway in this case. The only person who could fish Jiang Fei out of this mess was Han Tianyu, who had gone missing. "Brat. Seems like you have walked yourself into the doors of hell. There's no turning back for you," cried Yi Zhongfa as he revealed himself when Jiang Fei and the rest of the group walked a few meters away from him. From Yi Zhongfa's perspective, Jiang Fei was only a normal student. His existence was next to ants. The kind that he thought he could squash with a finger. "Yi Zhongfa. What are you doing?" cried Yang Qing as she hid behind Jiang Fei's arms. This was done on purpose to further trigger the already raging Yi Zhongfa. "I don't understand why. Why would you cling to someone like him? Today, I shall have his life. Whoever tries to stop me will be the enemy of the Soaring Cloud sect." Little Qing, move aside. Her little act of helplessness had successfully driven Yi Zhongfa to the brink of madness. "Oh? Yi Zhongfa, are you sure to bring the name of the Soaring Cloud sect here?" asked Bai Zongwei as he stood in front of Jiang Fei, pretending to defend him. Naturally, it was an act to further provoke Yi Zhongfa to bring in the name of his section. "Bai, get lost. This is none of your concern. If you want to stop me, I will declare the Snow Mountain sect as our enemy," said Yi Zhongfa. He was blinded by rage. He truly believed that Bai Zongwei was trying to defend Jiang Fei. He had never thought that he playing right into Bai Zongwei's hands. Yi Zhongfa had always been that way. His rage and pride had made him impulsive, bringing up the name of Soaring Cloud sect whenever he wanted to. Hence, he had never felt out of place for bringing in the entire section. "Fine, I give up," said Bai Zongwei as he stepped down. "Brother Jiang Fei, I'm afraid I cannot have my entire sect involved in this petty fight." "You are on your own," said Bai Zongwei as he tried to act helpless. At this point, he could only hope that Yi Zhongfa's provocation would make Jiang Fei direct more hatred toward the entire section. "Big brother Jiang Fei, you must teach him a lesson," said Yang Qing as she grinned at Jiang Fei whilst hugging his left arm. "Huh? Yi Zhongfa gasped as he realized something wrong. Even though he was only less than 20 meters away from Jiang Fei and killing him with a single kick would be as easy as throwing a punch, something was terribly out of place. Why would Bai Zhongwei and the two girls stand behind Jiang Fei instead of trying to protect him? If he was only a normal student, they would surely be in front. Why would a normal person be calm in this situation? Wait a minute. Jiang Fei, although that was not the first time he had heard the name, he had never suspected this Jiang Fei to be the level 4 fighter. He had merely thought that the boy had shared the same name as the level 4 fighter. Additionally, when Yang Qing was being too clingy on him, his rage had completely blinded him from knowing the truth. At this point, he had figured out that this Jiang Fei was the real deal. To think that he had declared to kill a level 4 fighter like that. For the others, when one had wrongly challenged a higher level fighter, the challenger would lower his head and apologize. The hostility would vanish since everyone was rational and mature. Yi Zhongfa did not possess either of those traits. He would never lower his head to someone who dared to stand in his way and take his girl. I heard that this boy doesn't have much battle experience. I'm sure that he had not fought a fight to the death yet. I should give it a try, thought Yi Zhongfa. He had decided to fight Jiang Fei. He not only had confidence in his own sect, but he was also sure that Jiang Fei's level 5 master would not try to kill him after this fight. Even so, he would surely die. Hence, might as well fight this fight to the end. Sigh, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little pressured. He thought that he should reveal his identity as a level 4 fighter to call off the fight, but when he saw just how determined Yi Zhongfa was, he knew that bloodshed was inevitable. Jiang Fei had gotten used to intimidate others. That was why he had never been afraid of those old foxes with their schemes and plots. The more they think, the more they would fear to act against Jiang Fei. The thing was, Yi Zhongfa was not the kind who would think before they acted. Yi Zhongfa's power level was at the peak of level 3. If Jiang Fei clashed with him, he might risk exposing his actual strength. Winning his side, there were true level 3 fighters watching him. One single mistake in the fight would immediately give them hints that Jiang Fei was not a true level 4 fighter. At that point, not only his own honor was at stake, his fake level 5 master would immediately be exposed as well. Jiang Fei could not afford to hold back. So what if you're a level 4? I shall determine that with my fist, cried Yi Zhongfa with rage as he charged toward Jiang Fei. Despite his recklessness and immature behavior, the boy could fight. His kung fu was the real deal. In a blink of an eye, he had already flown through the air and reached Jiang Fei in a single step. I cannot drag this fight. I should end him quickly, thought Jiang Fei to himself. The more he dragged the battle, the higher the chance of him exposing his weakness. He must unleash every skill he had in him to win the fight. Force strike. When Yi Zhongfa was a few inches away from him, Jiang Fei stood still and began to charge power in his right arm. Yi Zhongfa got into his stance and powerfully thrust his fist at Jiang Fei's face. At the same time, Jiang Fei had charged his force strike. He too thrust out his fist to meet with Yi Zhongfa's. When the two fists clashed with each other, Jiang Fei felt a tingle in his right arm, as if a spark of electricity through it. That was the first time he had felt anything during a punch. Lucky for him, the glove had defensive properties. Yi Zhongfa, on the hand, was not so lucky. His entire right arm was completely numb. Karate kick. Jiang Fei activated another skill. Even though the name was karate kick, the attack's effect was to instantly move to behind a target. At this moment, Yi Zhongfa's entire right arm was numb. He could not muster enough strength to dodge. At most, he could gather enough chi in his body and condense them to defend against Jiang Fei's next attack. However, karate kick was not an offensive skill but a debuff to slow the movements of a target. At that moment, a power surged throughout Yi Zhongfa's body. His legs and body were not in his control. Every movement he made was slowed down like a snail. Could this be the legendary pulse cessation technique? Thought Yi Zhongfa. Everyone besides Jiang Fei was thinking the same thing. Chapter 454, Cunning Man. Pulse cessation was a high-level acupuncture skill that was so strong that it was said to be lost in history. Acupuncture skill was a kind of unique skill that only China martial artists could master. Its effect was strong as it could weaken any enemy easily. Its attack was as simple as puncturing an enemy's body with one's finger. However, with a single poke, one could immediately disable a strong enemy. It ranged from weakening a person's limb to weakening the chi flow of the enemy. One could even master the next level of this technique by injecting the user's own chi energy into an enemy's body, disabling him from the inside, leaving the enemy completely open for an attack. The greatest level of acupuncture skill was pulse cessation. This skill caused the enemy's chi flow to completely stop, which would cause to the enemy to be unable to retaliate for a long period of time. Martial artists and metahumans were different from each other, but they were never as weak as normal humans. After level 3, level 4 tier humans were greatly enhanced. Their bodies would be strengthened to the point where no attack would be fatal. Hence, it would be sensible if the battle between higher tier fighters was longer than anticipated. It was either very long if the two foes were equally strong, or extremely short provided that one did not prepare him or herself properly. That was the reason why many had recognized that the pulse cessation technique was powerful. Not only it was extremely difficult to master, its effect to immensely maim a target was more than enough to end the fight. Jiang Fei was greatly affected by the skill. His stance was completely off, his movements were sluggish, and his response was slowed down by 80%. All Jiang Fei had to do now was to deliver the finishing blow to end the fight. Once a fighter lost his speed, it would leave him wide open. In a serious battle, being slowed would result in a definite loss. This was the first time Jiang Fei used karate kick. He had never thought that the skill could greatly affect a martial artist. Coincidentally, since he wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, he did not think twice to use all available skills on Jiang Fei. The battle had concluded. Jiang Fei was staggering, and there was nothing he could do when Jiang Fei simply put his fist to Jiang Fei's chest. Penetrating chi strike. When Jiang Fei saw and felt Jiang Fei's closed fist on his chest, he gathered as much chi as he could and condensed it in his chest to erect an internal defense. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's skill penetrated all defenses. Jiang Fei's chi defenses were unscathed, but his internal organs were completely destroyed. Wham! With one simple push, Jiang Fei sent Jiang Fei flying up to 7 to 8 meters away. His chest dented inward. Ga hack! Jiang Fei spat a mouthful of blood and immediately passed out. Oh my god! That's too much, cried Bai Zongwei when he saw what Jiang Fei did to Jiang Fei. He could not gauge just how strong Jiang Fei's punch was, but judging from the looks of the dent in Jiang Fei's chest, the man should be dead or crippled at least. The truth was, Jiang Fei himself could not control the power of the skill. It was a skill that came from his equipment. If he had used the Thunder Palm, he could manipulate his beginner level 2 chi inside him to control the output of the punch. However, at full strength, he could not even brush Jiang Fei's hair with that. If he still insisted on using that skill, everyone would immediately know the extent of Jiang Fei's strength. That was the difference between skills gained from equipment and from training. At this point, Jiang Fei's Thunder Palm could be controlled to kill a mosquito or a bull but never hurt Jiang Fei. Using the penetrating chi strike, on the other hand, was completely out of his control. Hey, go and check out his wounds. I'm not sure if the Soaring Clouds sect would come for Jiang Fei if Jiang Fei is dead, but I'm sure as hell that they would come for us as well, said Yang Pe as she nudged Bai Zongwei. I understand, said Bao Zongwei, still bewildered at the scene. Yang Pe knew that Jiang Fei was an idiot for being manipulated by everyone else to fight with Jiang Fei. The thing was, the people of Soaring Clouds sect might not be as stupid as Jiang Fei. Anyone with a brain could investigate the reason why Jiang Fei had challenged Jiang Fei to a fight. That would lead them to Bai Zongwei, Yang Pe, and Yang Qing. Jiang Fei had a level 5 master to back him up. The Soaring Clouds sect might only give him a verbal warning and be done with it. However, they would never allow the Snow Mountain sect and the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace sect to get away with this incident scot-free. The three of them were equally guilty since each of them had their own motives against Yi Zhongfa. However, little did they know that Jiang Fei was too strong for Yi Zhongfa to handle. If Jiang Fei was even a little bit stronger, Yi Zhongfa would be blown to bits. Even though Yi Zhongfa was still in one piece, the situation would escalate quickly if they did not do something. Oh no, Bai Zhongwei frowned worriedly after he checked Yi Zhongfa. Yi Zhongfa's condition was fatal. He had too many broken bones, severed nerves, punctured internal organs, and was completely unconscious. If he did not have qi within himself to sustain his life, the kid would have died and died again many times over. "How is he?" asked Yang Qing. The always happy-go-lucky girl was finally sulking for the first time. She knew that she was at fault for provoking Yi Zhongfa. Not good. Not good at all. Unless there's someone with a level 4 qi training to provide him with qi, he would not last for 5 minutes, said Bai Zhongwei as he went pale. Level 4. Yang Pa's expression turned sour. Who else but Jiang Fei was a level 4 fighter? The man was the one who inflicted such a powerful blow on him. How could one expect the attacker to be the savior? At this moment, Yang Pa had thought of a more serious situation. Jiang Fei did not stop at just attacking Yi Zhongfa but wanted to end his life right there and then. He wanted to kill the boy and make the fault both the Snow Mountain sect and the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace sects. He wanted to damn them all for using him. At this point, Yang Pa recalled something that her master had informed her. The legendary boy, Jiang Fei, is said to be naive. It is also said that he doesn't have any battle experience. However, Tokugawa Nara was killed by his hands. It is either because he was really lucky or he was merely playing a sheep in wolf's disguise. You girls best not lower your guard with him. Could he see through our scheme to use him as our shield? Did he purposely escalate the entire situation in hopes of dragging us to hell? Yang Pa wondered. If that was really the case, Jiang Fei would be a man of strategy. A cunning schemer. He had never failed to portray himself as the fool, but the fool to be fooled on purpose. In a split second, Yang Pa glared at Yang Qing and gave her a look. It did not matter if Jiang Fei was a cunning man, but at this moment, Yi Zhongfa cannot die. The only person in that street who could save him was none other than Jiang Fei. Big brother Jiang Fei, I'm sorry. I've learned my lesson and would never use you again. Please save this stupid kid or all our sects would be in deep trouble, said Yang Qing after she understood her elder sister. She quickly begged Jiang Fei to save Yi Zhongfa as she dropped the entire act. Chapter 455, A Statement. Jiang Fei was floored. He was not ready to hear what Yang Qing had just said. Only at that moment did Jiang Fei realize that he was a fool. However, Yang Qing did not have to plead to Jiang Fei like that. He would have saved Yi Zhongfa either way. The brat cannot die. Han Tianyu had already informed Jiang Fei about him. The brat might be the Grand Elder's grandson. Rumor had it that Yi Zhongfa was actually the son of the Grand Elder. That was why he was pampered and spoiled. If he died, the Grand Elder might come for him. Jiang Fei did not want to waste his get-out-of-jail-free Phoenix's card. Him having a level 5 master was completely fake. Jiang Fei's only trump card was Phoenix. The thing was, the girl had changed her personality after being experimented on. There was no telling what would happen. Phoenix and Jiang Fei had nothing in common. The only thing that Phoenix had on Jiang Fei was her promised scar on Jiang Fei's body. A good sword must be used in a good battle, not on some fight that was caused by an immature brat. In the end, Jiang Fei felt it would be wasteful on his own behalf if he had let Yi Zhongfa die. Here. Take these. Consume the red one first, said Jiang Fei as he took out 2 vials. One containing the evil purging pill and the other, the grand restore pill. This is, Bai Zhongwei staggered when he saw the pills. Just feed them to him. I've done my part. If he dies, it is not because of me, said Jiang Fei as he turned around. He learned from what Yang Qing had said. If he was played by the girls, this brat had also taken advantage of the situation. Naturally, he had changed his impression of Bai Zongwei. All right. All right. I get it, said Bai Zongwei. He then fed the Grand Restore pill after the evil purging pill to Yi Zhongfa. The superior healing power was only noticeable when the Grand Restore pill entered Yi Zhongfa's mouth. Evil purging pill worked differently than the Grand Restore pill. It healed anything that was not caused by physical harm. When Yi Zhongfa swallowed the Grand Restore pill, his complexion turned for the better as the blood had started to clot. Even the dent in his chest had started to heal itself. Such a miracle. Yang Pe had known the power of the pills, but she had never seen them perform in front of her own eyes. It was because of the pills that Yang Pe and Yang Qing were assigned to tag along with Jiang Fei. She had never seen them work before. Now that she had seen how they worked, she could truly say that the pills could revive the dead. I can never cross path with Jiang Fei, thought Bai Zongwei to himself. Combining the two pills together, one can literally escape certain death. It was a treasure, a legend, mythical, godly treasure to anyone in the martial arts society. In the worst-case scenario, if Bai Zongwei could not befriend Jiang Fei, he must not allow himself to cross path with him. Jiang Fei himself had never expected to use the pills. This event had given Bai Zongwei and the twins a warning and a statement that his pills do work. Just wait until the girls return to their sect and spread the word about the pill. Jiang Fei could surely expect a rise in price for the pills. Cough. After 5 minutes, Yi Zhongfa regained consciousness. Ugh. The pain. After waking up, Yi Zhongfa could still feel the throbbing pain all over his body. It felt like there were 1,000 needles inside his body, poking constantly. Jiang Fei's health potion and the Western cell regeneration medicine worked the same. It excited the cells to rapidly heal to repair all the internal wounds. The thing was, this sort of healing mechanics did not stop the pain. Most of Yi Zhongfa's ribs were shattered and his internal organs ruptured. Right now, even though he was healing rapidly, the pain was still there. Shut up. Apologize to brother Jiang Fei now. If it was not for Yang Qing, Yang Pe, and me begging for your life, you would have died, said Bai Zongwei. As expected of a man raised in a good environment. He would not forget to remind everyone that Jiang Fei was the true savior here. Arg! Arg! Yi Zhongfa grunted as he tried to even move his hands. Besides breathing, he could not muster any strength to do anything else. Enough. The pills had been fed. He would not die for the time being. Let's go. In 1 hour or so, he should be healed enough to walk on his own, said Jiang Fei as he walked away. Even though he must keep Yi Zhongfa alive, Jiang Fei bore a certain hatred toward him. He treated human lives the same as the weed by the road. Even though Jiang Fei had obtained power far greater than any metahuman alive, he was still naive since the time he had those powers was short. His mindset was still the same as the other humans. He never felt like he was truly part of the metahuman society. With this kind of mindset, he truly despised the kind of man who did not appreciate the value of human life. All right. Let's go, brother Jiang Fei, said Yang Qing as she ran toward Jiang Fei and hugged his arm. She had only begged Jiang Fei to save Yi Zhongfa's life to escape from certain doom. Now that Yi Zhongfa was alive and breathing, there was no need for her to spend any second longer beside the wrench. Learned your lesson yet? There are certain kind of people whom you wish you'd never cross path with, said Bai Zongwei after Yang Pe, Yang Qing, and Jiang Fei had left. After that, he got up and left Yi Zhongfa laying on the ground. Bastard. I will have my revenge. Jiang Fei! The pain he felt was excruciating, but the rage he felt when he saw Yang Qing getting intimate again with Jiang Fei was far greater. Yi Zhongfa was different than Bai Zongwei. Although both of them were raised in a powerful sect, Yi Zhongfa was raised like a prince. Bai Zongwei, on the other hand, was raised to be a prince. It was a different kind of upbringing. Bai Zongwei was properly taught to be human. Like Han Tianyu, Bai Zongwei had the knowledge and emotional empathy to become a smarter person. Yi Zhengfa could be said as the mirrored personality. Like a spoiled brat he was, the boy had gotten so used to get anything he wanted without anyone saying no. He had one philosophy: a man is not a man if he cannot have his revenge. He would have his revenge and get what he wanted even if it took the rest of his life. Naturally, he cared not about what his action would lead to. Chapter 456, High King Turtle. Jiang Fei returned to his home and lay down on his bed. The uneasiness in him had not subsided even after he had already taken a long bath. It was not the fact that there would be incoming trouble but the inability to fend off such trouble. He was weak. Despite defeating Yi Zhengfa in only a few moves, he could never be sure that he could defeat other level 3 fighter. What would he do if a level 4 fighter or ability user decided to challenge him? All his strength was borrowed from the equipment. Others could not see it, but he knew that he cannot compare himself with other true fighters. Even though he had already received a warning from Han Tianyu, he still played into the hands of the others. It could not be avoided. Jiang Fei was just an average boy, born and raised like anyone else in the world. Bai Zhongwei, Yi Zhengfa, and even the girls were raised in an environment to train their instincts as well as their combat abilities. Yang Pa might think that Jiang Fei was a cunning man, but in reality, he was just a normal boy who just happened to be strong. Compared to Bai Zhongwei, Jiang Fei was just at the level of playing tic-tac-toe, whereas Bai Zhongwei would be as good in strategy as the grandmaster of chess. Yi Zhengfa might be the same as him. Jiang Fei understood his weakness. However, to sharpen his intellect in such a short time would be impossible. By the time he was smart and intuitive, he would be as old as the old farts. Strength and skills could be sharpened at any time and day, but the ability to plan and scheme takes experiences. Half of it would be talent and the other half came from wisdom from experience. It would take a lifetime to improve his ability to plan strategy. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Cried Jiang Fei from the top of his lung as he muffled his voice with his head pillow. He had always been a shut-in. Whenever he encountered a problem that could not be solved, his first instinct was to run and hide. In this case, he would not want to ever meet the two boys in his school. Hence, he decided to not go to school until he felt like it. After having all sort of negative thoughts for the entire evening and night, Jiang Fei decided to call it an early day. He lay in his bed and slept. When the clock struck 10, the ring automatically transferred his conscience into the game. When he was in the gaming world, Jiang Fei's mind was freed. There were more things to worry about in the game than in real life. What shall we do today? Wondered Jiang Fei. Ever since he had reached level 60, there were not many places that Jiang Fei could visit. In fact, all the maps that had been discovered could not provide much experience points to Jiang Fei. Oh right! The title challenge quest. Bella, let's go and check out the Hydra, said Jiang Fei. Sure. Coincidentally, I want to try out my new skills, said Isabella with a warm smile. Jiang Fei had reached level 60, hence, she had gained new skills as well as a boost in the overall attributes. With the directions given by the quest system, Jiang Fei flew with the skygliding dragon. He started off from the east gate of Dawnlight City and continued east, all the way until he reached the seaside. Where's the Hydra? Jiang Fei had reached the supposed location of the boss, but there was nothing but crystal clear waters and bare empty beach. Let's go down and explore the place, said Isabella. Good idea. As Jiang Fei descended slowly to the beach, he saw a large flat stone platform with an altar built on it. Could this be related to the Hydra? Jiang Fei unsummoned the dragon and walked closer to the mysterious altar. Ding! Required materials to use the summoning altar: fresh innards of the High King Turtle. Innards? Jiang Fei cringed a little. Glider! See that, said Isabella as she pointed to the other side of the beach. Oh my god, cried Jiang Fei as he saw what Isabella was pointing at. It was a mountain-sized sea turtle that was slowly moving toward the shore. The turtle that was crawling on its belly was at least 5 meters tall with a body length that extended up to 20 meters or so. It was the largest turtle that Jiang Fei had ever seen. High King Turtle, Beast, Lord, Level 65, health points, 18 million, attack power, 100, skills, shell defense, turtle spirit protection, inner beast, health rejuvenation, shell defense, immensely increases physical and magical defense. Lasts 1 minute. Turtle spirit protection grants a damage-absorbing shield that would restore 2% of the user's health every time an attack is received. Inner beast grants a powerful health regeneration ability. Health rejuvenation shrinks into the shell and rapidly restores the user's health. Can only be triggered when an attack is received. Triggers once every 1 minute. Note, the High King Turtle is a gentle herbivore that would not harm other beings. In exchange for attack power, the High King Turtle had gained a powerful defense ability as well as health regeneration power. Almost no being in the world could subjugate the High King Turtle. Right. That thing is unbeatable, said Jiang Fei after he recognized that the High King Turtle's skills were definitely game-breaking. It was obvious that to summon the Hydra, one must obtain the innards of the High King Turtle. However, how was it possible to slaughter the turtle when it was practically unkillable? The title challenge quest was a solo quest. No one could help him at this point. It was impossible for him alone to defeat such a meaty boss with ultra-strong defense and regeneration ability. This is not right. There must be a way around it. The developers would never design a quest that cannot be completed. It is obvious that the boss could not be killed. There has to be another way, said Jiang Fei as he understood something had to be done. Bella, let's go around it, said Jiang Fei. He summoned the sky-gliding dragon again and scouted the area of the beach. The beach was empty. There was literally nothing but sand and seaweed that was growing in the sea. The seaweed that was growing in sea grew from the shore and all the way up to the end of the lagoon. It was so abundantly available that it was enough to feed the turtle until its death. Since there was nothing around that could kill the turtle, it was living there happily. Every time the turtle lowered its humongous neck to gnaw on the seaweed, an empty spot would appear in the sea. Interesting, commented Jiang Fei as he saw how the turtle ate. The High King Turtle may be abnormally large, but it did not have teeth. After scooping the seaweed, it did not chew but swallowed it directly. The High King Turtle has an impenetrable defense on the outside. I'm pretty sure that the insides would be just as weak. On the other hand, the quest did not specify how I should obtain the innards. That means I don't have to kill the turtle. What are you planning to do? Asked Isabella. Something risky. Hear me out. Jiang Fei explained his plans to enter the turtle's body via the mouth since it did not chew when it ate. There was only one flaw in his plan, that was the possibility of being killed by the turtle's digestive acid. It'll follow you wherever you go, said Isabella. All right. High risk, high reward. Let's give it a go, said Jiang Fei as he made up his mind to be eaten by the turtle. What was there to lose besides dying one time? Once Jiang Fei decided to do it, he would do it. That was his motto. He snuck up on the turtle slowly from its blind spot and swam into the bed of seaweed. Chapter 457, Powerful Nine-Headed Hydra. The High King Turtle was eating continuously without stopping. After waiting only for a short while, the turtle reached Jiang Fei's position. The turtle stomping itself slowly and opened its jaw to scoop up the seaweed and Jiang Fei. Gulp! Both Jiang Fei and Isabella were immediately swallowed once the turtle had them both in its mouth. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Once Jiang Fei had reached the bottom of the turtle's stomach, he and Isabella took damage. Painful, cried Jiang Fei. He had never thought that the turtle's stomach acid would cause such high damage. Chilling Holy Spirit. Jiang Fei unsummoned Isabella and activated the equipment skill. In 10 seconds, Jiang Fei had gained invulnerability. After that, he had Divine Shield, which also granted invulnerability for 15 seconds. 25 seconds worth of invulnerability was just enough time for Jiang Fei to get what he needed. Inside the turtle's stomach, there was no light. However, Jiang Fei's equipment armor glowed brightly, allowing him to see his surrounding. There's no time to hunt for other innards. Could the stomach wall be considered as an innard? Wondered Jiang Fei. There was no time to think. When he wanted to carve the wall of the stomach, he realized that his hammer was not suited to cutting. He then used lifesteal demon form and used his claws to attack the wall. Hiya! Jiang Fei clawed the stomach wall and made a deep wound. Oh shit, unexpectedly, the deep wound that Jiang Fei had clawed had started to recover at such rapid speed. That was the superior regenerative speed of the High King Turtle. I need to attack faster. Before the wound could close, Jiang Fei attacked as fast as the system allowed. He only needed a small chunk. In a few seconds, the wound started to grow bigger, and before the wound closed, a large chunk of meat dropped. High King Lord's stomach, quest item, find, use, an ingredient to summon the nine-headed Hydra. Jiang Fei picked up the chunk of meat and confirmed its properties. It was time to think about how to get out of that place. The 10 seconds Qilin Holy Spirit invulnerability effect had already long expired. Jiang Fei was then depending on the divine shield to survive. How am I supposed to get out of here? That was a problem. Entering was easy, but he had never planned on his exit. He recalled when Sun Wukong was swallowed by the Iron Fan Princess. All it took Sun Wukong to escape was to hit the stomach from the inside and forcefully made the Iron Fan Princess vomit him. Unlike the Iron Fan Princess, the High King Turtle did not seem to be affected even when Jiang Fei had clawed its stomach. Arg! It'll just come back again. In times of desperation, Jiang Fei activated the Abyss Door. The inside of the High King Turtle was considered to be an instance, hence, he could not use the Return Town scroll to escape. Lucky for him, he had the Abyssal Door that could ignore all restrictions and get him out of there. Back at the Abyss Realm, Jiang Fei quickly summoned Isabella and apologized to her for withdrawing her without even asking. After that, he used the teleportation circle and returned to Dawnlight City. It was a long trip, but it was better than to be digested by the turtle. When Jiang Fei returned to the beach, the High King Turtle was still eating without any care in the world. Heh. Now that's a true glutton, said Jiang Fei. He ignored the turtle since he had obtained what he needed from it. With the piece of stomach flesh in his hand, Jiang Fei headed to the altar and placed it on the platform. Red light glowed from the crease on the platform. Engravings that looked like ancient runes appeared one by one and formed a complex magic circle on the entire platform. No sooner, the red light glowed brighter and formed pillars of light rays that shot to the sky. A cloud of red mist burst from the altar. The High King Turtle noticed the light pillar and quickly made its way to the sea as if it was afraid. It disappeared into the sea as a huge wave came crashing into the beach. Could the Hydra be the mortal enemy of the High King Turtle? Wondered Jiang Fei. There was no real logic behind the summoning ingredient. In no time at all, the light pillar began to disappear and a powerful pulse of energy burst from the center of the altar. What is going on? When the light and mist disappeared, there was nothing on the altar. The only visible change on the altar was that the flesh of the High King Turtle's stomach was gone. Huh? Jiang Fei noted something was going on in the sea. A huge shadowy figure was making its way toward the shore. Splash! The huge head of a snake burst out from the waters. The second, the third came next, and after that, the nine-headed Hydra had emerged fully from the sea. Oh man! Why is everything must be so huge? The nine-headed Hydra was almost just as huge as the High King Turtle. Nine-headed Hydra, Beast, Intermediate Lord, Level, 65, Health Points, 9 million, Magic Attack, 15,000, Skills, all elemental spells. Note, each head of the nine-headed Hydra is independent. Each head is considered as one enemy. Crap, Jiang Fei was stunned at the description of the boss. It was not a boss. It was 9 bosses sharing one health bar. Being independent meant that the nine-headed Hydra was able to full maximize its attack power. If all of the heads attacked simultaneously, it would be 9 times the attack power. Even though the boss was only level 65. It was possible that even a level 70 boss could not defeat the Hydra. How is this a solo quest? Wondered Jiang Fei. It had been established that the title challenge quest was not considered as an important quest. Even though it could only be issued to players at and above level 60, they could choose to complete the quest at a higher level. However, most of the players would never complete the quest and forever be an adventurer. Even the elite players would most likely be taking on the title challenge quest when they hit level 70 or even level 80. Jiang Fei was different. If it was another player, it would be close to impossible to complete the quest. "I think we should try," Isabella said suddenly. "Are you sure?" asked Jiang Fei. He did not have much confidence in himself, much less in Isabella. "When you reach level 60, I have unlocked 4 more skills. I wish to test them out," said Isabella confidently. "All right. Since you're confident enough, I'll support you," said Jiang Fei. He was surprised to see that Isabella was insisting on fighting. But then again, she was once a level 99, at the peak of an Overlord tier boss. Even though she was completely weakened when she became his pet, she had already reached level 60. It was possible that Isabella had regained more than half of her true capabilities. Chapter 458, Delicious Hydra Sashimi. "Here I go," cried Isabella, brimming with confidence. Even though her expression and voice radiated with confidence, there was a hint of fear. After reaching level 60, Isabella's dragon morph duration was extended. Right now, she could remain in her dragon form for as long as 15 minutes. The forced transformation had also extended from 2 minutes to 5 minutes. That meant, if the situation called for it, Isabella could last as long as 20 minutes. Provided that if Jiang Fei and Isabella could accept the penalty. Besides the transformation extension, Isabella had also unlocked 4 new skills. In her human form, she had unlocked Shadow Amplification Circle and Hidden Shadow. In her dragon form, she had unlocked 2 draconian magic skills: the Starfall and Light of Shadow. Shadow Amplification was a buff skill which allowed Isabella to place a magic circle in which, when she stands in, increased her casting range and spell attack by 100%. The magic circle would last for 90 seconds. Hidden Shadow was an ally buff skill which granted stealth to Isabella and any allies. The stealth effect was not as good as a thief class. It was still useful for other non-thief players to be invisible. The skill Starfall was a small AoE attack skill. If the enemies were gathered closely, she could hit close to 500 players. On the other hand, this skill could only target a boss with large body size. That was the estimated size of the AoE. This skill required a long chanting duration, but the attack power was far stronger than any other skills Isabella had used, excluding the forbidden spell. Light of Shadow was another AoE skill, which attacked enemies as well as lowering their physical and magical defenses. The effect was roughly the same as a shower of shadow arrow. Jiang Fei followed Isabella's words and came to the beach to choose a perfect spot. After that, Isabella jumped down from the dragon and started to cast the shadow amplification. After 10 seconds or so, the magic circle was placed. Isabella told Jiang Fei to stand a good distance away. Soon, she morphed into her dragon form. Once Isabella, in her dragon form, stood in the magic circle, Jiang Fei quickly understood the reason behind her confidence. "I never thought that the magic circle effect could work with Isabella's dragon form," said Jiang Fei as he silently praised Isabella's intellect. Isabella began to chant the long spell and the 9-headed Hydra continued to stand there doing nothing. Isabella's dragon form had an extremely long magic casting range. Paired with the Shadow Amplify magic effect, her attack range doubled. The 9-headed Hydra could not even feel Isabella's powerful surge of magic. It is lucky that this boss is a dumb NPC. Without higher artificial intelligence, the boss would only behave the way the default battle system was programmed. If no one entered its aggro range, the boss would only stand and occasionally move a little bit. Starfall, the last part of the spell, was chanted after Isabella had been chanting in Draconian language for more than 30 seconds. The longer the chant, the more powerful the spell's attack would be. The moment Isabella finished her chant, a bright star shone brightly in the clear sky. After that, the blinding star that shone far brighter than the sun came down. After summoning the first Starfall, Isabella immediately started to chant the next skill instead of admiring the skill's effect like Jiang Fei did. The blinding light in the sky came down faster than a meteor. The nine-headed Hydra had not noticed the incoming attack until the miniature star was above its head. At that moment, all it noticed was the intense heat and shadow on the ground before it turned to look. However, it was too slow as the star came crashing down. The nine-headed Hydra shrieked in terror as soon as it got hit by the attack. When the dust in the air settled down, the surrounding seawater came gushing back to fill the temporary void that the attack had made. Holy hell, even Jiang Fei was shocked to see just how powerful the skill was. The attack had immediately killed off 3 of the 9 heads. -3 million, the huge red damage text popped up on the Hydra's head. That single attack had taken out more than 30% of the boss' total health points. The Hydra that had taken such huge damage immediately detected the source of the attack. It slammed its tail on the seawater and glided through the beach toward Jiang Fei and Isabella. When Isabella had asked Jiang Fei to choose a perfect spot, Jiang Fei had factored in the fact that the boss would come after her. Hence, the distance between Isabella and the boss initially was far enough to allow Isabella to finish her second chant. Before the boss could even get close to Isabella to begin its attack, the second starfall came down from the sky. Wham! Ouchie! Cried Jiang Fei, even though it was not him who took the damage. The same powerful explosion, the same damage taken, the same cries of pain. The boss had lost another 3 of its 6 remaining heads. Growl! The boss had finally reached close proximity to attack Isabella. At this point, Isabella had stopped chanting and chose to rely on melee attacks. Her powerful wings spread out. With one single flap of her wings, she shot out like a cannonball and zoomed toward the Hydra. With her 30 meters tall body, she was practically a huge missile. -358, -268, -13,578, the Hydra attacked with 3 of its remaining heads. The 3 heads attacked magically. Besides the one head that dealt ice magic damage, the other shadow magic and fire magic could not deal any significant damage to Isabella. Goo-ha! Isabella let out a loud roar and Jiang Fei immediately frowned worriedly. Damn, when did the innocent little girl become so violent, wondered Jiang Fei as he saw what Isabella had done to the Hydra. When Isabella shot toward the Hydra, she opened her jaws and bit off one of the Hydra's head and chewed on it violently. She looked happy when she was eating the Hydra. After the first head was swallowed, she went for the second one. The entire battle between the demon dragon and the 9-headed Hydra was not long. Excluding the time taken for 2 starfall castings, Isabella was practically feeding instead of fighting the Hydra. Like a hunter killing its prey. The second head that Isabella had swallowed was the ice magic-based one. After losing the one head that could deal proper damage to this maniac dragon, the Hydra had immediately lost the fight. By the time Jiang Fei finished digesting what he saw, Isabella was already wiping away all the blood around her jaw. Not only had she defeated the Hydra easily, but she had also completely devoured the entire boss. There were smaller chunks of meat laying here and there, but they were too small for Isabella to enjoy. Hee. Quest complete. I've done it! Yay, cried Isabella after she returned to her human form. She was practically jumping with joy when Jiang Fei came to pick her up. Ha. What were you thinking? Are you actually fighting or feeding on the boss? I can't believe it. The Hydra sashimi must have tasted good for you to completely eat even its bones, said Jiang Fei as he saw just how happy the little princess was. At that moment, he truly could not believe his eyes. There she was, standing right in front of him with her cute little cheeks and cheerful smile. It was extremely hard to believe that only a few minutes ago, she was the huge dragon that had basically torn apart the Hydra and eaten it piece by piece. Chapter 459, The Island of Gold, hee. Isabella only giggled at how Jiang Fei responded. She felt a little awkward since her behaving like a glutton was extremely unsightly. Jiang Fei did not know much, but when Isabella was a pure demon, her eating manners were just as elegant as a human princess was. However, the current her had the blood of dragon flowing in her veins. Draconian race did not just eat. They hunt their food and ate them like a beast. Hence, after obtaining the blood of the Black Dragon Prince, Isabella had learned to love seafood. Since Isabella's power had been suppressed by being a pet, she was unable to properly hunt. Now that Jiang Fei had reached level 60, unlocking her powers further, she was able to defeat and consume the 9-headed hydra that was found to be delicious by the Draconians. Oh well. You do you. Did you find anything when you were gorging yourself there? Asked Jiang Fei. There was nothing much to say but only to state the obvious. He quickly gave up on trying to understand Isabella's behavior and asked about the treasure map that he came here for. Here you go. Isabella pulled out a rolled scroll and passed it to Jiang Fei. The 9-headed dragon was a quest-linked boss. That meant it would not drop anything besides the quest item. Besides obtaining the treasure map, the boss did not mean anything to Jiang Fei. Isabella was lucky enough to eat it as a snack. Pirate's treasure map, quest item, use, leads you to a single-player quest map, the Island of Gold. Note, this treasure map will be destroyed on use. If you leave the Island of Gold, you will not be able to re-enter without the map. If you wish to enter the Island of Gold again, you would need to defeat the 9-headed hydra again. I think I see what's going on here, said Jiang Fei as he understood what the title challenge quest wanted him to do. Based on the quest description, he would need to hunt and find the treasure in the Island of Gold. The treasure map in his hands was considered to be a one-way ticket to the Island of Gold. If anything happened, for some reason he had failed to search the treasure, he would be kicked out of the island and needed to restart the entire quest again. Jiang Fei checked the time and noted that it was still very early before the server shut down for the day. With nothing else to do, Jiang Fei decided to explore the Island of Gold. If he could not finish the quest, he would wait for 4 days until Isabella's dragon form finished its cooldown and repeat the quest once more. Ding! Do you wish to travel to the Island of Gold? Yes, said Jiang Fei. A pillar of light came down from the sky, enveloping both Jiang Fei and Isabella. After that, when Jiang Fei opened his eyes, both of them were in one corner of an island. Hello! This is nice. No wonder the pirates came here, commented Jiang Fei as he smiled. The scenery was truly beautiful. The pristine beach and the emerald sea was a sight to behold. The warm sun, the soothing winds, the cheerful seagulls, and the tall coconut trees were all signs of a beach that beckoned holiday mood. I don't like it here, said Isabella as she held Jiang Fei's hand tightly. Huh? Why? Jiang Fei was shocked. What would the princess not like about this place? There's something evil in the air. I can feel a strong miasma of specters here. Specters? How could there be specters here? Asked Jiang Fei. The reason was simple. Specters and sunlight didn't mix well with each other. The beach was warm and sunny. It was the exact opposite of where a specter would linger. I can't tell. This whole place reeks of specters, said Isabella defiantly. All right. Calm down, said Jiang Fei. No matter how Jiang Fei looked, it seemed impossible that a specter would be there. However, he could not deny that Isabella's senses were much stronger and more sensitive than his. If Isabella said there were specters there, it was most probably true. If you can feel them, that means they must be on this island. We need to explore this place thoroughly, said Jiang Fei. The best way to fully explore the island in the shortest amount of time would be riding on the dragon. Ding! Mounts cannot be summoned on this map. Unfortunately, mounts could not be summoned. The system notification made Jiang Fei a little annoyed. Doesn't matter. Let's walk, said Jiang Fei. With Isabella walking behind him, the two of them moved toward the center of the island. It was supposed to be a small island with a small surface area. However, Jiang Fei and Isabella had walked for over 2 hours and could not reach the other end of the island. After the beach, Jiang Fei encountered a thick forest. The forest was thick and filled with trees that grew ever so closely to each other. As Jiang Fei proceeded, the forest grew thicker. They had to squeeze between the tree trunks. Verdure glider. There is something funny up ahead. Can we just walk somewhere else? Asked Isabella as she stopped abruptly. What's wrong? It feels out of place. I cannot put my finger on it, but I know that it is dangerous to walk further ahead, said Isabella. All right, said Jiang Fei after he hesitated for a while. In the end, it was best to listen to Isabella. At that moment, an arrow whistled across the forest and hit a tree trunk next to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei traced the path of the arrow and saw that all the trees and bushes along the arrow's path were completely obliterated. It was obvious then that the power of the arrow was strong. Incoming attack, Jiang Fei alerted Isabella. He quickly went into his battle mode. Soon, a large group of pirates came out from behind the trees, revealing themselves. There were more than 50 of them. Who are you? How did you come to this island? Cried one of the pirates. Jiang Fei felt odd. The pirates were all only level 60 elite tier monsters. Jiang Fei and Isabella could easily take them out with a slap on the face. The thing that felt odd was their statuses. Their name tags were not in red but in yellow. From the looks of it, it seemed that their leader was of one of the higher intelligence NPCs. Are you the pirates of the Island of Gold? Asked Jiang Fei as he put up a high and mighty air. Ye dare to talk back, cried one of the pirates. You die, said Jiang Fei. He then tossed out his hammer and knocked out the pirate who spoke out of turn. Since the pirate was only an elite tier, Jiang Fei's attack had left him with only less than 30% of his health points. Ye dares to fight, dares to die. We fight, cried the group of pirates and charged toward Jiang Fei. Hold, cried the leader pirate as he saw a smile flashed across Jiang Fei's face instead of running away. It was easy to distinguish the leader since he was wearing the curvy captain's hat. Chapter 460, Cursed, Adventurer. Calm ye boots. We mean you're no harm. But our island. Outsiders are not welcome here, said the leader of the pirates. When Jiang Fei attacked once, he understood how strong Jiang Fei was and immediately took steps to protect himself and his crew. Cap, said one of the pirate underlings next to him. Ain't nothing to worry about, the night 'tis nigh, whispered the leader. I see. Once the underlings understood the leader's words, they calmed down and sheathed their swords. The night is nigh? What does that mean? Wondered Jiang Fei. Something was up, but Jiang Fei could not tell. It was better to take precaution. When Jiang Fei encountered the band of pirates, the sky was going dark. The sun was already at the horizon, setting slowly, giving way to the moon. Even though the total time of Jiang Fei being in the game was 8 hours, the in-game time concept was slowed down by 3 times, stretching the total time in the game to 24 hours. Day and night mimicked the real world. Adventurer. But our base. We cannot just let you go. Perhaps if we calm our boots and sit, said the leader when he noticed Jiang Fei had immediately picked something up. He quickly tried to diffuse the tension by offering a drink. Bring the rum, cried the pirate leader. Very well, said Jiang Fei confidently. Even if there was something wrong, Jiang Fei was sure that he could handle it fine. He continued his high and mighty act and followed them to their hideout. Even though Jiang Fei was extremely suspicious of the pirates, his mission was to find the treasure on this map, hence, it would be wise to just follow the band of pirates. Perhaps they would have the treasure. Perhaps they would drop hints of it. How new? The safest way was to follow the quest script until something turned up. If they did turn on him, Jiang Fei would kill them all. After following the pirates, Jiang Fei realized that he had been walking blindly in the forest earlier. There was a pathway in the forest that had been made. In no time at all, Jiang Fei and the rest of the band of pirates reached their hideout. The sky was completely dark by then and the moon had already risen up from the eastern horizon. Glider. The miasma of Spectre is getting stronger here. We need to leave at once, said Isabella quietly behind Jiang Fei. Ever since they arrived at this island, Isabella had been reporting the presence of a specter. Jiang Fei had never doubted the girl's ability. Now that she had reported that the miasma was getting stronger as they reached the pirates' hideout, Jiang Fei was sure that they were planning something for him. Something sinister. TSK. How troublesome, thought Jiang Fei. Even though he knew that the pirates were up to no good, he had to play along with the pirates. But in the end, he felt that the trouble was not worth it. If he killed the pirates, who would lead him to the treasure? I think I should just leave one alive. The rest could die for all I care, thought Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei finally decided on a brutal path. He was sure that he could defeat all the pirates there, but he could not help but feel wary about the situation since Isabella kept warning him about the miasma in the air. Please, take her seat, matey, said the leader of the pirates as he sat down. No need, the time is nigh, said Jiang Fei as he cracked a smile. Matey? What do you mean? Asked the leader of the pirates with a fake smile. His eyes were on the rising moon. Ho ho! You think you're smart. But you're not as smart as you think you are. Right now, I only need one man to talk. The rest of you will be feeds to the fish, said Jiang Fei as he took out his hammer. Matey! If there's anything you didn't like, let us talk about it, cried the leader as he continued to look at the moon. At this point, the moon was almost coming out of the horizon. He's stalling, thought Jiang Fei. He had finally understood the reason why he had been eyeing on the moon. Something would happen once the moon got higher. It was best to act now than later. Bella, take out the pirates, said Jiang Fei as he too hurled his hammer to one of the pirates. Wham! BHM! Jiang Fei's attack landed first, Isabella's fireball landed in the next second, which instantly killed one of the pirates. The attacks continued and 2 more pirates were killed. At this point, the leader of the pirates stopped his axe. By Poseidon's beard, hold on! It is soon our time to attack, roared the leader. The underlings then took out their weapons and charged toward Jiang Fei. Them rushing toward Jiang Fei had only made Jiang Fei's killing more efficient. They were only level 60 elite tier monsters. In less than 30 seconds, both of them had killed more than 30 pirates. They were slightly smarter in fighting since they knew how to split up and attack from all directions. If they were monsters in a dungeon, Jiang Fei could have killed them faster by kiting and grouping them together. The pirates knew when to retreat and when to attack, making it slightly longer to kill them. Rejoice, lads! It is our time to show this adventurer what death is. Jiang Fei had only started to fight for half a minute, but it was enough for the moon to fully emerge from the horizon. Crack! Clack! What the hell is that sound? Cried Jiang Fei in shock. It was the sound of bones hitting each other. Specters, cried Isabella. Oh my god, it was then when Jiang Fei saw something horrible that was happening to the pirates. The pirates looked like any other human when Jiang Fei met them. However, when the light of the moon touched their skin, it revealed their true form. The pirates were masked in human skin and the moonlight had dispelled the magic, revealing their true selves. Rotten flesh and broken bones, those were the makings of the pirates that Jiang Fei was fighting. Their appearance was not the only thing that had changed. Even though there were nothing but bones and rotten flesh, their stats had increased. Cursed Pirates, Spectre, Advanced Elite, Level, 65, Health Points, 100,000, Attack Power, 8,800, Note, under the bask of moonlight, the Cursed Pirates reject death. What the hell is that monster? Although it was not his first time seeing a bone monster, it was Jiang Fei's first time seeing the transition of a human becoming one. The pirates had gained 5 levels as well as 1 tier. Their health points and attack power were greatly increased. That was not the problem, however. The main problem was the fact that these monsters could not die. Chapter 461, Siren, the Sea Demon, Yeeha, cried the cursed pirates as they charged toward Jiang Fei, who was still thinking of ways to stop them. This is troublesome, cried Jiang Fei as he fought back to back with Isabella. Their numbers were not a problem. The problem lay at the fact that they could not die. Their damage was high enough that they could deal limited damage to Jiang Fei. With over 20 of them attacking simultaneously, Jiang Fei was not in urgent need of healing. However, he had to activate several skills as well as the lifesteal demon form to sustain his own health. It was lucky that Jiang Fei had managed to kill half of them before the moon rose. If he had played along with the leader pirate's act, he might be in huge trouble now. "This cannot continue like this," said Jiang Fei after fighting for more than 20 minutes. Even though neither Isabella or Jiang Fei was in mortal danger, it was still troubling to fighting an undying monster. At that moment, Jiang Fei unconsciously hurled his hammer toward one of the pirates that was hidden in the shades of the hideout. Isabella followed Jiang Fei's attack and landed her fireball on the same pirate. Gah! At the wail of the dying pirate, Jiang Fei immediately noticed that the pirate that he had just killed was in the shade. Without direct contact with the light of the moon, the cursed pirates would be back in their human form. "I see now. So that's how you kill them. As long as the pirates were in the moonlight, they could not be killed." In that case, Jiang Fei had to just find a place with no moonlight to kill all of them. "Bella, follow me and keep up with my attacks," said Jiang Fei to Isabella as he tried to kite one of the pirates into the shadow. "As you wish." The two had been fighting side by side for a very long time. Even if Jiang Fei could not get used to following up with Isabella's attack, Isabella had no problem matching with Jiang Fei. She had, from the start, been with Jiang Fei. In a few hits and blasts, they had successfully defeated one more pirate. "Be back! Get back!" cried the leader of the pirates. Only after the second pirate had perished that the leader pirate realized that even with the curse of the moonlight, they could not defeat the adventurer. If they insisted on fighting, they would be overwhelmed. Hence, without delaying any further, they decided to run away. "You think he'll let you run?" Jiang Fei could not afford to let them run away. He needed them to reveal the location of the treasure. Without them, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. "I'll get them," Isabella growled fiercely. Isabella was not scared of specters. As a powerful royal Nephilim as well as a demon dragon, there was nothing in the world that would scare her. She was merely disgusted by the presence of a specter. As the cursed pirates ran, Isabella and Jiang Fei were able to catch up to them. They continued to attack. With proper aiming and attack, Jiang Fei was able to push them into the shadow and Isabella was able to kill them since they did not have the moonlight protection. As they attacked, Jiang Fei noticed that Isabella was being more aggressive than usual. It could be because of her hatred toward the specter that drove her to that point. The cursed pirates ran and Jiang Fei chased after them. Even so, Jiang Fei was much faster, allowing him to kill them off slowly but surely. As they ran, they reached the inner part of the island. Although the island was not huge, there was a huge tall mountain at the center of the island. The mountain was oddly shaped. There was a huge 2-meter gap in the middle of it, as if some giant had cleaved the entire mountain in two. The 2-meter gap was a pathway which the pirates were running toward. From afar, even Jiang Fei could recognize that this phenomenon was not natural. Someone or something had made it. Once the pirates entered the gap of the mountain, the light of the moon was immediately cut off. It was completely dark and the only light source was Jiang Fei's armor and Isabella's fireballs. Without the protection of the moonlight, the cursed pirates reverted to their human forms. Jiang Fei easily killed them one by one and soon, there were only the leader pirate and 2 underlings left. Despite being mortal again, the 3 pirates were still running straight, crossing over the gap to the other side of the mountain. Jiang Fei felt confused. Why would they give up the moonlight protection and decide to enter the mountain gap even though they knew that it would kill them? Jiang Fei did not think much of it as he killed one more pirate. There were only 2 left. After a little bit of running, the leader pirate reached the middle of the mountain. After that, he immediately kneeled on the ground. He was not begging for Jiang Fei to spare his life, but he was facing one of the sides of the mountain that had been cleaved. "Oh, great God of the sea! Your faithful followers are being massacred. Please beseech us salvation from this murderer," cried the leader of the pirates. "Oh, great God of the sea! Please save us," said the other pirate as he too kneeled down. "There is no salvation for putrid scums like you," cried Isabella with rage as ran toward the pirates. Before the underling could finish praying, he was immediately turned into a pile of ash. Wah! Oh great god of the sea! Please help me, cried the leader of the pirate as he was the only one left. The next one to be killed would definitely be him. Die, roared Isabella as she charged at the last one. She had completely forgotten that Jiang Fei had told her to keep one alive. Splash! Just before the fireball was about to obliterate the leader of the pirate, a wall of water burst out of the ground, protecting the leader of the pirates. Who are you? How dare you massacre my followers? A clear female voice came from the wall of water. A female NPC morphed out of the water and stood in between the pirate leader and Jiang Fei. The female NPC was beautiful as she radiated a powerful godly aura. Her dress and appearance were that of a true goddess. Siren the Sea Demon, Sea Monster, Lord, level, 65, health points, 6 million, magic attack, 22,000, skills, water elemental magic, illusion. Note: a sea monster that uses intricate illusion spell to trick sailors of the sea. Sheesh! So much for a goddess. Jiang Fei had obtained information about the so-called goddess and found out that she had the skill illusion. If the ring had not provided Jiang Fei with that information, he might have been intimidated by the presence of the goddess. Chapter 462, Same Old Tactic, O Great God of the Sea. Please save me! It is them who had killed your followers, cried the pirate leader once the alluring goddess had shown herself. Jiang Fei felt pity and awkward when he saw the pirate leader bowing incessantly. Humph. You have committed the gravest of crime yet. What are you? Just as the goddess was delivering her speech of justice, she stopped suddenly and took a few steps back. It was involuntary as it was triggered by intense fear. Huh? Jiang Fei turned around only to see Isabella behaving unnaturally. The girl was staring straight at the goddess with eyes that were glittering like a puppy. Her mouth was half opened as saliva leaked. What now? Hello? Earth to Isabella? Are you being controlled by the sea monster? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. He had no idea that things could turn out this way. However, little did he know that he was about to hear the dumbest thing anyone could say in that situation. Verger glider. I'm so hungry, said Isabella softly but clearly. Hungry? Didn't you just eat a large serving of Hydra earlier? Jiang Fei cringed so hard that he could smack her head hard. It was obvious that she was a glutton. After having tasted the Hydra, she had developed a taste for seafood. Could this sea monster be one of the staple food for dragons? Wondered Jiang Fei. The more he observed the frightened goddess, the more he was sure that the goddess was prey to dragons. Like the Hydra, sirens were also considered to be an exotic food for draconians. It was pure instinct, like meat to dogs and fish to cats. With dragon blood flowing in her veins, Isabella gave into her cravings and started to behave like a wild dragon. To be fair, the siren had it worse. It all started when she was trapped on the island to guard the treasure. As time passed, she got bored and decided to attract sailors and pirates to keep her company. Today, when the siren was having her yearly nap, she heard the cries and prayers of the pirates. Knowing that her followers were in trouble, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to showcase her powers. Little did she know that she would be facing a demon dragon. The dragon aura that Isabella was emitting was so potent that the siren was immediately frightened to the core. Even though Jiang Fei and Isabella were only level 60 and the siren was level 65, the instinct of being the prey to a predator kicked in. What is going on? What is going on? I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten. The siren screamed in her heart. What should I do? What should I do? My dragon form is still in cooldown. But I really want to eat that sea monster, cried Isabella to Jiang Fei. Oh Lord! Just where is this quest going to? Asked Jiang Fei as he facepalmed himself. He turned to look at the sea monster who was slowly retreating and Isabella, who was still drooling like a hungry dog. Just what is this title challenge quest developing into? If any other player stepped into this quest, This should be the point where the player would fight and defeat the siren and obtain the treasure that the siren was guarding. However, since Jiang Fei was different. With Isabella with him, the entire thing was turned around. Without even fighting, the siren had already given up. Seeing that the siren was slowly creeping away and Isabella was creeping forward, Jiang Fei wondered who was the bad guy again. The expression on Isabella's face was just like those of a perverted uncle who was cornering a child. Seemed that the genes of the dragon were indiscriminate when it came to feeding. A cute little girl like Isabella could turn into a glutton when the dragon's favorite dish was in front of her. Adventurer! Oh, respected adventurer! Please save me, cried the siren. Ha, wah, both Jiang Fei and the pirate's jaws dropped. The siren had already reached her limit. There was no way she could escape from Isabella. Helpless, she resorted to Jiang Fei in desperation. The leader pirate looked extremely confused. It took a while for him to understand the situation. He had thought that by calling the god of the sea for help, the two adventurers would be killed. Not only did the sea god back down from the fight, she even begged the killer for mercy. Bella, wait a second there, said Jiang Fei as he pulled Isabella. The goddess was supposed to be the last boss of the island. If anyone knew about the treasure, it would be here. But I'm hungry. Please let me have one bite. Just one bite. I'll settle for an arm or a leg, cried Isabella as she begged Jiang Fei. Adventurer! Please, I beg you. Please let me go. I'll even give you my treasures, cried the siren when she heard that Isabella was desperately trying to eat her. Rumor had it that adventurers were greedy in nature. If she could offer her treasures, the adventurer might spare her life. Treasures you say, said Jiang Fei as his eyes glinted with greed. The best way to get the most out of an NPC with higher artificial intelligence was to extort them via the old trick. Oh, great one! I have here a powerful armor which you could use. Please! Take this, cried the siren as she miraculously pulled out a golden chest out of thin air. Jiang Fei opened the chest and a golden light shone. Wave Force Battle Armor, Plate Armor, Legendary, Physical Defense plus 1120, Magical Defense plus 1135, Strength plus 70, Vitality plus 80, Equip. Grants an additional 20% water damage to your attacks. Equip, grants the skill, Wave Barrier. Creates a water barrier that absorbs damage. Lasts for 30 seconds. 1 minute cooldown time. Level requirement, 60. Note, Wave Barrier's damage absorption is proportional to your vitality. Not bad, said Jiang Fei. The armor was good, but even so, it was still a single piece of armor. Jiang Fei would not trade out his entire Lightbringer equipment set for just one piece of armor. Great one, the siren was desperate. She saw when Jiang Fei accepted the treasure, he was not satisfied with it. An armor for a life? Now that's not a fair trade, said Jiang Fei as he winked at the siren. Chapter 463, Heart of the Sea, Mercy. Great one! I have this for you, cried the siren as she quickly took out one more chest. She was horrified at the thought that Jiang Fei would incapacitate her and serve her as a dish to the salivating draconian girl. All right, I'll see what you have to offer, said Jiang Fei. While maintaining a dissatisfied expression, he took the chest and opened it. Heart of the Sea, Shield, Legendary, Physical Defense plus 2250, Magical Defense plus 2250, Strength plus 100, Vitality plus 100, Equip, reduces all damage by 20%. Equip, when a physical attack is received, 30% chance to reflect 1000 damage and lowers attack and movement speed by 20% for 5 seconds. Equip, grants the skill, Tsunami. Summons a giant wave to all targets within 10 meters in front of you. Deals water damage of 3000 plus 50% attack power. Slightly knocks back the targets. 1 minute cooldown time. Level requirement, 60. Note, knockback effect of tsunami is ineffective against larger targets. Finally, a shield, thought Jiang Fei. He was so happy to finally obtain a shield. It had been so long since he obtained one. The demon Aegis in his hands had been a good shield to him, but it was a level 20 shield. He would have already long discarded the shield if he had not encountered a better one. Without saying anything, Jiang Fei took the shield and immediately swapped it out. The attribute boost from swapping out a level 20 shield with a level 60 shield was significant. With the Heart of the Sea equipped, Jiang Fei's health points was boosted to reach over 72,000. His physical defense was over 9,000. With Isabella's Spirit Flame in effect, Jiang Fei's defense would reach as high as 10,000. Additionally, Jiang Fei's total strength points were boosted significantly, making his attack points 6,700. Although his damage was nothing to be impressed amongst level 60 players, there were no level 60 players to begin with. Jiang Fei was the only one who had reached that threshold. The average levels of all the players, excluding Jiang Fei, was only over level 40. Having such an attack would be cheating. With Ruthless Barrage stacked, Jiang Fei's attack would reach over 20,000. That sort of attack power could easily kill a god. Now that Jiang Fei was finally satisfied with his overall boost, Jiang Fei came up to the begging siren and smiled. Isabella might have frightened the siren to her core, but that was all she could do for now. Her Dragon Morph skill had been used during the fight with the Hydra. To fight the siren as well as the level 65 pirate leader would not be easy. Although they would not lose easily, they would not win the fight easily as well. However, with the Heart of the Sea equipped, Jiang Fei had the confidence to face off those two easily. His current defense was so strong that he did not have to use any one of his two morphing skills. Isabella only needed to fight normally and the bosses would be killed off without much of a fight. Naturally, the siren did not know about Jiang Fei's godly power. If she wanted to, she could run away and be done with it. However, she had made the lethal mistake of begging for her life instead of fleeing. The poor siren would break down and cry if she knew that Jiang Fei could easily take her out. "Oh great one, would you please spare my life?" cried the siren. The poor siren was so scared of Isabella that she almost pissed in her pants. There was nothing left for her to offer. He, Jiang Fei laughed sinisterly as he planned on what to do with the siren. The siren had mistakenly interpreted Jiang Fei's sinister laughter completely. She thought that he was eyeing her beauty, and frankly, bootylicious body. "Wait! Please! This is but a mere illusion spell I had cast on myself. This is not my true appearance," cried the siren. At that moment, she dispelled the skill and revealed her true form. $%, cried Jiang Fei as he himself nearly pissed himself. The beautiful girl morphed out into a larger beast with the tusk of a sea lion, the face of a deformed elephant, and the body of a crumpled squid. "Oh my! She looks so delicious," cried Isabella as he tugged Jiang Fei's hands. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. How could Isabella be so agitated when that thing just turned into something so hideous? Ugh! When the monster saw how Isabella reacted to her true form, the siren flinched. Obviously, there was no running away from the dragon. Even though she managed to startle the adventurer, she had only made it worse since the draconian had only gotten more hungry. "What is going on?" asked the pirate. That goddess that he had been worshipping had just turned into a hideous monster right in front of his eyes. When he heard the goddess pleading for her life in front of the adventurer, he was convinced that they might be someone of a higher power. However, when the pirate leader saw what had transpired right in front of his own two eyes, he could not take it anymore and accepted that he had been cheated. "You tricked me," the pirate roared. The feeling of despair was completely masked over by the rage he felt when he had realized that his underlings and he had been tricked into worshipping a false god. "Ah, ha," the siren grunted awkwardly as she had realized that pirate was still there. All cards had been shown and there was nothing more to hide. However, the worst part was the fact that the drooling draconian was still aiming to eat her. Concurrently, Jiang Fei, who was still holding Isabella back, could not continue holding her anymore. What is wrong with you? TSK. Why is the dragon genes acting out only now? Cried Jiang Fei as he struggled to hold down Isabella. Monster! Trickster! I'll kill you, cried the raging pirate. The madman had finally drawn out his sword and charged at the siren, attacking her. Ugh! I don't care whatever happens now, said Jiang Fei as he let Isabella go free. In a split second, she charged at the siren and started to claw at her. ID only needed one to survive. The monsters could die for all I care, said Jiang Fei to himself as he decided to join the fight. Being a level 65 Lord tier boss, the siren was supposed to be strong. However, Isabella was on a hunger rampage. It was best to let her go amok on her own. Jiang Fei was fine on his own as his defense was strong. With the help of the mad pirate, the siren was killed in no time. Chapter 464, Title, Explorer. The siren was a level 65 Lord tier quest boss. Every single quest boss would never drop anything besides the quest item that was required. Phew! Thank God I had already extorted everything out of her, said Jiang Fei as he inhaled deeply. Hey! You! Come here! Jiang Fei yelled at the last pirate. Yes! You called, said the pirate as he ran toward Jiang Fei. There was a saying that Jiang Fei had heard before. There's a coward in every brave man. Especially bad guys. This pirate was clearly a coward. The god that he worshipped was killed by two adventurers. Even though she was a false god, she was still much stronger than he could ever be. Now that he had lost his savior, he came to Jiang Fei, wagging his tail and all. Where is the treasure hidden on this island? Asked Jiang Fei. Treasure? There's never a treasure here. This island is in the middle nowhere. Very few ships had come and gone. We had only managed to hijack a few of them to take what we could to survive, said the pirate as he shook his head. Are you sure? Asked Jiang Fei as he took one step closer to the pirate whilst holding the hammer on his waist. Why, yes. I'm sure. We didn't keep anything precious any longer. To us, food and water are more precious than gold, cried the pirate as he kneeled down in front of Jiang Fei, crying as he did. Jiang Fei's art of intimidation was superb. The pirate was so scared of him. He was more scared of Isabella and thanked whatever gods there were that she was not talking to him. Isabella was busy dismembering the corpse of the siren by side. I'm not asking for your treasure. I'm asking for hidden treasure on this island. Sigh. Fine. Since you are no use to me, I guess there's no need for you to live any longer. Shall I send you along with your fellow mates? Asked Jiang Fei as he pulled out his hammer from his waist. Ah! Please, good sir. We don't have anything good for you. I think the siren might have something for you hidden in its lair, said the pirate out of desperation. See? Why didn't you start with that? Said Jiang Fei as he hung the hammer back on his waist. It seemed that the hidden treasure was hidden in the siren's lair. Good sir, I shall lead you there, said the pirate before Jiang Fei could even ask about the whereabouts of the lair. Without a doubt in his eyes, the pirate understood the main reason why Jiang Fei and Isabella had come to the island. They had always been eyeing the treasures that the siren was guarding. Bella! Time to go! Eat whatever there is and let's hit the road. Jiang Fei shouted. Okay. Isabella shouted back like a 12-year-old girl. She happily sliced off a small piece of flesh from the siren's belly and put it in her mouth. Bleh! Disgusting! Pooey, what's wrong? Asked Jiang Fei. It's smelly and disgusting, replied Isabella, her voice cracking. It's not like what I remembered. Well, not like you can ask the siren to change how she tastes. Let's go, said Jiang Fei. The truth was Isabella's current form could not properly enjoy the siren's meat. In her dragon form, she could thoroughly enjoy the taste of raw flesh and blood. In her demon form, she would have the taste buds similar to that of regular humans. Naturally, she would not be able to handle it. Sigh, how sad. If I knew that she was disgusting, I wouldn't have killed her, said Isabella as she spat out whatever that was in her mouth. If the siren's ghost could hear what Isabella had just said, the siren might start rolling in her grave. With the pirate leading the way, Jiang Fei and Isabella found themselves traveling across the thick forest with ease. Very soon, they reached the siren's lair, which was a cave that was at the end of the beach across the island. Now that's just lazy writing, said Jiang Fei as soon as he stepped into the cave. The treasure chest that was supposed to contain the treasure was just sitting there, right at the entrance. Jiang Fei did not even have to walk further in. Pirate's treasure chest, quest item, normal, description, a quest item to complete the Explorer Title Challenge quest. The treasure chest's properties description was simple and direct. Ding! Explorer Title Challenge quest completed, ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for obtaining the Explorer title promotion. All allied reputation points plus 4,000, Explorer, builds trust with NPCs faster and better. Able to receive higher ranking quests. Grants you the ability to equip a few equipment with title requirement. Jiang Fei read the properties of the title and found that it was not much of a boost him as a player. However, the title did grant players to accept higher difficulty quests from NPCs which allowed faster leveling as well as obtaining better equipment. There were not many types of equipment with title requirement. However, if one did, the equipment would be a powerful one. Until this day, Jiang Fei had only seen one, which was the demon race's holy item he had with him. Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, was a two-handed sword that required the title of Dragon Slayer. A few seconds after Jiang Fei had obtained the Explorer title, a pillar of light flashed from the sky and Jiang Fei was immediately transported back to Dawnlight City. Respected Explorer, welcome back to Dawnlight City, said one of the NPC guards who was always standing by the teleportation portal. Haha, that's a nice treatment for a change, said Jiang Fei as he smiled. Even though there was no change in his stats, having an NPC treat him better was rather nice. He might even have the chance to properly build a relationship with an NPC to obtain better and more difficult quests. Jiang Fei roamed around the city, spending what remaining time he had on testing the reaction of different NPCs. After that, he accompanied Billy Boy and Little Rain to kill a few players in the battlefield until it was time the server shut down for the day. After breakfast, Jiang Fei chose not to go to school. After what had happened yesterday, he had decided to stay as far as he could from Bai Zhongwei and the rest of the troublemakers. Instead of going to school, Jiang Fei headed to the training center to continue training with the newly obtained martial skills. Just a few minutes into his warm-up session, Han Tianyu called. "Ah Fei, why weren't you in school today?" asked Han Tianyu. His voice suggested that he was tired. "Yeah, no. Weren't you the one who told me that school was a waste of time?" "I'm training my martial skills now," said Jiang Fei as he laughed. "Sigh. Without you in class, guess who's bugging me now?" "The twins." "They had even gone over to Old High," said Han Tianyu as he sighed loudly. In the morning, when Yang Pe and Yang Qing went to school, they found out that Jiang Fei did not attend class. Hence, they went on their way to find him since their main purpose was to build a relationship with him. If Jiang Fei was not in class, why would they be? Hence, when Jiang Fei was missing, the next person they would bug was Han Tianyu. After that, they went all the way to the hidden dragon village just to search for Jiang Fei. In the end, when Jiang Fei was still not found, they extorted Han Tianyu to contact Jiang Fei. "Fine. Tell them to come to the training center in Manda Square. It'll take them from your hands," said Jiang Fei. The reason Jiang Fei agreed to babysit the twins was simple. He needed someone to guide him to master the skills. To be fair, Jiang Fei was in desperate need of a guide. At this point, the best way to kill two birds with one stone was to have the twins to teach him. Chapter 465, Targeted. After he was done talking to Han Tianyu, the twins arrived in less than 30 minutes later. "Brother Jiang Fei, are you trying to avoid us?" asked Yang Qing as soon as she entered the training room where Jiang Fei was in. Her angry face, as well as Yang Qing's crossing her arms, made Jiang Fei feel very awkward. "Well, Technically, she hit the bullseye. Jiang Fei was indeed trying his best to avoid the twins. Of course, he would not tell them that. Qing, I think brother Jiang Fei had only forgotten to tell us about his lifestyle, said Yang Pe. She was much smarter than Yang Qing. She understood Jiang Fei's position and pulled him out of the trouble. However, there was something in her eyes when she shot a cold stare at Jiang Fei. Forgetting once was fine. Forgetting twice meant it was intentional. Well, see. And not the kind of person who goes to school on a daily basis. I would only go to school when I hear that you guys are coming. It never crossed my mind that this had to be informed. Jiang Fei tried to maintain expressionless as he gave his excuse, hoping that the girls would buy into that. Ha! I see. Well, guess there's nothing to worry about. To think that you would purposely come to school just to see us. That makes me very happy, cried Yang Qing gleefully as she jumped to Jiang Fei and gave him a hug. Ugh. Right. I completely forgot about my problems. I needed your help, said Jiang Fei as he immediately freed himself from Yang Qing's death grip. He ran toward the corner of the room and showed them the books. These are the books from before. These are easy skills. Brother Jiang Fei, you're a level 4 fighter, no? How could you not know how to learn these? Asked Yang Qing. Brother Jiang Fei. These books are all level 2 mastery skills. Didn't your master teach you anything of the sort? I mean, these are basic skills that one is required to learn before you could be accepted by a master, said Yang Pe as she took the book and read it. Well, my master is different from the rest. Sometimes even I could not understand what he is saying. The way he taught me his techniques were different than how you learned, said Jiang Fei as he tried to come up with an excuse. Ah, that happens, said Yang Pe as she immediately understood. The way she spoke seemed experienced. She must have met with other masters who taught martial arts differently than the others. Jiang Fei's excuse was not really solid. However, no one really knew a level 5 master. Nor did they made themselves public. Jiang Fei himself had proved that his fighting style was lethal. The twins had seen just how powerful he was. Hence, even though Jiang Fei's excuse was not really convincing, the two did not really suspect Jiang Fei. Perhaps the level 5 master had devised a special training method for Jiang Fei, making him strong in such a short time but unable to master even the basics of martial arts. Okie dokie! Brother Jiang Fei, feel free to ask me anything that you don't understand. It'll help you, said Yang Qing with a bright smile. Yang Pe nodded quietly. They had their own schemes. Another opportunity had arrived for the girls to build a good relationship with Jiang Fei. Teaching him would only be beneficial to them as well as the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. With the sisters helping him out, Jiang Fei had found it much easier to learn the 4 martial skills. There were so many problems that he had quickly solved by the sisters. Jiang Fei himself had a good body and fighting capability. Since the 4 martial skills were not too hard, Jiang Fei had fully mastered the ways of the Thunder Palm. He had also gained a better understanding of the remaining 3 martial skills. For 3 days straight, Jiang Fei had been camping in the training room. Yang Pe and Yang Qing were always stuck to him. Whenever there was a problem or a flaw in his arts, the girls would step in to help. To be honest, Jiang Fei felt a little happy as well as a tiny bit of annoyed with the girls being with him. While Jiang Fei was torn between his emotions, others were not having a good time. First off, Yi Zhengfa was pissed. After having eaten the pills from Jiang Fei and had completely recovered, Yi Zhengfa felt ashamed to the core. Since he was young, Yi Zhengfa was never beaten, never scolded, never rejected, and never having to hear the word no. After the fight with Jiang Fei, Yi Zhengfa had developed an intense hatred toward Jiang Fei. He skipped school the next day and went back to Soaring Cloud sect. There, he started plotting his revenge on Jiang Fei. Bai Zhongwei was not having his time as well. The next day after the incident, he thought that the girls, as well as Jiang Fei, would attend class. Little did he know that Jiang Fei did not attend school. Yang Pe and Yang Qing were there, and to Bao Zhongwei, it was a rare chance to catch up with Yang Pe. However, right after the first period, the girls disappeared like the wind and never returned to class. On the next day, Bai Zhongwei returned to school, only to see Jiang Fei still missing. The girls were also absent. Hence, without the three whom Bai Zhongwei wanted to meet, he left school. Not knowing where did Jiang Fei, Yang Pe, and Yang Qing go, Bai Zhongwei went to Han Tianyu, thinking that being the closest to Jiang Fei, he should know where Jiang Fei was. However, when Yang Pe and Yang Qing had gone all the way to Hidden Dragon Village to question Jiang Fei's location, he quickly left the place and went to the 3rd Military Company in Africa. Han Tianyu might be a tiny ant in amongst the giants of the other martial artists. He was considered a giant himself in the world of the normal human. Now that Han Tianyu was missing as well, Bai Zhongwei had no moves left. Jiang Fei had made it clear to Yang Pe and Yang Qing that he would not want his parents to be dragged into the matters of the other society. This information was relayed to the other members of the China Martial Artists Alliance. Even though everyone had their own plans, no one would want to cross Jiang Fei. Hence, Bai Zhongwei would not visit Jiang Fei's house and bother his parents. 1 week later, Jiang Fei had been practicing his martial skills in Manda Square's training room as well as playing Dawn Break. In the game, he would carry a few of the guild's core members in dungeon raids. Occasionally, he would visit Billy Boy in the battlefield and fight other players in the PvP map. There was nothing much that he could do then since his level surpassed the average player's level. When it was daytime, Jiang Fei would practice his martial skills with the guidance of Yang Pe and Yang Qing. In a short span of a week, he had mastered the basic of all 4 martial skills. Just as he thought that it was peaceful and bliss, trouble came knocking on his door. One fine day, Jiang Fei was dragged by Yang Pe and Yang Qing to do some shopping in the city. Even though he hesitated to go, the girls had been with him for more than 10 days. Without them guiding him, Jiang Fei would never be able to learn the martial skills that fast. Hence, Jiang Fei agreed to go with them as a way of expressing his thanks. When he got ready and was prepared to leave Manda Square, 0541 proximity alert blared loudly. Alert! Suspicious being approaching. Be advised. There are 7 metahumans coming from different directions. Scan indicates that there are 2 level 4 martial artists, 4 level 3 martial artists, and 1 level 4 vampire. Chapter 466, Phoenix, Reunited, TSK. Who would want to look for trouble with me? Thought Jiang Fei to himself after 0541 delivered its warning report. 7 enemies, 4 of which were level 4 and 3 level 3. It was a fight that he could not win. The only advantage Jiang Fei had was the girls. There were so many witnesses then, and even if the metahumans were strong, they dared not show up and fight in public. All they could do was to wait until Jiang Fei wandered into an empty street and jump on him. Going to the city would not be a good idea. I need to return to Manda Square, thought Jiang Fei. There were so many people living in Manda Square. No matter who the metahuman was, they would not show themselves in public eyes. If a fight broke out, there was no way they could cover it up. The secrets of the metahuman society would leak out. All members of the society would not take such a crime lightly. Just as Jiang Fei wanted to call out to the twins, 0541 called out again, louder this time. Warning! Omega being in close proximity. Combat preparation is advised. Jiang Fei froze. The only type of enemy that 0541 would consider as an Omega being was a level 5 metahuman. Jiang Fei tightened his fists and was ready to strike preemptively before the enemy could, hoping that he could at least defend himself. However, when the Omega being finally showed up, Jiang Fei relaxed and sucked in his breath. She was a young girl. A tall girl with long blonde hair that grew all the way to her shoulder. She wore a long one-piece white dress and a pair of sunglasses that was so large that it looked like it was a mask. Even so, Jiang Fei could recognize who she was. Hello, said Phoenix in perfectly fluent Mandarin. When Jiang Fei realized that Yang Pe and Yang Qing did not know who she was, he played dumb. What a coincidence. To be honest, Jiang Fei and Phoenix shared a moment together, which led Phoenix to owe Jiang Fei two deeds. With her being there, Jiang Fei would not be scared of any of those incoming level 4 and level 3 enemies. Brother Jiang Fei, who is she? Asked Yang Qing as she hugged Jiang Fei's left arm tightly. Ho ho. She's an old friend. Her name is Phoenix, said Jiang Fei calmly. He turned to Phoenix, smiled and said, this is Yang Pe and the one on my left arm is Yang Qing. Hi there, said Yang Pe as she bowed politely. Even though she did not know who the woman was, it was best to show courtesy since she was, as Jiang Fei introduced, an old friend. It'll cut to the chase. I need your help, Jiang Fei. Phoenix completely ignored Yang Qing and Yang Pe and spoke to Jiang Fei. Hey! What's wrong with you? You showed up suddenly and demand his help? Who are you? Said Yang Qing. She was slow. Even so, she did not want Jiang Fei to just leave her and go with another woman. Jiang Fei could feel a sudden surge of power surrounding Phoenix. Even though she was wearing dark sunglasses, Jiang Fei could clearly see Phoenix's eyes glowing white. Stupid fool! Why are you being so rude? Jiang Fei immediately freed his arm from Yang Qing's hold and pulled her behind him. There are people whom you should never anger, said Jiang Fei quietly to Yang Qing before turning back to Phoenix. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. After being close together for more than a week, Jiang Fei had grown on the girls and did not wish to see them being vaporized. Your answer? Asked Phoenix as she glared at Yang Qing. She understood that Yang Qing did not know who she was and what she could do. Puny humans like her never learned to understand power. It was only common for ants to mistake gods as one of them. Yeah. It'll help you, said Jiang Fei bitterly. He needed to protect Yang Qing at this moment. Naturally, he would agree to what Phoenix said, even if it meant to lick her boots. There was something that had bugged Jiang Fei the moment Phoenix asked for his help. No matter who it was, no one could possibly stand against Phoenix. Hence, the problem must not be something about fighting. Knowing that, Jiang Fei was slightly relaxed about helping Phoenix. It was also a good chance to spend more time with Phoenix to garner her interest. All right. Come with me, said Phoenix as she turned and began to walk quickly. Jiang Fei followed her quickly, leaving both Yang Pe and Yang Qing alone. He hoped that the girls understood the situation and would just quietly leave them. However, the girls followed along since an unknown woman had suddenly shown up and dragged their man away. Phoenix stopped abruptly. Without even turning around, she said, I only need Jiang Fei's help. Jiang Fei turned around and saw that the girls were tailing him from afar. He then ran toward them and pleaded them to return home. Please go back. Tell my mother that I'm attending some competition and would not be coming home tonight, brother Jiang Fei, cried Yang Qing as she did not want Jiang Fei to leave. I understand, brother Jiang Fei. We will handle this, said Yang Pe as she held her sister. Being the quiet one, she was always on the alert and observing things happening around her. When Phoenix approached them, Yang Pe could sense something unnatural about her. When she noticed how Jiang Fei, a level 4 fighter, acted when she talked to him, Yang Pe understood that the woman must be something else. From the looks of it, it seemed that Phoenix was rather close with Jiang Fei. The way she talked to Jiang Fei was straight and direct. Especially when she asked for Jiang Fei's help. Jiang Fei had even agreed to help her without asking for details. That only explained how much trust Jiang Fei had for that woman. Yang Pe did not know that Phoenix was the product of a major bio-experiment. The expression on her face was gone. Only a cold, emotionless stare remained. However, would a level 5 Omega level being need to smile to others? Only when Jiang Fei was sure that the girls had returned to Manda Square did he sigh in relief. Phoenix said nothing all the way. The two hailed a cab and went out of the city. Young master, what should we do? Asked a man dressed in black when he saw Jiang Fei and a beautiful girl entering a cab. Follow them, said Yi Zhengfa. Yes, sir, said the group in unison. They then got into two separate cars and started to drive. Yi Zhangfa and a few of his men were chasing after Jiang Fei, not knowing that there was a level 5 Omega level being with him. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If this got out, we would surely be punished severely, said one of the level 4 fighters of the Soaring Cloud sect. Jiang Fei was the disciple of a level 5 master. Hurting him would surely invite the wrath of the level 5 godlike fighter. Are you daft? Just kill him silently without anyone knowing about it. Make him literally disappear from this world. If you're regretting this now, it'll reveal the secret about you killing your fellow female apprentice to my uncle, said Yi Zhangfa. Ugh. Whatever you say, young master. I will follow your orders, said the man when Yi Zhangfa threatened him with his own secrets. Those who were chasing after Jiang Fei were Yi Zhangfa's blackmailed henchmen, besides the level 4 vampire. To attack and assassinate a level 5's apprentice was a heavenly crime that would surely result in a death sentence if discovered. However, if they did not carry out Yi Zhangfa's order, it was also a death sentence. The level 4 vampire was different. He was there only to obtain Jiang Fei's blood. The blood of a level 4 fighter was precious to them. Of course, he did not know who Jiang Fei really was. Chapter 467, Recycling the Trash. In no time at all, Jiang Fei and Phoenix arrived at a place where there was hardly anything in sight. It was in the middle of the road with nothing but empty plains. Are you really getting off here? Asked the driver curiously. Yeah. Thanks for the trouble, said Jiang Fei as he handed the money for the cab. Ho ho ho. How nice is youth, eh? Do remember to use protection, said the driver as he winked. A couple of youngsters going out of the city to a place with nothing but animals and shits. What else was there to do but to do the big bang boom? Ah, Mr. Driver. I need you to drive away now, said Jiang Fei as he laughed bitterly, glancing at Phoenix, hoping that she would not be annoyed at the driver and kill him. Luckily, she was just standing by the road, staring into the nothingness. After collecting his change, the driver sped off. Jiang Fei approached Phoenix and asked, "What help did you need from me? I'll tell you later. For now, there are some annoying fleas around. We shall deal with them first," said Phoenix without any form of emotion. Flea. Just as Jiang Fei wanted to ask a follow-up question, Jiang Fei heard the sound of 2 car engines roaring and then stopping nearby. Ha ha. To think that even you would come out to some empty field with a foreign whore, cried Yi Zhangfa as he got down from the car. Oh crap! You have got to be kidding me. I can't save you now, said Jiang Fei as he could feel the air around him vibrating with powerful energy. The temperature was even lowered by several degrees. Jiang Fei did not have to turn his back to feel Phoenix's intense murderous intent. He knew that her eyes was glowing intensely. Yi Zhangfa had blatantly called her a whore out in the open, not knowing that she could turn him into a piece of turd with just a snap of her finger. After Yi Zhangfa got out of the car, the other 6 alighted the car one by one. The reason why Jiang Fei had dared to behave in such a way was because of the cheerleaders he had. Young master? What do you want us to do? Asked the level 4 fighter. They had already revealed themselves. If they left Jiang Fei alive, he would expose them to the Alliance. Kill that bastard and capture that foreign whore. I will rape her brains out and let you have her after, said Yi Zhangfa boldly and loudly as he smiled. Yi Zhangfa. You have my respect. I've lived for only so long to see that someone like you have the biggest set of balls, said Jiang Fei in his heart. He felt extremely tickled at the fact that someone puny like Yi Zhangfa would dare to insult others without even knowing who or what the person was. You little brat. You have wronged me in so many ways that I would not let you go even if you beg on your knees. I don't care that you are the disciple of a level 5 master. I shall have you killed. You lots. Go and kill him. I shall have that foreign whore for myself, cried Yi Zhangfa as he laughed maniacally. With a simple command, the other 6 individuals charged toward Jiang Fei while Yi Zhangfa walked slowly toward Phoenix. Take on head on, said one of the fighters. There was nothing else to do then but kill Jiang Fei and the unknown foreign girl. Even though they had no bad blood against them, it was a matter of the 6 men's lives or Jiang Fei and the girls. His blood is mine, roared the level 4 vampire. He was not part of the Soaring Cloud sect and he only listened to Jiang Fei. Naturally, he did not care about the rest and rushed toward Jiang Fei at an insane speed. Snap! Just as the other fighters were about to reach Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei had only taken 2 steps, Phoenix snapped her fingers. Something changed in the air. A powerful pressure came down from the sky and pressed everyone, including Jiang Fei, to the ground. Jiang Fei had only felt a slight pressure. Before his legs could even bend, the effect was warded off by Phoenix. The rest were not so lucky. Everyone, including the vampire, was lying face flat to the ground. As much as they struggled, they could not get up. They could not even lift their fingers. Oh dang! Is this the power of a level 5 Omega? Even a level 4 fighter could not resist. That sort of gap is too much, thought Jiang Fei as he gaped at Phoenix's. He felt extremely lucky to get away from impersonating Zhuge Shanjin the last time. It was known to all that level 5 metahumans were considered as legends. Only a few had seen them in action and even fewer had lived to tell the tale. When Jiang Fei was impersonating Zhuge Shanjin, his feat was considered to be at the passing grade. If someone had truly understood the power of a level 5 metahuman, he would immediately be exposed. His level 5 master was too weak. The only thing that made others believe Zhuge Shanjin was a level 5 master was his feat of emptying all the uranium in the mines as well as flying on a sword. He did leave a bunch of evidence back then, but he was extremely lucky that the evidence had slipped past prying eyes. Now that he understood how weak he was, he decided to not impersonate his master unless it was absolutely necessary. While Jiang Fei was having his moments of self-doubt, the adversaries were suffering by the seconds. Being pressured to the ground, flat to the point that even breathing was difficult, made them all panic like crazy. F***CKU Jiang Fei. Your stupid mouth had killed us all, that was what everyone wished to say out loud, but since they were being pressed to the ground, they could not even speak. The level 4 vampire was slightly stronger as he could still lift one of his fingers upward. Stupid bastard. Just what kind of person did you ask me to kill? This is not the ability of a level 4 fighter. No level 4 fighter, even at the peak stage, could do something like this, thought the vampire to himself. Right now, he had doubts to even help the stupid young master. What should I do? Jiang Fei asked himself. He did not wish for Jiang Fei's death since the Soaring Cloud sect would go against him. But then again, who would want to avenge a level 5 monster? Sigh. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to let things run its own course. Jiang Fei had dug his own grave when he called Phoenix a foreign whore. Phoenix, how are you going to deal with them? Asked Jiang Fei. The same as I did before, said Phoenix without turning to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was an exception. Anyone who dared to mistreat her must die. Captain, this is a great chance. Do not obliterate those 3 level 4 metahumans. Their gene pool is useful, said 0541. Oh! That's right, cried Jiang Fei. Since Phoenix was going to kill all of them, might as well have them contribute for the greater good even in death. He walked toward the 3 level 4 metahumans, unaffected by the massive pressure, and asked Phoenix, could you please leave the bodies of these 3 in one piece? Chapter 468, Going to Japan, HM very well, said Phoenix as she wavered a little when she heard Jiang Fei's odd request. To her, those people were nothing but ants. Killing them was nothing to her. However, what mattered the most was that Jiang Fei did not ask for mercy. Just as Phoenix had given her answer, the 6 enemies who were pressed to the ground cracked, literally. There was no blood. A sudden force just came in and broke something in their bodies, instantly killing them. It is done. The flies are dealt with, Jiang Fei was stunned. He turned to Jiang Fei and his men and found that they were indeed dealt with. They stopped moving just after the cracking sound. What power, said Jiang Fei to himself. That was the power of a level 5. the kind that was beyond human understanding. The difference between level 4 and level 5 was simply too much. Level 4 metahuman was still considered to be in the realm of humans. Level 5 metahumans, on the other hand, was not something you could compare with a human. That sort of power was so godly that no matter how many level 4 metahumans were sent to stop a level 5, all of them would be killed with a single snap. Humans have long believed in the existence of gods and deities. In ancient times, level 5 Omega level beings would be treated like gods. "Captain, it is advised to store the corpses as soon as possible," said 0541. "Right. I almost forgot." Jiang Fei did not bother to hide the conversation between 0541 and him. Her powers extended so far that she could hear the telepathy conversation in Jiang Fei's mind. After storing away the 3 level 4 fighters' corpses, Jiang Fei had to dispose of the rest of the bodies. Jiang Fei struck the ground hard with penetrating chi strike and created a massive hole in the ground. He then buried the bodies there and covered it up. While Jiang Fei was busy pushing the dirt back into the hole he made, Phoenix stared at Jiang Fei curiously. She did not understand why he needed the bodies of the level 4 metahumans, and neither did she understand why he bothered burying the bodies. Even so, she remained quiet the entire time. Once the hole was covered, Jiang Fei turned to Phoenix and asked, "So? What do you need my help for? Do you remember what I told you the last time we met?" "Now, I'm going back to find some old acquaintances," said Phoenix. "Oh," Jiang Fei replied with a simple nod. He understood what Phoenix was up to. "So, what role do I play here? Technically, I need the help of that person who is talking to you telepathically." "I understand that he has the ability to scan living organisms," said Phoenix. In the previous encounter, 0541 was able to detect her presence when she was killing the Japanese crew in the laboratory. When 0541 was warning Jiang Fei about her existence, their conversation was intercepted by Phoenix. That was how she knew about 0541's scanning ability. "So, you want us to help you search for those Japanese?" asked Jiang Fei. "Yes. Worry not. This favor would not be left unpaid," said Phoenix. After modification, Phoenix's emotion was practically removed. Right now, Phoenix dealt with logic and absolute. An eye for an eye with no emotion attached. Or so Jiang Fei thought. "I understand. That being said, we are still going to the Japanese's base?" Jiang Fei asked hesitantly. The enmity between the China Martial Artist Alliance and the Japanese metahuman was bad. If he stepped into the enemy's territory, there would be trouble. "Do not worry, you will be safe." "You have my word," assured Phoenix. "There is something that you could use there as well," she added. "Something that I need?" Jiang Fei cocked his head. What was there that Jiang Fei possibly need? "As I recalled, you took away the bio-experimental laboratory. The one that the Locksters had been safeguarding was also stolen by you. Hence, I assume that there would be other alien technology that you might be interested in." Jiang Fei was surprised. His flawless thievery was found out by Phoenix. It was hard to believe, but it was possible that Phoenix knew about him through complex yet obvious deduction. When Jiang Fei took away the bio-experimental laboratory, he did it in front of Phoenix. Hence, she understood Jiang Fei's ability to instantly make large objects disappear. On the other hand, when Jiang Fei stole the first ship fragment, Jenny was present. With her memories intact, Phoenix pieced that information together and reached that conclusion. "You have no reason to worry. The Jenny that you know is now gone. I have no relationship with the Brotherhood as well as the Locksters. I also do not have any interest in your ship fragments or exposing your secrets. This, I can assure you. Help me search for the Japanese and I will help you get your ship fragment." "Do you accept this deal?" asked Phoenix. Very well," said Jiang Fei. She had thoroughly understood what Jiang Fei had done and was capable of doing. There was no use playing dumb any longer. Having Phoenix as his partner in crime, Jiang Fei had no worries about his safety. She was merely hunting the Japanese for her own revenge. Technically speaking, there was no drawback if Jiang Fei joined her. It was a win-win situation. "Shall we proceed then?" asked Phoenix. She waved her hand in the air and Jiang Fei was immediately frozen in place. "Do not be afraid. I am holding you in one piece since my method of traveling will rip you to shreds," said Phoenix monotonously. "All right. It'll be in your care," said Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei was against it, there was no way he could say no to the level 5 Omega being. "Please hold for a while." As soon as Phoenix said that, Jiang Fei could see trails of light slip by him as though he was slipping through a sea of light particles. In a split second, the light particle stopped and Jiang Fei could see what seemed to be a mountain. "We have arrived," announced Phoenix. "Arrived?" "In Japan," cried Jiang Fei as soon as he could move again. "That is correct," said Phoenix with a simple nod. Jenny's ability was instant teleportation, and now that she had gained level 5 powers, instant teleporting was as simple as a thought away. Taking someone with her was an easy feat. "Please start your search," said Phoenix. "All right, 0541, if you would," said Jiang Fei without wasting any more time. Chapter 469, Level 4, Initiate Wide Area Scanning. While 0541 was scanning the entire mountain, Jiang Fei looked around to check out the environment. He was in the middle of a thick forest. There were mountains everywhere. Even though they were not too high, the area was still rather steep. It could be said that the area was perfectly isolated from any human settlement. It was a perfect secret base with tall trees as cover. After 20 minutes of scanning, Jiang Fei asked 0541, "What did you find?" "Captain, I've detected 3 large buildings underground. All of them have powerful electrical interference. I require a longer time to pinpoint human signals." "There's no need for that," said Phoenix. She had heard everything 0541 had said. Since 0541 had already found the buildings, there was no need for 0541 to continue searching for human presence. When there were electrical disturbances, there would definitely be a human presence. "Why would you dash?" started Jiang Fei before Phoenix interjected immediately. "I do not need to know their identities or their affiliations. I only needed to know where they were. There's no need to know every single one of them, as I will eliminate every single one of them," explained Phoenix as she removed her abnormally large sunglasses. Her eyes were glowing white then, and even though Jiang Fei did not see her directly, he could literally feel the intense hatred boiling inside of her. Ripples of power surged from her body. 0541, "Where are the 3 buildings?" asked Jiang Fei. He had no qualms of Phoenix asking 0541 to stop the scanning process. He could save more power that way. "The base that is closest to us is 7 kilometers away, 0700 of our current position. The base is located 1,300 meters underground," reported 0541. "Let's go," said Phoenix. In an instant, Jiang Fei felt the same power freezing him in place. Light flashed by and Jiang Fei reappeared in the middle of a long pathway. "Damn! What a power! How could anyone stop her at all?" cried Jiang Fei in his heart. As soon as Jiang Fei and Phoenix appeared, alarms all over the building started to blare. Lights had turned from white to red. Through the loudspeaker, the Japanese personnel were talking loudly as if they were warning the others about their presence. "The place is filled with security cameras. They have found our location," cried Jiang Fei as he got worried. "Ho ho, so what if they found us?" said Phoenix as she chuckled bitterly. "Ha ha. I like your answer," said Jiang Fei. He had completely forgotten that Phoenix was a level 5 god. She was right. So what if the Japanese had found them? What were they going to do? What could they do? Clang! Clang! 2 metal doors fell down faster than Jiang Fei could even react to it. One was in front of them and the other was behind them. It was to trap them to a small area. No sooner, large machine guns with aiming laser came out of the ceilings, the walls, and the floor. "Oh damn, the security here is tight as hell!" cried Jiang Fei. Brat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Right before Jiang Fei wanted to stop the guns, the machine guns started to spin and fire a shower of lead. Whoosh! Effortlessly, Phoenix waved her hands and an invisible barrier was erected around Jiang Fei and Phoenix. All the bullets that were coming slowed down miraculously and were frozen in place. With another wave of her hands, the guns were all immediately disassembled. "Where are they?" asked Phoenix. 0541, relay the location, ordered Jiang Fei immediately. "Roger, Captain," they were currently inside the building. The electrical disturbance was on the surface which stopped anyone from discovering them. Without any jamming from the enemy, 0541 could easily search all the personnel that were in the building. Jiang Fei and Phoenix flashed again and they reappeared in the middle of a small control room. With 0541, scanning ability as well as Phoenix's instant teleportation, no one could escape from them. They could hide inside a panic room or even in a bunker. Phoenix and 0541 would track them down just as easily. Who are they? How did they infiltrate the facility? How did they find this facility? Release the beasts. Release all of them. Gather the modified humans and suppress the intruders. The intruders are high-tier metahumans. We need to send a request for reinforcement from the Emperor. The Japanese personnel panicked everywhere. The facility was a secret facility that no one knew. All of the researchers and scientists were forever confined inside this facility. The guards and soldiers were all standing outside the facility to prevent an invasion. There was no need for common sense for Phoenix. All she needed to do was teleport inside the facility to get past the guards. Even if the Japanese sent their ninjas, armor, samurais, or even their beasts and modified humans, they would not be able to find Phoenix for she had already reached the center of the facility. There was no one but those who had used her as an experiment. Those who had caused her pain and suffering. The ones whom she hated the most were the researchers. That was why she had instantly teleported inside the facility to first deal with the people she hated the most. Beep beep. Be advised. Powerful organisms had been detected heading toward this direction, reported 0541. Doesn't matter, let them come. There's no stopping me, said Phoenix. There were two things that Phoenix had to do there. 1. She must kill all the researchers and scientists all of the facilities. 2. Whoever came in between her first objective must die. 0541, is there any signal that resembles the ship fragment here? Asked Jiang Fei. He was not fond of killing people, hence he diverted his attention to the search for the ship fragment. Negative. There is no signal here. We have to get inside the other two facilities to know, said 0541. It was possibly due to the electric disturbance on the building surface that was interfering with 0541's scanning ability. Hence, 0541 was only able to detect any ship fragment by being inside the facility itself. 5 minutes since the start of the massacre, ninjas and modified humans had arrived at where Jiang Fei and Phoenix were. Stop them, cried the ninjas. 0541, what are their power level? Asked Jiang Fei. Most of them are level 2. A few level 3. There is only one level 4 biohuman, said 0541. Shit! Just what are they doing? Have the Japanese already reached the level of producing level 4 metahumans? Said Jiang Fei. It was only a short duration of time that the Japanese had developed the technology to self-produce a level 4 biologically modified human. Even though it seemed that they did not possess the ability to mass-produce them, it was only a matter of time before they could do so. Either way, it was a warning. Chapter 470, Armor Factory. Jiang Fei was genuinely surprised at the speed of development of the Japanese. Even so, they were nothing but insects to Phoenix. Zap! With a powerful lightning bolt, the entire room went silent. Hundreds of biohuman, as well as the Eastern fighters, were reduced to dust. Even the level 4 biohuman were not spared. He was instantly killed before he could even take a single step. The enemies are too strong. Evacuate. All personnel evacuate the building. Self-destruct sequence initiated. All personnel abandon building. A few of the other normal humans in the surveillance room were able to witness the power of Phoenix eliminating all the soldiers who were sent to stop her. When they deduced that the enemies were too strong to stop, the first thing that protocol required them to do was to initiate self-destruct to protect their secrets. Alarms were blaring non-stop. Many of the Japanese fighters were constantly coming in from all directions to attack Phoenix, but all of them were instantly turned into dust. The other researchers and scientists were all escaping. Multiple personnel are leaving the building, 0541 reported. I will not let a single of one of them to escape. Tell me their positions, cried Phoenix as her eyes glowed with intense hatred. 0541, relay the location directly to Phoenix, said Jiang Fei. As such, with 0541 constant reports, Phoenix and Jiang Fei teleported constantly to chase and kill all the personnel that were escaping. How could one escape a hunter that could teleport instantly? Phoenix's method of killing was merciless and instantaneous. In the 1 second she teleported, she would have eliminated every single human that was within her sight. In less than 3 minutes, all personnel that were inside the building were killed. 420 seconds before destruction, said 0541. The countdown timer had not even managed to tick halfway when Phoenix had already killed everyone in the building. Where is the second facility? Asked Phoenix as she dusted off some debris from her clothes. 23 kilometers away from 1100 direction of our current position. 2,500 meters underground. Thank you, said Phoenix before Jiang Fei, and she teleported away. The second facility was more secretive than the first one. It was larger and more tightly secured than the previous one. What happened in the second facility was the same as the first one. 0541 scanned the entire building and relayed their positions to Phoenix. Is there a ship fragment here? Asked Jiang Fei. Negative. Perhaps it is in the last facility, said 0541. Where is the last facility? Asked Phoenix emotionlessly. When the second facility was emptied of life, the self-destruct countdown timer was still ticking in the first facility. That was how fast Phoenix's speed at killing was. The last facility is located 3,000 meters underground, 0900 direction, 50 kilometers, said 0541. Just as Phoenix and Jiang Fei arrived in the third facility, 0541 said, Odd, what is wrong? Is the ship fragment not here? Asked Jiang Fei, worriedly. No. I have detected the ship fragment within this facility, but there is only a handful of personnel. They are powerless normal humans. Not a single powerful being is detected in this facility, said 0541. That's weird. This place is more secure and larger than the previous two facilities. How could there not be any powerful being here? Wondered Jiang Fei. Those humans are rather cunning as well, said Phoenix as she understood what was happening here. When Phoenix had started attacking, all facility was alerted to their presence. However, before the second facility could take a countermeasure, the first facility had already been trashed. Hence, when Phoenix had started to invade the second facility, the people in the third facility had concluded that the enemies were too strong to take a stance. Hence, they ordered everyone important to escape the facility. The rest of the weaker humans were left behind to suffer the wrath of the enemy. No mercy for the likes of you. Phoenix did not, or perhaps, could not display any form of emotion when she massacred all the personnel in the third facility. Out of nowhere, a powerful shockwave was felt in the air. The facility trembled a little as the self-destruct program of the first building commenced. Have you found the ship fragment? Asked Jiang Fei. Yes, Captain. It is a small part of the armor factory, said 0541. What could it do? It is a part of the main equipment factory that mainly produces armor. Specifically, the chest part. Oh. Does that mean that I can make one more equipment? Asked Jiang Fei, getting a little excited. Technically, sir, you can make a lot more, haha. No need for that. I'd only need one. For myself, said Jiang Fei. Even though 0541 had the ability to mass-produce equipment, it required a lot of energy than producing smaller items such as tools and potions. Even though Jiang Fei had enough energy to last him for some time, it was still best to be conservative. To be fair, when Jiang Fei said that he would only make equipment for himself, it was only to protect himself from others. He could not let anyone else in the world know about 0541 or the magical equipment that he was wearing. Once the secret was out, Jiang Fei's fake strength would be revealed. Or worse, if anyone knew that he could produce such cheat armor in the real world, the China martial artist would surely resort to some dirty tactics to extort Jiang Fei to produce the armor for them. That was why Jiang Fei would never let anyone know about him being able to produce armor. After a minute or so, Phoenix cleared the entire building. With 0541 leading the way, Phoenix and Jiang Fei proceeded toward the armor factory. Chapter 471, Rank Up. The ship fragment was hidden deep within the facility. However, with 0541 instant location detection as well as Phoenix's instant teleportation, Jiang Fei reached the factory immediately and effortlessly. "Have you obtained the factory's control authority?" asked Jiang Fei. "Yes. I have indeed connected to the factory," said 0541. "If you don't mind, I'll be taking this now," said Jiang Fei to Phoenix. She nodded and stared into nothingness. She had no interest at the ship fragment that was treated as precious cargo by the other nations. From the perspective of this level 5 godlike entity, anything alien to her was nothing but trash. She could not understand why did Jiang Fei would want something like that. With a flash of light, the large factory was quantized into light particles and absorbed into the ring. The factory was not huge, just the size of a 2-story house. It was not much when compared to the 2 previous ship fragments that Jiang Fei had taken in. "If you're done, I shall send you home," said Phoenix. "So, from now on, what do you plan to do?" asked Jiang Fei. "I will continue my hunt for those who had hurt me," said Phoenix with a tiny surge of power. "All right. I'll leave you to it then." "Please send me home," said Jiang Fei. Even though she looked motivated, what filled Phoenix with motivation was nothing but vengeance. The previous conscience that was in that body, Jenny, was gone. The current conscience, Phoenix, had nothing to do but kill. Jiang Fei almost felt sorry for her. What would she do after she had found and killed everyone who had hurt her? Phoenix snapped her fingers and the both of them reappeared at the place where she had killed all of Yi Zhongfa's men. Phoenix immediately left without saying anything, leaving Jiang Fei alone. Jiang Fei realized immediately that there was no way he could go back via a cab. The only way left for him to go back home was via foot. Along the way, he recalled about the bodies of the men whom Phoenix had killed. 0541, "What has become of the bodies?" asked Jiang Fei. "I have processed them and used their gene samples to produce a potion that resembles that ant milk." "What does it do?" asked Jiang Fei excitedly. "The gene sample of the martial artist is not suitable to be used. Most of their abilities are obtained via years of training. Hence, their genes do not contain anything worthy. However, the level 4 vampire's blood sample was powerful," 0541 explained as he materialized a bottle yellow liquid. "What does this do to me?" asked Jiang Fei. Somehow, he understood what 0541 was trying to convey. If he wanted more of this kind of potion, he would need to start finding ability users instead of fighters. "This potion will raise your power level to intermediate level 3, said 0541. "That's awesome," cried Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could not be too greedy. It was considered to be overwhelmingly fast for someone to rank up from the beginner stage of level 2 to the intermediate stage of level 3. Anyone who wanted to reach level 3 would require many years of pure training as well as some talent. The only downside to Jiang Fei's rapid progression was that he needed to sacrifice other metahumans. It was only lucky that Yi Zhongfa and his men had dared to challenge a level 5. Jiang Fei was only there to pick up the loots. "All right. Let's see what kind of power does a level 3 have," said Jiang Fei happily as he gulped down the entire bottle in one go. Once the liquid entered his stomach, Jiang Fei immediately felt ill. He did not even bother to comment on the horrible taste of the potion. "Ugh! 0541. Why didn't you warn me about the pain? You could have at least given me a heads up. Jiang Fei dropped to the ground and clutched his stomach tightly. He was really angry at 0541 for not telling him about the effects of the potion. On the other hand, it was a good means to distract himself from the pain. Indeed. I shall be conducting the maintenance of the armor factory. I will not be active for a period of time, said 0541 as it disappeared. Perhaps it was to escape Jiang Fei's massive scolding, or it was really just trying to do its job. Either way, communication was stopped. F*CKU. You think you're so smart, huh? Cried Jiang Fei as he felt it funny for something like artificial intelligence to hide away from a scolding. Soon, the pain in his stomach grew worse. His shirt was drenched in sweat. His legs were so weak and he could no longer stand properly. He dropped to the ground flat and rolled on the ground like Nemur. The pain in his stomach soon spread out to his entire body. His chest, his lower abdomen was continuously being assaulted by waves of piercing pain. It felt as if millions of tiny needles were flowing in his veins, piercing every organ he had in his body. It had gotten so bad that Jiang Fei wished that he could just faint from the pain, saving himself from having to suffer through the entire process. However, Jiang Fei's incredible vitality prevented that. Since he was young, even though Jiang Fei had never been good for sports, he had never been injured badly or suffered from any form of severe injury. He was punished to stand under the hot sun, but never once did he suffer heat stroke. His vitality was strong. His body was so strong that his mind was clear as he felt every single pain. Come on! Let me faint, cried Jiang Fei to himself. He did not care about anything anymore. The pain was too unbearable that he shouted from the top of his lungs to ease even a tiny bit of the pain. Once his body had gotten slightly used to the pain, Jiang Fei managed to get on his knees. He punched the ground so hard that it cracked. After multiple punches, Jiang Fei could finally feel the pain beginning to subside. After some time, the ground around him was drenched in his sweat. Jiang Fei finally regained his strength to stand back on his feet. He stood up and stretched himself out. He gazed to the east and saw the rising sun. It was then that he realized that he had spent the entire night suffering through the pain that the potion had caused. However, instead of feeling tired, Jiang Fei could feel a powerful wave of energy pulsating in him. His chi pool was filled to the brim. At that moment, he understood that his chi pool had gained the ability to condense more chi than before. He had reached level 3 power level. Without the power of the equipment, Jiang Fei could still be a formidable opponent. Jiang Fei turned around to look for something to strike and found a boulder. Even though it was not as tall as he hoped for, it was still hard. Jiang Fei thrust out his palm and used Thunder Palm on the boulder. It did not take much for Jiang Fei, but the boulder was immediately cracked into multiple pieces. Nice, said Jiang Fei to himself. The boulder was hard and solid, much harder than the punching bags that Jiang Fei had been practicing within Manda Square. His strength increase was very obvious. His bare hand attacks were almost at the same level as when he had the gloves on. Chapter 472, Living with the Sisters. Congratulations on your improvement in strength, Captain. Jiang Fei was no longer swearing due to the pain, so 0541 automatically appeared again. Damn! You sure hide fast. Oh yeah, how's the new fragment? Jiang Fei asked. The fragment is intact. It seems like the Japanese were unable to break through the factory's defense layer, so they have not managed to touch the facilities inside the factory, 0541 explained. Are the defense measures of this factory stronger than that of the bioexperimental laboratory? Jiang Fei asked, surprised. Of course not. This is just a small factory. Its defense measures are far worse as compared to the bioexperimental laboratory, 0541 replied. Then why is it that the Japanese were able to enter the bioexperimental laboratory and obtain bioexperimental technology, and yet not able to break into this small factory? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The reason is very simple. When the bioexperimental laboratory crashed, its outer defense was destroyed, hence Earthlings were able to easily get their hands on the technology inside. As this factory is small in size, its defense measures are pretty much still intact. With the level of technology on Earth, breaking through the defense systems of planet Namek is not that simple, 0541 explained. Alright. Let's not bother about those things anymore. You can produce equipment for me now, right? Jiang Fei was still the most concerned about this issue. Of course, but I still can't customize equipment design. I need ready-made data, 0541 said. No problem. Didn't I just get a Wave Force battle armor in the game? Make that. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Before this, he still had to think carefully before making anything due to the limitations of 0541's manufacturing abilities. However, it was different now. With this small factory, he could easily produce chest plates. So, in the future, even if he obtained better equipment in the game, he could allow 0541 to make new ones. The order has been received. The estimated production time is 48 hours. 0541 answered in its typical program manner when it performed tasks. Okay, inform me once the production is complete. Jiang Fei nodded and started to walk toward the city. At that moment, the sky was already bright. However, as this place was quite remote, there were not many cars around. It was not easy for Jiang Fei to get a free ride to the city. After walking for about 20 minutes, a car finally passed by. The driver saw that Jiang Fei was just a teenager and brought Jiang Fei back to the city out of the goodness of his heart. After returning to the city, Jiang Fei took a taxi back to Manda Square. However, he did not go home directly. Instead, he spent a whole day at the martial arts center. After he obtained level 3 strength, it became easier for Jiang Fei to practice the 4 sets of martial arts. This was because he was already very close to mastering them. After one day of intensive training, Jiang Fei had basically mastered the 4 sets of martial arts. In the evening, Jiang Fei returned home. When he opened the door, he found the sisters, Yang Pe and Yang Qing, helping his mother cook. "Ah, you're back," Yang Qing said as she jumped to Jiang Fei's side and tugged at his sleeve. "Hey! This is my house. Why does it feel like I've become a guest?" Jiang Fei scoffed. "What's with this nonsense about whose house it is? It has not been easy for Xiao Pe and Xiao Qing. They've come out to study in a foreign country at such a tender age. We have spare rooms in our house anyway, so we might as well let them move in and stay with us." Jiang Fei's mother came out from the kitchen and said, "No!" Jiang Fei quickly objected. He was already worried that the sisters would get too comfortable with his mother. How could he possibly allow these girls to move into his house? "Oh, older brother Jiang Fei. Look at you, you're all dirty. Go and take a shower quickly." Yang Qing noticed that Jiang Fei was covered in mud, so she pushed Jiang Fei toward the bathroom with her pair of small hands. Of course, Yang Qing and Yang Pe knew why Jiang Fei was so against them moving in. While they had succeeded in getting on Jiang Fei's mother's good side, they still could not win Jiang Fei over to allow them to move in. Hence, they made Jiang Fei take a shower so that they could get him away. Then, they could continue to help Jiang Fei's mother. The two sisters did not even have to say anything further. As they appeared to be docile and obedient, Jiang Fei's mother already taken a liking toward them. She even thought of taking them in as goddaughters. The two girls just had to act a little pitiful, and Jiang Fei's mother's decision to let them move in would be unshakable. When Jiang Fei came out of the shower, the food was already properly arranged on the dining table. His mother was sitting in the middle, with Yang Pe and Yang Qing each on her left and right. Jiang Fei was left with the seat opposite them. "Damn! I've really become a guest," Jiang Fei scoffed. "All right. From today onward, Xiao Pe and Qing Er will live with us," Jiang Fei's mother said with a wave of her hand. "Mom! That's not appropriate," Jiang Fei quickly objected. "I was just informing you, not discussing with you." Come on, Xiaopa, Qing'er, let's eat. Jiang Fei's mother rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei, then affectionately asked the sisters to help themselves to the food. Moreover, she continuously served them herself. Hey! Mom, I'm your real son, okay? In the end, Jiang Fei really could not take it anymore. TSK. Is there anything good about having such a silly son? If I had two precious baby daughters like them, I wouldn't even want you anymore. His mother did not care about his feelings at all. Are you really my biological mother? Jiang Fei was speechless. Hee, Auntie, eat this. I made this, it's delicious. Yang Qing glanced at Jiang Fei smugly, then happily served Jiang Fei's mother some food. The three of them were happily eating while Jiang Fei was feeling miserable. After dinner, the sisters helped Jiang Fei's mother clean up. Following that, they brought a huge plush toy over from next door. It looked like they were really planning to move in. Hey! Didn't you guys promise me not to bring my parents into this? While his mother was not paying attention, Jiang Fei pulled Yang over to a side to talk to her. We have not violated the agreement. Currently, we're just two pitiful girls who are studying abroad. Yang Pa smiled at Jiang Fei. Her soul-stirring beauty made Jiang Fei lose his focus for a moment. While Jiang Fei was still in a daze, the Yang sisters ran away from his side cheerfully. By then, Jiang Fei's mother had already sorted out the room for the two girls. Damn! These two girls are really stepping all over me. Jiang Fei frowned and returned to his room. He needed to call Han Tianyu urgently to ask about the countermeasures. Chapter 473, Faction Area, Do. Sorry, the mobile phone you have called has been switched off. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's plan was not successful. Han Tianyu's phone had been switched off and Jiang Fei was not able to contact him. Han Tianyu had no other choice. He could not afford to offend the Yang sisters, Bai Zhongwei, or even the stupid Yi Zhongfa. Hence, at this time, he could only hide so as not to create more trouble for Jiang Fei. He went to Africa and did not even dare to bring his phone with him as he was afraid that these people would be able to find him. This way, Bai Zhongwei and the others would not be able to find Han Tianyu, but at the same time, Jiang Fei would not be able to ask him for help either. Damn! What do I do now? Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. He was originally a shut-in. As he had obtained strength from the mysterious ring, if he were to get into a fight, he would be able to hold his own. However, he was not good at going against the sisters. Lying on his bed, Jiang Fei could still faintly hear the laughter of his mother and the Yang sisters. It seemed like his mother had been completely enraptured by them. Now, should he have a falling out with the Yang sisters and forcibly drove them out of the house, his mother would definitely stand on their side. Jiang Fei logged onto the game that night, but he still had not come up with any good ideas. Upon entering the game, Jiang Fei instantly felt better when he saw Isabella greeting him with a beautiful smile. Although there were many cute girls around him, Jiang Fei could only put his guard down when he was with Isabella in the game, or with Si Tying, the girl who always liked to attack him by surprise in real life. Did something happen in your world? Isabella asked. Nah, it has all been solved. Jiang Fei knew that Isabella was asking why he did not go online yesterday. After all, if he did not go online, Isabella, who was a pet, had to sit in the pet space's small black room the whole day. Unfortunately, I can't go to your world and help you. Isabella looked a little crestfallen. Ho ho, Jiang Fei smiled and did not continue with the topic as he did not know how to answer. On many occasions, Jiang Fei had wanted to ask 0541 about this. Since 0541 could bring equipment and potions into real life through various ways, could it also do the same to Isabella? However, in the end, Jiang Fei never did bring it up. This was because he was afraid that 0541 would give him a confirmed answer. If he could really bring Isabella into the real world, how was he supposed to face her? In the real world, the Yang sisters were already causing Jiang Fei enough trouble. If Isabella added onto this trouble, Jiang Fei would probably die immediately. In terms of love and relationships, Jiang Fei was just a little nestling. Dealing with all these girls around him was just not within his capabilities at all. Looking at the level ranking board, the number 1 position was still unshakably occupied by Jiang Fei, who was level 60. 7 Stars Warrior, who was level 45, was number 2 on the ranking, followed by Cold Feather He, who was also level 45. Players ranked below them were all level 44. Jiang Fei asked Rosette Rose about the current average level of players in Dawnlight City. He found out that most of the players were already above level 40. At this point, the Temple of Deities and Demons had become the main place for players to train and level up. Of course, this was limited to the dungeon's normal difficulty. Only major guilds could attempt the elite mode of this dungeon, as it was a 40-man party dungeon. Moreover, the only party that could clear the elite difficulty dungeon was Imperial Dragon's elite team, as the members were equipped with a huge amount of pets and they were supported by Jiang Fei's detailed strategic guide. As for heroic difficulty, even the elite group of Jiang Fei's guild did not dare to attempt it. This was because the entrance of the dungeon was already guarded by a group of 28 Vice Leader bosses. There was no way they could get through. What should I do? Should I go to the battlefield again? After Jiang Fei logged onto the game, he realized that his level was too high and he was a little out of touch with the other players. At this time, there was still about 20 days before the release of the expansion pack named the War of Celestials and Nephilim. After 20 days, players must choose a side. Moreover, the controlled area of the 4 main cities would greatly reduce in size. The security level of many maps would also reduce, and these maps would then become free combat zones. Although there was still a period of time before the players would be forced to participate in the War of Celestials and Nephilim, Jiang Fei had already reached level 60. According to the game's settings, even though the expansion pack had not been released yet, he could already leave the main city area and go to his chosen faction area, which was way bigger. Shall we venture out and take a look? Jiang Fei said to Isabella. I'll listen to you. Isabella was very obedient. Let's go! Jiang Fei instantly summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon. They got out of Dawnlight City and were headed straight toward a Nephilim camp that had a teleportation point. When Jiang Fei used the teleportation point in the Nephilim King's palace to come back to Dawnlight City, he would always be teleported here. So, he was familiar with this Nephilim camp. I want to go to the front line of the war, Jiang Fei said to the guards who were guarding the teleportation point. No problem, great explorer. The guards had no intelligence. Moreover, since Jiang Fei had also fulfilled the level requirement to get to the front line of the war, the guard directly opened the teleportation point and sent Jiang Fei to a new map. In the game, the 4 main cities were basically equivalent to larger versions of the beginner's village. They were there so that the players could gradually adapt to the game and familiarize themselves with how the game worked. When the players reached level 60, they could then leave the main cities and enter the faction areas. According to the normal game progress, players could only stay in the main cities until level 80. They had to leave after that and participate in the War of Celestials and Nephilim. However, because Jiang Fei had killed the celestial race Cosmic Dragon, it led to the expansion pack being released in advance. Perhaps players would be forced to participate in the War of Celestials and Nephilim even before they hit level 50. After being transferred to the new map, Jiang Fei discovered that there was an extremely majestic castle with a bold architectural style. The ferocious-looking magical cannons and ballistae on the castle walls shimmered with cold light. The continuous sight of smoke rising outside the castle indicated that this place was not as calm and peaceful as the main city. Hello, great explorer. I'm your recruit guide. When Jiang Fei stepped out of the teleportation point, an NPC had already appeared by his side. It seemed like this NPC was here to guide him around this new game mode. What do I need to pay attention to here? Jiang Fei asked. Great explorer, the biggest difference between fighting in the faction areas and the main cities is that there will be no loss of experience points and decrease in levels when players die, but your unbound equipment will drop out upon death. The recruit guide said. Oh! Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed like the losses suffered by players upon death had been reduced in these kind of battle zones. Additionally, if you die in the faction areas and lose your equipment, you can go to the quartermaster and obtain a green quality set equipment for recruits of your level. This can be done once a day. The recruit guide continued to introduce the unique aspects of the faction area to Jiang Fei. Chapter 474, Seizing the Opportunity. In just a short time, Jiang Fei pretty much understood how the faction area worked through the recruiting guide. First of all, the faction area map was very large, about 10 times the size of all the 4 main city areas combined. The highest security level here was 3. Other than the vicinity of the bases of each faction, most areas had a security level of 0 and were free combat zones. In the faction area, as players were at risk of being killed by others at any time and losing their equipment while training, the amount of experience that monsters gave was very high. Each monster here gave about 10 times the experience points that a same-leveled monster in the main city areas gave. Moreover, the drop rates of money and equipment had also increased significantly. It could be said that the faction area was a map that had both high risks and high returns. In the faction area, there were countless semi-finished fortresses. Players could attack and occupy these fortresses, then build them up. Of course, after players have attacked the fortresses, the system would not provide them with any protection. This meant that other players could attack occupied fortresses at any time. No 1-month safe period would be given to players like how it was in the main cities. After he obtained a brief understanding of the faction area, Jiang Fei rode the juvenile skygliding dragon and flew out of the Dark Faction's giant fortress. Although he had heard a lot about the faction area, Jiang Fei still planned to see it for himself. After leaving the giant fortress, Jiang Fei discovered the biggest difference between this area and the main city areas. There were only a few Dark Faction NPC soldiers who were on guard around the giant fortress. Other than that, there were no other NPCs. The map was filled with desolated mountain areas and groups of wild monsters. After flying for about 2 hours, another fortress appeared in Jiang Fei's field of vision. The architectural style of this fortress was completely different from the Dark Faction fortress that Jiang Fei saw previously. This whole fortress was built with white boulders. It looked extremely holy and pure. Moreover, the roofs of the fortress were all golden domes that looked magnificent. This should be the fortress of the Light Faction, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The Light Faction, which was led by the celestial race, did not prioritize practicability like the Nephilims. They obviously had stricter requirements when it came to aesthetics. However, the fortress' gorgeous architecture did not affect its defense capabilities. Ho ho, let's go somewhere else to have a look. Jiang Fei did not dare to get too close to the fortress of the Light Faction. Although he was not weak, he was not that arrogant. He would not do something like attacking the fortress of the enemy faction all by himself. After flying around randomly for a bit, Jiang Fei saw another semi-finished fortress, or at least, the remains of it. It was located right in the middle of the giant fortresses of the Light and Dark Factions. Currently, although it was already badly destroyed and one could hardly tell that it was once a fortress by looking at it, the system still deemed it to be a fortress that could be occupied and built. Jiang Fei looked at the monsters in the ruins of the fortress. They were all elite monsters that were above level 60, and there were about 1,000 or 2,000 of them. If he went down there alone, he would probably be able to clean the place up in a few hours. Forget it, let's continue looking around. Jiang Fei shook his head. This fortress was located right in the middle of the Light and Dark Factions. The most heated battle during the war would definitely take place here. Even though he entered the faction area 20 days earlier than the average player, 20 days of construction was still not enough to guarantee that the fortress would be able to survive the continuous war. Hence, Jiang Fei wanted to look for a safer place to serve as his guild base in the faction area. Indeed! This time, Jiang Fei ventured out of the Dark Faction's giant fortress in order to look for a suitable place to build his own guild's fortress. As he had managed to enter the faction area 20 days earlier than the other players, it would really be a pity if Jiang Fei did nothing at all. Now, He was even felt a little regretful that he did not venture out earlier to have a look. If he came here a few days earlier, he might have been able to finish building his own fortress even before the other players managed to enter the faction area. After flying around for more than 10 hours, Jiang Fei finally found the remains of a fortress which was in a good location. Although it was also located in between the giant fortresses of the Light and Dark faction, it was not directly in between the line of fire. In fact, it formed an equilateral triangle with the fortresses of the Light and Dark factions. Although this fortress was not on the frontal battlefield where battles between the Light and Dark faction took place, it was in one of the corners of the Dark faction's giant fortress. The geographical position of this fortress was excellent and there were abundant leveling areas and resource reserves around. It could be said that this was the best place to build a fortress that Jiang Fei could find on the front lines of the war. After scanning through the ruins of the fortress, Jiang Fei found that this fortress was bigger in size, so there were naturally more monsters inside it. Moreover, most of the monsters were level 70 elites and there were even a few bosses. This fortress seems powerful. Jiang Fei rubbed his chin. Naturally, arriving early had its benefits. If he entered the faction area 20 days later, all the players from the 4 big main cities would be here. Then, there would not be enough fortress ruins no matter how many there were in this faction area. At that time, Jiang Fei would definitely not be able to leisurely pick a fortress that he liked, unlike now. Okay, I'll choose you, then. Jiang Fei finally made up his mind. This fortress was not only in an excellent location, but it was also bigger in size and there was more room for development. It was definitely the ideal area to build a guild base. Although it would require longer time and more resources to build as compared to the other fortresses, it was worth it because of its great location. Riding the juvenile skygliding dragon, Jiang Fei descended onto the ground and began to clear the monsters. Even though the monsters were just elites, they were level 70. So, Jiang Fei was suppressed by the level difference. Jiang Fei did not dare to generate the aggro of a huge number of monsters at once. He only generated the aggro of 5 to 10 monsters at a time. Then killed the monsters together with Isabella. Training in the free combat zone is awesome, Jiang Fei exclaimed after killing a wave of monsters. He was already killing monsters that were way above his level. As the monsters in the faction area gave 10 times the normal amount of experience points, the amount of experience that Jiang Fei was gaining from killing these monsters was naturally extremely high. After clearing up the area for about 2 hours, Jiang Fei finally met the first small boss. It was a level 72 leader boss. This small leader boss attack power was not particularly high, but the boss was 12 levels higher than Jiang Fei. Thus, this boss had a level suppression over him and out of every 3 of the boss attacks there would be 2 critical hits. So, Jiang Fei had no other choice but to use his juvenile skygliding dragon that had powerful defense to serve as a tank. However, even so, Jiang Fei and Isabella still faced a problem. That was, they could not hit the boss. Due to the level suppression, more than half of Jiang Fei and Isabella's attacks on the boss were misses. Even if they managed to hit the boss, they did not deal much damage. F***CK. This is really annoying. In the end, Jiang Fei transformed into his Nephilim form out of anger. In his Nephilim form, Jiang Fei completely ignored any defensive attributes and his attacks would hit for sure. This way, the small leader boss was no match for him. Soon, the small boss was killed and it dropped a level 60 cloth armor bracelet. It seemed like the drop rates in the faction area had increased significantly. It was almost equivalent to the dungeons of the main cities. Seems like I can only clear this place up slowly. Jiang Fei sighed. He and Isabella could easily deal with the small monsters. However, the defense of the bosses was too high. When this was paired with the level suppression effect, Jiang Fei had no choice but to wait for his Nephilim form to cool down before he could fight them. This meant that he could only kill a small boss every 4 hours. If he wanted to clear this whole place, he would need at least 2 days. Chapter 475, Combat Practice. After a day's work, Jiang Fei had basically killed most of the small monsters in the wasteland. He even killed 3 of the small leaders. As such, his experience bar increased by 1/3. From this, one could tell how shockingly quick it was to level up in the factions region. After logging off, Jiang Fei resumed his usual routine. After eating breakfast, he headed to the martial arts center to train. However, this time, 2 small figures tagged along behind him. Hee hee. Brother Jiang Fei, we are only living in your house temporarily. We won't get your mom involved in any trouble, Yang Qing said as she tugged at Jiang Fei's arm and walked next to him. The sisters were very intelligent. They were very certain that they would be able to indirectly influence Jiang Fei through his mother. This undoubtedly made Jiang Fei slightly upset. However, it was not bad enough that Jiang Fei would make a scene. Moreover, these girls had the upper hand due to them acting adorable, and therefore, it was definitely a worthwhile bet to test his patience. I am warning you both. If my parents get dragged into this metahuman mess, and if anything happens to them, I won't let you off the hook even if I have to go to hell and back. Now, Jiang Fei's mother was more affectionate toward the sisters than she was toward him. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not force them to leave. However, that did not stop him from issuing them a firm warning. Don't worry about it. We know our boundaries, Yang Qing said as she smiled sweetly. Very soon, the 3 arrived at the martial arts center and began training on their own. As Yang Pe and Yang Qing were also martial artists, they practiced their own martial arts techniques while Jiang Fei was occupied with his own training. Brother Jiang, you have improved so quickly, Yang Pe exclaimed in surprise despite having been quiet for the most part. She was shocked by Jiang Fei's progress in training on the 4 sets of martial arts techniques which he had learned previously. Although Jiang Fei had been training for almost 10 days, he spent most of the time familiarizing himself with the 4 new sets of martial arts techniques. Despite being a level 4 martial artist, Jiang Fei was not expected to fully grasp the low-tier martial arts techniques instantly. Therefore, the sisters were expecting Jiang Fei to somewhat struggle with technique application. However, in just 2 days, Jiang Fei had improved tremendously that he went from being newly introduced to the techniques to now being able to more or less master them. Hee hee, I have better comprehensive abilities. That's all, Jiang Fei said and laughed. Oh! Although Yang Pe knew Jiang Fei made up his words, she did not push any further since he was not willing to share. In truth, Jiang Fei was able to improve so much because of his increased capabilities. Although Jiang Fei could practice martial arts techniques like other martial artists in the Alliance, the quality of his body was closer to that of a mutant. The energy in his body was entirely catalyzed by chemicals. Moreover, the path of energy flow did not course through his veins like how it did in the other martial artists. Instead, the energy emanated from an energy vortex within his body. After consuming the new bio potion, Jiang Fei's energy level increased from the low tier of level 2 to the middle tier of level 3. With the expansion of his energy capacity, he could wield his martial arts techniques much more naturally and efficiently. Therefore, Jiang Fei's body quality was similar to mutants of the West, and he did not need to work too hard to become powerful. All he needed to do was familiarize himself with battle techniques and, with a little bit of practice, become a legendary expert of his generation. However, Jiang Fei still had a great dissimilarity from the Western mutants. For the Western mutants, their strengths and weaknesses were determined at birth. Although they could improve their battle abilities through improved techniques, their levels were predetermined and could not be enhanced through their own effort. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, could drink more bio potions to increase the energy capacity in his body. After thoroughly mastering the 4 types of martial arts techniques, Jiang Fei wanted to test them against the Yang sisters. Of course, he would not be able to use his equipment abilities in combat practice. He would only be using his middle tier level 3 capabilities and the 4 low tier martial arts techniques against Yang Pe. Brother Jiang, are you willing to enlighten us with some of your knowledge? That's great! Yang Pe was delighted with Jiang Fei's request and accepted it wholeheartedly. In the sisters' eyes, Jiang Fei was undeniable a level 4 expert and was even the disciple of a level 5 godly being. If he was willing to impart some knowledge and wisdom to them, they would certainly benefit a great deal. I'm not really enlightening you with any knowledge. I just needed your help to test the 4 types of martial arts techniques I have newly learned. I will suppress my capabilities to middle tier level 3. Jiang Fei said and laughed. Okay. Yang Pa nodded. Although Jiang Fei mentioned suppressing his capabilities, she had ideas to force him to use his true force. Very soon, the two arrived at the center of the training room. Yang Qing was cheering happily for the both of them on one side. Brother Jiang, please. Yang Pa stood with a firm and ready stance. I won't go easy on you. Jiang Fei knew his true capabilities were not as competent as Yang Pa's. Therefore, he did not approach the fight with a relaxed attitude and immediately initiated an attack when he could. The energy vortex spun continuously as streams of golden energy flowed through Jiang Fei's legs. The gliding saint step was instantly activated by Jiang Fei with perfection. That's very fast. Yang Pa, who stood across from Jiang Fei, looked extremely shocked. The gliding saint step was merely a low-tier Qigong technique. However, when Jiang Fei used it, his speed was not any slower than Yang Pa's high-tier techniques. Thunder Palm. After getting close to Yang Pa, Jiang Fei aimed for her shoulders with his palm. After all, it was only a combat practice. It was unnecessary to strike against the vital parts of her body. That's a good one. Yang Pa shouted as she spun away and dodged his attack. She was not any slower than Jiang Fei. Moreover, she moved with a feminine agility which allowed her to easily sway away from Jiang Fei's palm attack. Thereafter, she leaned to one side and lifted her leg to kick against Jiang Fei's weak spot. After Jiang Fei dodged her kick, the two began their official fight through exchanges of various martial arts techniques. How is this possible? The longer they progressed with the combat practice, the more shocked Yang Pa felt. Jiang Fei was clearly exhibiting middle-tier level 3 capabilities and was only using low-tier martial arts techniques. However, when used by Jiang Fei, these low-tier martial arts techniques had a frightening effect which forced Yang Pa to counter with high-tier martial arts techniques. Could this be the secret technique of a level 5 expert? One could make even the low-tier martial arts techniques so tremendously powerful. It looks like I will have to continue to get closer to this young man. If I can find out what the secret technique is, Aquamoon Heavenly Palace would rise to a whole new level of glory. As Yang Pa continued to fight more intensely with Jiang Fei, her thoughts became increasingly determined. If Jiang Fei were to find out what she was thinking about at this moment, he would laugh at her naivety. Jiang Fei knew clearly that there was no secret technique involved. The only reason he could exhibit such power with low-tier martial arts techniques was because of his unique body quality. When a true martial artist used a martial arts technique, pure qi would flow through various veins in his body. The veins differed from one individual to the next and was dependent on the biological structure of the individual's body. Therefore, the pure qi would never travel in a straight line and, instead, course through the veins which zigzagged all over one's body. Jiang Fei's energy, on the other hand, was able to travel directly to the point of impact and there would be no loss of energy in the process. Therefore, regardless of the martial arts technique he used, the outcome would be much stronger than anyone else's. Chapter 476, Ghost Commander. After fighting for some time, Yang Pa began to feel restless. Despite giving it her best shot, she had not been able to force Jiang Fei to use his trump card. Jiang Fei was able to fight her to a draw by being just as agile as she was and using low-tier martial arts techniques that were not any weaker than her high-tier martial arts techniques. That's it. I'm done fighting. Brother Jiang, you are a bully. After a half-hearted attack, Yang Pa jumped out of the arena. Although she still had some unused ultimate techniques, those were far too strong for the occasion. Moreover, she could not control them as well as she would like to. Once she used them, there was a chance she might hurt Jiang Fei or force him to use an even stronger martial arts technique to counter her which might cause severe damage upon herself. Those were not consequences she was prepared to face. Hee hee, little sister Yang Pe, you are far too lenient. Although Jiang Fei was being polite about it, he was secretly overjoyed. After all, he had only spent a few days training, and yet he could already end up with a draw when going against a talented martial artist like Yang Pe. On top of that, he did not have to rely on the powers of his equipment, which was already a huge accomplishment for Jiang Fei. Whoa! Whoa! Brother Jiang, you are amazing. You only used middle-tier level 3 powers and low-tier martial arts techniques to draw against my sister. Unlike Yang Pe, Yang Qing did not care too much about winning or losing. She immediately hopped over to Jiang Fei and flirted with him by hugging his arm. Despite that, Yang Pe and Yang Qing were twins. This meant the two had similar minds and thoughts. Naturally, Yang Qing could very much relate to Yang Pe's plot to acquire the secret technique from Jiang Fei, which allowed low-tier martial arts techniques to exhibit the might of high-tier martial arts techniques. If a martial artist were to acquire that secret technique, he would be able to increase his capabilities significantly. He may even be able to use high-tier martial arts techniques to challenge stronger opponents of a much higher level. Therefore, the secret technique Jiang Fei was believed to have was an irresistible temptation to both the sisters and the entire Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. For the rest of the day, although Jiang Fei and the sisters continued to train in the martial arts center, Yang Pe's eyes never left Jiang Fei. She was seemingly trying to capture traces of his secret technique while observing his training process. Yang Qing, on the other hand, became even more intimate with Jiang Fei. Whenever Jiang Fei took a break from training, she would cling to his arm. After returning home in the evening, the sisters became even more diligent. They did everything they could to entertain Jiang Fei's mother and, as a result, kept a smile on her face throughout the evening. Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed as he thought to himself. He had conflicting thoughts about what was going on. As Jiang Fei's father was very busy with work and was rarely home, and Jiang Fei had to go to school, his mother would usually be alone and bored at home as a housewife. Jiang Fei rarely saw his mother this happy. Therefore, he was quite glad about how the sisters were able to make his mother experience so much joy. However, he knew that the sisters had ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have kept his guard up. Jiang Fei could not shake off the dilemma in his heart. After eating dinner with the 3 women in the house, and after some mindless chatter, he returned to his own room. The Yang sisters, on the other hand, accompanied his mother to watch soap operas. At night, Jiang Fei logged into the gaming world right on time. After the full day of hard work yesterday, Jiang Fei had managed to kill most of the small monsters in the fortress ruins. There were only 2 monsters left, one big, one small. After logging in, the first thing Jiang Fei did was transform into his Nephilim form. He then killed the leader-level small monster with Isabella and scouted the area surrounding the ruins, whilst drawing a map of the resources scattered around. Once Jiang Fei was done with those activities, the 4-hour cooldown period for his Nephilim transformation was also over. He made the transformation and returned to the center of the fortress ruins with Isabella to get rid of the final big monster. Ghost Commander Walkers, Spectre, Intermediate Lord, level 75, health points 15 million, attack power 35,000, skills Death Gaze, Smash, Swipe, Tornado Slash, Deadly Blade Aura, Sword Storm. Death Gaze, Ghost Commander Walkers deals 6,000 damage points to all enemy targets in a 50-meter radius every second. Smash, Walkers instantly deals a strong blow at an enemy target, causing damage equivalent to 1.5x of attack power. Swipe, Ghost Commander Walker's normal attack will deal damage to all enemies in front of him. Tornado Slash, Ghost Commander Walkers swings his weapon to deal significant damage to all enemies around him. Deadly Blade Aura, Walkers releases a blade aura to deal a large amount of damage to enemies in front of him in a 100-meter radius. Blade Fury, Walkers starts to spin with his weapon held horizontally. He continuously deals a large amount of damage to enemies in a 20-meter radius around him, and his movement speed is increased by 100%. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. For every enemy Walkers kills, the duration of Blade Fury increases by 3 seconds. Remark, a commander who used to guard the fortress. Although he had already died in battle, he continues to guard the area. Anyone who tries to invade his fortress will face destructive damage. What a strong opponent! When Jiang Fei saw his attributes, he could not help but take in a deep breath. Come on! Let's get to it! After taking in another deep breath, he steered the juvenile skygliding dragon toward the monster. As the monster was level 75, Isabella would not be able to deal any damage in her untransformed state. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to leave Isabella behind and attempted to fight the monster on his own. Crack! Just as Jiang Fei approached the monster, a purple thunderbolt struck Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's skin instantly turned purple. Simultaneously, wings began to extend out of his back and a huge horn appeared on his forehead. -6,000, -3,000, before Jiang Fei could even lash out, he and the juvenile skygliding dragon were each burnt by the death gaze when they had only started to get close to the monster. Shuffle! Jiang Fei swayed the giant hammer in his hand as a bright blade shaped like a crescent moon was hurled toward the ghost commander. -13,426. After transforming into the Nephilim form, Jiang Fei could completely ignore his enemy's defense attribute. Therefore, even without Ruthless Barrage's stacked attacks, his damage output was still shockingly high. Moreover, the lifesteal effect after transforming allowed Jiang Fei to recover health points lost by both the juvenile skygliding dragon and himself. How dare you invade my fortress, intruder! Jiang Fei's move to attack immediately activated the monster's aggro. Shuffle! The monster swayed the huge blade in his hand in a similar fashion and struck the juvenile skygliding dragon right on its abdomen. -9,325. This monster is indeed strong. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Due to the armor of destruction, the juvenile skygliding dragon had a base defense of 10,000 points. On top of the additional 300 defense points for every level Jiang Fei currently had. Therefore, the juvenile skygliding dragon had a total of 28,000 defense points. Additionally, it also had a 50% damage reduction. Despite having such strong defensive abilities, the juvenile skygliding dragon still lost close to 10,000 health points. Therefore, it was clear that the attack power of the monster was truly formidable due to the level difference. Come on! Let's see who wins and who loses. Jiang Fei immediately swung his giant hammer as strips of crescent-shaped blades landed on the monster's body. The damage output increased as the stacks from Ruthless Barrage increased. The monster retaliated without hesitation, as each of his attacks took away a large portion of the juvenile skygliding dragon's health points. Chapter 477, Another Skill Book. Jiang Fei was not at a disadvantage against the monster. Under his Nephilim form, Jiang Fei's attack power more than doubled. When his Ruthless Barrage stacked for the 10th time, his attack power exceeded 40,000. Moreover, under the Nephilim form, Jiang Fei was able to fully ignore his opponent's defense. Therefore, each attack dealt a significant amount of damage. With the Nephilim King's eyes, Jiang Fei could even regularly deal critical damage to his opponent, which resulted in a rapid loss of health points for the monster. Although the monster dealt nearly 10,000 damage to the juvenile skygliding dragon with every single attack, and occasionally even dealt more than 20,000 damage if he used his skills, Jiang Fei could still overcome the threat with his 140% lifesteal effect. Despite the monster having 15 million health points, Jiang Fei's ability to ignore the monster's defense was too overpowering. In less than 2 minutes, the Ghost Commander had lost nearly 2/3 of his health points. You damned invader! You are quite strong. Have a taste of my ultimate skill. The Ghost Commander shouted angrily as he activated his ultimate skill. Suddenly, the monster stopped his attacks and held his sword horizontally as his body began spinning at a rapid rate. Waves of sword energy emanated from his body and soon formed a giant blade fury. -30,000. A huge sum of number appeared above the juvenile skygliding dragon, indicating the amount of damage it just received. The juvenile skygliding dragon had instantly lost half of its health points. Whoa, screw me! This is insane! Jiang Fei focused his gaze. Although the ultimate skill's damage was insufficient to kill the juvenile skygliding dragon instantly, it was a skill with a continuous damage effect. Moreover, Jiang Fei was located very close to the center of the blade fury where the sword energy concentrated. This meant that it was entirely impossible for him to sustain the juvenile skygliding dragon's health points with his lifesteal effect. Furthermore, if the juvenile skygliding dragon were to die, Jiang Fei could not possibly withstand the insane damage with his own defense. Regardless of how strong his lifesteal effect was, there was a chance he might be instantly killed. Retreat! Jiang Fei instantly removed the juvenile skygliding dragon from combat. Simultaneously, he activated the Lightbringer's armament's Qilin body skill. Buzz! As soon as the juvenile skygliding dragon disappeared, a Qilin shadow appeared on Jiang Fei's body. Jiang Fei had entered an invincible state. Jiang Fei was left with no other option but to remove the juvenile skygliding dragon from combat. Although he had several life-protecting skills, none of them allowed him to protect his mount from being killed. Therefore, the only way Jiang Fei could save the juvenile skygliding dragon was to remove it from combat. The Qilin body allowed Jiang Fei to be in a state of invincibility for 10 seconds, which meant he could ignore Blade Fury completely. Jiang Fei made use of the time to attack the monster fervently. Jiang Fei caused the monster to lose over 10,000 health points yet again. Seeing as the Blade Fury was about to end, and his invincible state would end in a second, Jiang Fei hurriedly summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon. After a loud whistle from Jiang Fei, the juvenile skygliding dragon descended from the skies. By then, the monster's ultimate skill had also come to an end. However, Jiang Fei's biggest concern now was the 3-second delay from the time the juvenile skygliding dragon was summoned to when he could use it. Without his invincible state, Jiang Fei dared not rely on his own defense to fight against the monster. Shadow Barrier. Jiang Fei was unwilling to use the divine shield, which lasted 15 seconds. After all, Jiang Fei was uncertain as to whether the monster would use Blade Fury again. The Ghost Commander still had nearly 5 million health points. With a two-handed sword, the monster could not attack very frequently. In 3 seconds, he could only attack Jiang Fei 2 times at most. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei was slow in getting onto his mount, he would only have to bear 2 attacks. Hence, the Shadow Barrier, which could be used 3 times a day, was the best option. Resist! The monster's first attack was blocked by Jiang Fei's Shadow Barrier. Right then, Jiang Fei was also able to climb onto the juvenile skygliding dragon. Resist! Just as Jiang Fei sat on his mount, the second attack landed on him. Although he received another hit, the damage was not too unbearable for Jiang Fei. Once he was seated comfortably on the juvenile skygliding dragon, Jiang Fei no longer feared the monster's attacks. With the juvenile skygliding dragon as his fleshly shield, Jiang Fei resumed the battle with full force. As Jiang Fei's Nephilim transformation state lasted 10 minutes, he was not concerned about not being able to kill the monster before his transformation ended. In reality, the monster was left with less than 5 million health points. He could last at most another minute before being defeated. Jiang Fei's earlier precaution did not go to waste. When the monster reached the 10% health point threshold, he unleashed Blade Fury yet again. However, Jiang Fei was cautious enough to save the Divine Shield for this very moment. Therefore, Jiang Fei cancelled the juvenile skygliding dragon and activated his invincible state. The 15 seconds of invincibility not only allowed him to shelter himself from the monster's ultimate skill, it even bought him enough time to summon the juvenile skygliding dragon again. I will not fall. After the second Blade Fury, the monster no longer had the ability to counterattack Jiang Fei effectively. Very soon, the monster was killed by Jiang Fei. Ding! You have eliminated the Ghost Commander walkers. Obtain 5,500,000 experience points. Obtain 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Fei observed as the monster dug the giant sword into the ground as his entire body turned into ashes. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh mournfully. Just as the Ghost Commander himself had said, he would not fall even if he died. For a commander to sacrifice his own life twice to protect his grounds, he was commendable even though he was merely a character in the game. "All right, Bella, come over." Since the monster had died, Jiang Fei no longer needed to make Isabella wait somewhere far away. "Let's see what this fellow dropped," Isabella said as she jogged over to Jiang Fei. "Haha. Since when have you become interested in what the monsters dropped?" Jiang Fei asked nonchalantly. "Hee hee." Isabella giggled and smiled at Jiang Fei without answering his question. In all honesty, Isabella was personally not interested in what the monsters dropped as she had nothing to do with the items. The only reason she seemed to care so much was because these dropped items were able to increase Jiang Fei's capabilities rapidly once he equipped them. By now, the corpse had already fully vanished into thin air. However, the sword which the monster dug into the ground was still shining brightly. It seemed like the object had replaced the Ghost Commander's corpse. Crack! When Jiang Fei touched the sword, 2 items fell out. At the same time, the huge sword disappeared. Out of the 2 items, Jiang Fei first picked up a small notebook. Divine Marksman Skill, Dusk's Bow, use, teaches you the advanced skill of Dusk's Bow. Requirement, Archer class, Dusk's Bow, locks onto a single target in a 1,500 meter radius. After 5 seconds of power collection, a piercing arrow is shot toward the target. Deals 20 extra attack power to all targets the arrow passes through before reaching the final target. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Screw me! It is an advanced skill book. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although the Divine Marksman skill book had the same rank as the Seal Curse spell or Divine Art skill books, its damage output was incomparable to that of the Seal Curse spell. Although they were all AoE skills, Dusk's Bow could not kill as many enemies as the other skills because there would be limited targets in a straight line. Even if the skill could kill all the enemies instantly, it was still far weaker than the Seal Curse spell. Despite this, the value of the Dusk's Bow skill was not any lesser than the other skill books. In certain cases, its value might even be higher than the Seal Curse spell. Chapter 478, Epic Hidden Quest, Divine Marksman Skill. Dusk's Bow was a powerful skill, but it could not be compared to the powers of forbidden spells. Even so, the value of the skill lied not at the range of the skill but at the targets. A forbidden spell was a large nuke spell which was akin to a nuclear bomb. The destructive power lied in the massive area and killing power. The Divine Marksman skill, on the other hand, was one that had the destructive power of a railgun in a straight line that would effectively kill all that was in it. It was a sniping skill that could instantly kill the enemy's commander. A Divine Marksman would be the perfect counter to a forbidden spell user. Their skill range was much further than a magician and they could kill him or her before they knew it. The skill book that Jiang Fei had just obtained was not considered to be the strongest as its range was not the longest, nor was its power the strongest. It did have its own weakness. Once the skill was activated, anyone could dodge it if they could see it coming. Those that had been stunned or bound would feel the most threatened. A forbidden spell user would be completely helpless against this skill. When a magician casts a powerful skill that required a long period of time, they would use mana shield on themselves as well as have many warriors and other players protect them. The biggest drawback was that once the magician started to cast, they could not move. Dusk's Bow was a skill that could penetrate all protection, be it warriors or mana shields. If the enemy had this skill and was able to detect the presence of a forbidden spell user, that forbidden spell user would surely be killed before the forbidden spell could be unleashed. That was why Dusk's Bow was the ultimate counter for a forbidden spell user. Who should I give this book to? Now that he thought of it, there were not many bow users in his guild and even fewer that stood out. The main problem was he was not close to a single one of them. He could not just simply give out the skill book even if he had a guild member that was really strong. Might as well keep it first. Jiang Fei kept the skill book in the ring's inventory and looted the other items. The last item was a small letter that was sealed with a wax seal. Top secret, the Divine Light Fortress plot, Quest item, Epic, use, starts an Epic tier hidden quest. Level requirement, 60, a hidden quest. Jiang Fei was delighted. Hidden quests would surely garner a large number of experience points as well as rewards. What's more, it was an Epic tier hidden quest. The rewards would surely be grand. Jiang Fei activated the letter and the system notification popped out. Quest, urgent document. Quest description, deliver this top secret letter to Frontline Commander Ivan. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Quest reward, 200,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, not much but good enough, said Jiang Fei. Even though the first quest was a running quest, it would surely lead him to better ones. The location of Commander Ivan was not hard to find since the quest would automatically show his location on the minimap. Most importantly, he was in the Dark Faction's giant fortress, the Demon Flame Fortress. The Divine Light Fortress that the quest had mentioned was the giant golden fortress that he saw in the Light Faction. After collecting all the items on the ground, Jiang Fei quickly headed toward the core of the fortress. He then claimed this entire fortress with the authority as a guild master. After that, Jiang Fei flew toward the Demon Flame Fortress with the juvenile skygliding dragon. He needed to go there anyway since he needed to hire NPC workers for the fortress construction as well as the quest submission. Since he needed to be quick, Jiang Fei skipped the NPC hiring and went straight to the main hall to search for Commander Ivan. "Hold," said one of the NPC guard that was standing guard at the entrance. "I need to speak with the Commander-in-Chief, respected Demon Explorer. You may not enter the Commander's hall as you do not possess enough authority," said the guard politely as Jiang Fei was both an explorer and a demon race. He had the priority then. "I have an important top-secret document for the Commander," said Jiang Fei as he showed the quest item to the guard. "Please wait, my lord. I will report this to the Commander," said the NPC before he left. In less than 30 seconds, the NPC came back and said, "My lord, if you would, please follow me, thank you." The NPC guard opened the doors and led Jiang Fei inside the hall. No matter how Jiang Fei looked, the hall was designed to be the central commanding station. Desks and tables filled the room and there were papers and scrolls scattered everywhere. Naturally, there were decorations designed to look like the Hall of the Dark Faction. Banners and sigils were that of the Dark Faction. "Lord Commander, the Demon Explorer is here," said the NPC guard as he announced Jiang Fei's presence to Commander Ivan. There were 3 other NPCs. Jiang Fei could see all their names and properties due to the ring's cheating ability. Sitting in the middle of the huge meeting table was the pure-blood Nephilim frontline Commander Ivan. The other 2 were mixed-blood demons. The one on the left was a more demon race, Demolition General Frist. The one on the right was a Vengeful Knight, Knights Commander Heinz. They were all level 85 peak Lord tier bosses that were almost as strong as an Overlord tier boss. "Brother, what brings you here?" said Ivan. He saw Jiang Fei as someone close since they were both pure-blood demons. "Lord Commander, I have incidentally acquired this top-secret document. As it seemed urgent, I have decided to come to you," said Jiang Fei as he handed over the quest item to him. Ding! Quest completed. You have obtained 200,000 experience points, 50 gold coins. The first step of the quest was easy, hence the amount of experience points and gold coins received were not too grand. "This is the handwriting of walkers," said Ivan as he started to tremble. "General Walkers had perished," said Jiang Fei, unable to admit that he was the one that had killed him. Technically speaking, Walkers had already died when Jiang Fei arrived. He had merely killed his wandering spirit. If he had fought Walkers when he was still alive, Jiang Fei would not be talking to Ivan then. "Sigh. Looks like the worst-case scenario has occurred," said Ivan. Chapter 479, An Eye for an Eye. The 3 high-tier demon officers mourned the death of Walkers for a moment before discussing amongst themselves. Through their discussion, Jiang Fei had managed to understand the content of the letter. The letter was supposed to be a request for reinforcements. However, by the outcome of the fight, the request was useless since the fortress that Walkers held was destroyed and Walkers himself had died. Ivan turned to Jiang Fei and said, "My brother, you have my thanks for delivering this important document. However, I am unable to have my revenge for walkers since we are currently at war with the Divine Light Fortress. I have a favor to ask of you. Since we are of the same blood, I would not hold back." "I need your help. What can I help you with?" replied Jiang Fei. He was expecting it since the letter delivery quest was the most vanilla method to start a quest. "Even though we cannot take any time out to have revenge for brother walkers, there is no way I would allow my fellow demon to die unavenged," said Ivan. Ding! Frontline Commander Ivan has a legendary hidden quest for you, an eye for an eye. Will you accept it? After Ivan was finished with his speech, Jiang Fei received a system notification. "As a fellow demon, I will have my brother avenged," said Jiang Fei as he accepted the legendary hidden quest. "Good answer. You are truly one of the brave demons," said Ivan happily. Ding! You have accepted the quest, an eye for an eye. Quest name, an eye for an eye. Quest description, the Divine Light Fortress had sent out an assassin to kill walkers. An eye for an eye. Your mission is to infiltrate the Divine Light Fortress and assassinate the Moonlight Priest. Quest reward, 40 million experience points, 1,000 gold coins, equipment, Ring of Decimation, Ancient. Oh my, Jiang Fei was excited. The quest reward was extremely grand. To match the reward, the quest must be extremely hard. Jiang Fei was naturally happy to see such a grand reward for a legendary hidden quest completion. However, the problem was with the difficulty. Infiltrating a fortress was not a hard task since he could fly in the sky and drop down. He would not need to worry about any of the guards that were blocking the entrance. Even though Jiang Fei was powerful, he was only at level 60. The NPC guards and soldiers were all at least at level 70. The fortress was not really a fortress but a church. Even so, one must never look down on the members of the Luminous Church. A group of level 70 advanced elite soldiers or even a small group of boss-tier monsters would not be easily taken down. Fighting in the field was different than in the fortress. Field monsters were easy to kite and kill one by one. Even if there was a boss, he could use his morphing skills to kill them off, one at a time. Fighting in a fortress was not easy since NPCs could request for reinforcements when the battle started. Jiang Fei was still at the point where he could only defeat a boss one fight at a time. Should he be faced with a situation where the boss fight required him to fight with his demon morph skills, he would need to wait for 4 hours before he could fight another boss. Slowly grinding his way into the fortress would not be a good idea. "Lord Commander, I am but willing to sacrifice my life to have revenge for the fallen walkers. However, I fear that my life alone would not accomplish this mission," said Jiang Fei as humbly as he could. "Do not fear, my brother. I trust your ability, hence, your task is only to destroy the 4 defense towers as well as the 2 teleportation circles that are in the fortress," said Ivan as he gave Jiang Fei 2 things. Military-grade explosive, quest item, normal, use, 30 seconds countdown explosive. If the bomb is not destroyed during the countdown, the bomb will destroy all targets and buildings within 5 meters. Military-grade mini teleportation device, quest item, normal, use, installs a small teleportation circle. 10 seconds installation time. Jiang Fei carefully examined the properties of the items that Ivan had given to him. One was a box of 6 explosives and another was a small portable teleportation circle. It seemed that his mission was to destroy 6 buildings and escape using the teleportation circle. The rest of the demon army would handle the rest. "Lord Commander, you have my promise. I will complete this mission," said Jiang Fei after he kept the items. "You have my trust, brother." "Godspeed," said Ivan as he patted Jiang Fei's shoulders. "For the demon race," said Jiang Fei as he left the hall. He had been hearing the same phrase from other soldiers. It was some form of greeting and salutation. He guessed that he should use it as well. After leaving the castle, Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and flew toward the quest destination. To prevent the Divine Light Fortress from attacking him with their anti-air attacks, Jiang Fei flew extremely high to the point where even hunters with eagle-eye skill could not detect him. From that altitude, Jiang Fei could easily infiltrate the territory. However, there was an obvious downside. While others could not see him, Jiang Fei could not see them as well. Jiang Fei could only depend on the minimap to guess his approximate position. There was nothing but darkness from where he was. When he was directly on top of the Divine Light Fortress, Jiang Fei descended a little and had Isabella use her magic to scout the area. From his point of view, Jiang Fei could only see the entire fortress as a tiny coin. As for people from the fortress, they could only see Jiang Fei as a small pin-sized pixel. Lucky for Jiang Fei, Isabella's image projection magic could work at that distance. The so-called fortress was built more like a small town. At all four corners of the town were the scouting towers. The teleportation circles were situated in the middle of the town as well as the south gate. Those were the targets that Jiang Fei needed to destroy. There were other buildings as well, such as a governing building, a huge church, various shops, and a merchant complex. Even though the entire town was not huge, the buildings in the town were built fairly close to each other. The demon faction's target was located in the Moonlight Church, the building that was attached behind the large church. Players at this stage of the game were not permitted to freely enter any faction territory. That was why there were no players in the town. Besides NPCs that were mending their shops, there were only soldiers and guards. "Let's land there," said Isabella as she found a small area behind the hills that was slightly far away from the town. "All right, that seems like a good spot." The landing area was at most a few minutes' walk from the town. The place was hidden well amongst the hills, which was good since Jiang Fei did not want anyone to spot them. After landing, Jiang Fei unsummoned the dragon as soon as possible. The dragon might have powerful attack and defense, but its body was too huge. As the quest was a covert mission, he could not let anyone spot the huge behemoth of a dragon too soon. Chapter 480, Demolition in Progress. After the dragon was gone, Jiang Fei began to scout the area. To be honest, the place was a treasure trove. Not only was it a sight to behold, the area was also literally covered by herbs. Closer to the hills, there were plenty of minerals to be harvested. Although the hills were not huge, it was enough to fully fund a mid-sized guild. "What a waste," said Jiang Fei regretfully. He was not a gatherer-class player. There were so many resources around the area that he could not harvest. The area was located very close to the territory of the Light faction. Even when players could start to gather here, Jiang Fei's guild still could not come close to this territory. "Oh well, nothing I can do about it," Jiang Fei said to himself. He then proceeded with his quest and came down the hill. Moonlight Church was located not too far away from where he was. Even though Jiang Fei could not see much further, he could at least still see the silhouette of the town. "Bella, do your thing," said Jiang Fei with a large smile. "Okay." Isabella nodded and did a hand sign that conjured a large shadow bubble that enveloped the both of them. Both Jiang Fei and Isabella immediately turned invisible. If one were to stand 5 meters away, they could still make out something since the distortion of light could be seen. Any further and one could not see them at all. That was the level 60 skill that granted players with invisibility. "Let's go." After making sure that both of them were invisible, they proceeded toward the town swiftly. Soon enough, they reached the first defense tower. Jiang Fei carefully examined the tower's properties. Small scout tower, defense building, small size, health points, 200 million, attack power, 1 million, skills, multi-target ballista, heavy ballista, multi-target ballista, attacks 10 targets simultaneously. Attacks 3 times in 1 second. Attack range, 5 meters. Heavy ballista, attacks 1 target, 1000% attack power and attack range. Note, the small scout tower is a defensive building. All non-siege weapons will deal 50% less damage. Thank God we're only infiltrating this town. If we had to invade this town, there would be countless casualties without a proper siege weapon, said Jiang Fei to himself. 1 million attack power was not something a player or NPC could handle. One attack would instantly kill any living being. Multi-attack ballista was a real killing machine. With such fast attack speed, a single tower could eliminate an entire army before they could even cause any significant damage to the tower. Each of the towers was so strong that they had godlike existence. How was that a small scout tower? After getting past the tower, Jiang Fei and Isabella stopped to scout the surroundings. After 1 hour, Jiang Fei had roughly understood the area he was in. In each tower, there would be 4 level 70 advanced elite guards. Every half an hour, there would be NPC guards patrolling all 4 towers. If Jiang Fei wanted to detonate all the bombs safely, he needed to get the timing right and make sure he did it within 30 minutes before the next patrol arrived. After the towers, Jiang Fei remained passive and moved deeper into the town. He needed to destroy not only the towers but the teleportation circles as well. Both the teleportation circles were guarded by 4 advanced elite level 70 guards as well as 2 advanced elite magicians. The handy little bomb that he had could easily destroy the buildings, but he needed to make sure that no one would destroy it within 30 seconds or the bombs would be disarmed. Right. The window of opportunity is only less than 30 minutes. We need to make sure that all of the bombs are set in place within that time, said Jiang Fei. The 4 scout towers were easier to deal with since they were all situated at the corners of the town. There would not be anyone disturbing him. However, the 2 teleportation circles were harder to destroy. One was located at the south gate and the other was at the entrance of the church. If he carelessly made his move, someone would quickly notice and the reinforcements from the light faction would arrive quickly. We can quietly destroy the scout towers. But it looks like we might have to brute force our way to destroy the teleportation circles. Anything you say, said Isabella with a smile. All right, let's go. Since Isabella had nothing in mind, Jiang Fei did not continue to think of another way. Both of them then moved toward the nearest scout tower. He waited there for a bit until the patrol team had left. It was his chance. Even though he had less than 30 minutes, dealing with all 4 of the scout towers would not be hard. With invisibility on them, sneaking past the guards was easy. Lifesteal Demon Morph was activated and Jiang Fei did not waste any time to attack the 4 guards. Isabella used Demon Flame Infusion and attacked together. Jiang Fei and Isabella were at a disadvantage since their levels were too low. However, that did not stop them from actually killing the enemy. The 50% attack speed increase was truly beneficial for Jiang Fei since he needed speed in order to stack Ruthless Barrage as fast as possible. After 10 stacks, Jiang Fei's original 20,000 attack power was suppressed to only around 6,000. Luckily, with his increased attack speed and Isabella's combined attack, his DPS was able to reach more than 15,000. In less than half a minute, Jiang Fei was able to kill all of the level 70 advanced elite guards with no more than 500,000 health points. Ding! You have killed a light faction member. Obtain 150,000 experience points. 300 honor points, 50 silver coins. Ding! You have killed a light faction member. Obtain 150,000 experience points, 300 honor points, 50 silver coins. After all 4 guards had died, Jiang Fei realized that the guards had additional honor points instead of just experience points. He then realized that killing anyone from the light faction was beneficial to him since he was part of the dark faction. Chapter 481, Brute Force. After Jiang Fei had silently killed all 4 of the guards in the tower, he moved down instead of installing the explosives. His reason was simple. He did not want to lose the element of surprise yet. Once the bomb went off, the light faction army would swarm to this tower and Jiang Fei would not be able to stay hidden for long. Once they were out of the tower, Isabella cast Hidden Shadow again and the duo stealthily went into the 2nd tower, the 3rd, and the 4th to kill all the guards. 15 minutes later, all guards in all 4 towers were eliminated. What comes next relies on speed, said Jiang Fei as he was about to install the first explosive. When the progress bar finished, Jiang Fei immediately rushed toward the 2nd tower without looking back to check on the bomb. By the time Jiang Fei had only just reached the second tower, the explosives on the first tower detonated, destroying it. Jiang Fei had no time to turn around to enjoy the fireworks. He had to make haste toward the second tower to install the next explosives. TSK. 30 seconds is just too short, said Jiang Fei as he installed the second explosive. Emergency, something is happening? Soldier, go and find out what it was. Oh no, the defense tower in the northeast has been destroyed. Where are all the guards? Go and find out what is going on. Just as Jiang Fei was headed toward the third tower, the entire town had started to stir. However, the NPCs in the town were not in chaos. It was, after all, a military base. Everyone was organized and mannered. When the first tower was destroyed, the soldiers' first reaction was to investigate the site. Since they did not know that Jiang Fei was going to destroy all the towers, the NPCs did not send anyone to the other 3 towers. It was a good chance for Jiang Fei to slip past many unsuspecting eyes as he made his way toward the third tower. Concurrently, the second explosive in the second tower detonated. Another burst of powerful shockwave was heard and another tower was reduced to rubble. What is going on? Captain Sir, the northeast tower as well as the northwest tower has been destroyed. There's no sign of an attack. Well, why don't you find out who did this and report back to me with more useful information? Boom! The third tower was destroyed. Captain Sir, the tower in the southwest has been destroyed too. Shall we go and investigate there? Oh my god. What a waste of ration for you dim-witted lots. Can't you see that someone is targeting all the towers in this base? Go and secure the southeast tower. We cannot allow whoever there to destroy the last one, said the captain guard. While they were having the conversation, Jiang Fei was already in the southeast tower, installing the explosive. And by the time Jiang Fei was leading with Isabella, he saw a large group of guards coming into the tower. Haha, good reaction, but it's still too slow. Jiang Fei was literally running against a large group of guards without them noticing him. They were too engrossed with the task in hand that they did not notice a presence moving toward them. Jiang Fei did not care to stop the guards from protecting the tower since the bomb had less than 10 seconds before detonation. By the time they arrived, the tower would be destroyed. Boom! Ding! You have killed a light faction member. Obtained 150,000 experience points, 300 honor points, 50 silver coins. Right after the explosion, Jiang Fei gained a number of system notifications. Not bad. Free experience points, said Jiang Fei happily. Currently, the two of them were rushing toward the south gate's teleportation circle. Dong! 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 The bells in the church rung, alerting the entire town of an imminent attack. All the shops and merchant stalls were closed and NPC guards were all gathered at the nearest defense tower that was already been reduced to rubble. The teleportation circle had 2 additional guards as reinforcements, but it was nothing that Jiang Fei could not handle. At this point, there was no need for him to remain in the shadows. He leaped forward, breaking out of his stealth and attacked the guards around the teleportation circle. He needed to grasp every single second. If the town's captain guard was fast enough, he might have already sent his request for reinforcements from a nearby fortress. Crack! Thump! A bolt of violet lightning struck down and Jiang Fei was in his demon form. Like hungry lions, Jiang Fei and Isabella charged in without giving the enemy a chance to strike back. They were level 70 advanced elite tier monsters. It would be fair to say that Jiang Fei using his demon form to fight was a massive overkill. In less than 30 seconds, all guards that were stationed at the teleportation circle were killed. Bella, there's no way but to brute force our way through the next target, said Jiang Fei after the bomb was planted on the teleportation circle. I understand. Isabella nodded. The reason Jiang Fei said such a thing was due to that fact that there were already oncoming soldiers pouring out from the teleportation circle. Jiang Fei tried his best to keep the soldiers by pushing them back against the flow. If they were allowed to spawn limitlessly, not even Jiang Fei could stand long. 19:20 21. Jiang Fei counted until there were 5 seconds left. At that point, Jiang Fei stopped pushing back the enemies and dragged Isabella as far as he could from the teleportation circle. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, boom. The bomb detonated just as Jiang Fei had managed to get to a safe distance away. All the soldiers that were coming out of the teleportation circle were instantly killed. Bella, I need your help. We're breaking past the soldiers, said Jiang Fei as he summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon and flew up without her. Isabella immediately understood what he needed and turned into a demon dragon. There was no need for stealth at this point since there was only one target left. Moreover, there were just too many soldiers that were gathering at the church. Jiang Fei alone could not handle that many enemies. O merciful Lord of Light, please deliver us from damnation. That's a dragon. No! There are 2 dragons, O Lord, have thou forsaken us? When a huge dragon and a medium-sized dragon appeared in the sky, the higher intelligence NPCs were freaked out. Those that were not programmed with higher intelligence merely charged toward Jiang Fei and Isabella, ignoring the fact that they were dragons. Jiang Fei swooped down and attacked all that he got close to. With his demon form still active, Jiang Fei could still take a hit without being in danger. Growl! Isabella roared deafeningly and activated a new skill that she had just unlocked, the dragon form AoE magic, Dark Light. Needle-like rays of black light came raining down from under Isabella's huge wings. Those that were inflicted by the skill melted like candle wax. Cries of pain and suffering were heard as the skill was unleashed. Thousands of soldiers that came out from the church were killed with just one swoop. Chapter 482, Ring of Decimation. There was only one teleportation circle left in the town, and it was situated right behind the huge church. Countless soldiers came pouring out of the church, but Isabella's powerful attacks killed them all like a sickle cutting through weed. Taking this chance, Jiang Fei was able to plant the explosive easily uninterrupted. Stop that man, someone cried, spotting Jiang Fei. In the beginning, they were all paying attention to how strong Isabella was and knew that it would be safer to hide at the back. That was how they were able to spot Jiang Fei's fishy actions. They understood that the 4 defense towers and 1 teleportation circle were destroyed by him. Knowing what he was doing and what he would do next, they could not stand idly by. If Jiang Fei destroyed the last teleportation circle, they would be cut off from any support and reinforcements. The closest fortress would be 3 hours away. Isabella, the demon dragon, would have killed them all by the time anyone came to save them. The NPCs understood that there was nothing but defeat if Jiang Fei were to destroy the teleportation circle. Hence, with nothing else to lose, they charged in, hoping to save their one last beacon of hope. Bella! Stop them, cried Jiang Fei as more than 10 of the high officers that were charging toward him were at least level 70 Lord tier bosses. Even though Jiang Fei was able to fend them off in his demon form, there was still a chance for him to lose since he had no time to plan the counterattack. Moreover, there were too many of them. If even one of them got past him and destroyed the explosive on the teleportation circle, Jiang Fei would fail his quest. Isabella roared and glided downward to ram the officers. Having higher artificial intelligence, these NPCs started to retreat as a huge dragon came down from the sky. Even though it was a now or never situation, they could not even hope to defeat a 30-meter-long demon dragon. Bella! I'm counting on you now. Please hold on for at least 30 seconds, cried Jiang Fei as he charged forward to plant the explosive on the teleportation circle. Isabella nodded her dragon head and started to spew fire all over the route to prevent anyone from coming closer to Jiang Fei. Dragon breath was powerful, but it was only able to stop the NPCs in their tracks and nothing more. They were all too good in dodging attacks. Still, the attack was large enough to deal a significant amount of damage in just one hit. There's no time left. We cannot allow that man to set off the bomb. It's die trying or die either way, cried one of the officers. They were truly desperate then. The soldiers that were coming out of the teleportation circle were stopped by Jiang Fei, and the huge dragon was blocking their path. Desperate, the officers rushed toward Isabella and started to attack. Even though all of them had the level advantage against Isabella, she had an exorbitant amount of defense that those level 70 Lord tier bosses could not break. "Thank you, Bella. Please go as far as you can," cried Jiang Fei when the bomb was near to detonation. He immediately activated Kylan's protection. With invulnerability, Jiang Fei would be safe from the explosion. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up to the sky, and the last teleportation circle connecting this town to the outside world was destroyed. All reinforcements were cut off. Oops! Looks like you're on your own now. Time for me to summon my own reinforcements, said Jiang Fei as he laughed. He took out the device that Ivan had given him and opened it up to form a small teleportation circle. Damn you! You're one of the demon race, cried one of the officers. Huh? Are they blind? Said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. He was fighting in his demon form the whole time, and Isabella was in her demon dragon form. How could they not know what he was? His transformed form was a pure-blood demon. It seemed that the NPCs were only programmed to recognize the demon race via special methods instead of relying on their eyes. How dumb are they? The officers of the Light faction have been fighting for ages against the Dark faction. How could they not know that I am of the demon race? Naturally, there was a good reason why this happened. It was the fault of the designers and programmers. They were just too lazy. Implementing higher artificial intelligence in NPCs was not an easy task. Each NPC must have their own specific coding that required weeks or even months of work. The designers and programmers must have thought that these NPCs were not important to the story plot, hence, their lack of attention to detail. Due to this conception, only NPCs and bosses that were of higher levels and were not part of dungeon maps were granted higher artificial intelligence. Other NPCs such as dungeon bosses as well as NPC guards and soldiers were only granted a specific set of programming to follow. Those were the kind that responded to only a certain input. Currently, Jiang Fei finished setting up the mini teleportation circle. He no longer cared about the reason behind how dumb the officers of the Light faction were. Right now, there was a sea of soldiers coming through the portal and into the small town. Well done, brother. I never thought that you would finish the mission this quickly. I haven't even finished my meal, said Heinz the Knight's commander as he stepped out of the portal. Ha! This little one is not worthy of your praise, said Jiang Fei. Ho-ho! Your humble act of bravery shall not go unrewarded, said Heinz. Ding! You have completed the hidden quest, an eye for an eye. Ding! You have obtained 40 million experience points, 1,000 gold coins, Ring of Decimation. Your reputation points in the demon race has increased by 1,000 points. You have gained 500 reputation points in the Dark faction. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 61. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribution points. Nice! Jiang Fei smiled happily. Even though it was just one level, reaching level 61 was a huge leap for Jiang Fei. Many of the enemies in this map were all level 70 and above. Reaching level 61 would immediately remove the level suppression system that was in effect when he was still at level 60. Now that the quest was over, Jiang Fei opened his inventory and examined the Ring of Decimation. Ring of Decimation, Ring, Ancient, Magic Attack plus 1000, Intelligence, plus 200, Vitality, plus 50, Equip, grants a passive skill Decimate. Strengthen Forbidden Spells. Increase AoE diameter by 50%, damage by 40%. Level requirement, 60, Chapter 483, Powerful Reinforcements. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to say anything. He knew that forbidden spells could be enhanced through equipment, but he had never seen anything like it. He would never have thought that such an equipment could be obtained through a quest. Even though the negative vitality stat was a little troublesome since magicians are like glass cannons, the magic attack stat of the ring was so powerful it made the ring a must-have item for magicians. Aside from the annoying negative vitality stat, the ring had a level requirement of 60. Little Rain was only at level 45. He would have to wait for quite some time until level 60 is reached. My lord, what is the next step? Said Jiang Fei to Heinz. An eye for an eye, remember, said Heinz as he held the sword in his hand tighter. He had considered the fallen walkers as a real brother. The four of them, Heinz, Walkers, Ivan, and Frizz, were a band of brothers. How could he ever forgive and forget the enemies who had killed his brother? You there, cried Heinz as he called for one of the lower-ranking soldiers. Yes, sir, rally together. I want you to repaint this town with the blood of its inhabitants. Except for the Moonlight Church, you shall not let anyone go. Yes, sir. The lower-ranked soldier raced across the platoon and spread the order. Soon enough, the entire army was marching to all corners, killing anyone and everyone of the light faction. At this point, there was no resistance left. The soldiers that were supposed to be reinforcements were easily killed by Isabella. Even the higher officers of the light faction had been instantly swallowed by Isabella by the time Heinz and his fellow dark faction soldiers arrived. Many of the closed doors of houses and shops were burst open and the NPCs inside were killed mercilessly. In no time at all, the entire town was wailing in terror. There's no need to kill innocent civilians, is there? Said Isabella. She had already morphed back to her normal self. Even though she enjoyed butchering sea monsters, she could not stomach the scene of the massacre. Princess, we came here with a mission. There cannot be any room for mistake. We must have insurance, said Heinz as he bowed to Isabella. He did not retract the order. Mission? Does it have something to do with the Moonlight Church? Asked Jiang Fei. That's right. We have a piece of insider information. The saint of the Luminous Church is supposedly meditating in that building, said Heinz as he pointed toward the Moonlight Church. Are you going to kidnap her? Asked Jiang Fei. If they wanted to kill the saint, Heinz would not waste much time killing innocent civilians. He would have just destroyed the entire building instead. That's where you're wrong. We are not kidnapping her. We are enslaving her. There are too many barriers and traps in that church. If we tried to destroy it, we would lose many of our soldiers. The reason why I had laid down the order to attack the town was to coax the saint to come out on her accord. She is a naive little girl. Even if it was to protect the image of the Luminous Church, she would come out to secure the lives of these people, said Heinz. Jiang Fei did not say much after. He did not approve of Heinz's method, but it was out of his hands. He could understand that he was trying to protect his own troops. Even though it was a gain to Jiang Fei, Heinz was living in it. He was a man of war and he understood the consequences of letting civilians go. Stop! At that moment, the doors of the Moonlight Church flung open. A group of nuns came out and the one that was standing in front was the supposed saint. She looked like she was only around 15 years old. Yet there was some kind of holy aura surrounding her. No matter the angle, there was nothing but holiness and divinity. Well, well, well. If it isn't Her Highness the Saint. All soldiers, cease attack, cried Heinz after the saint had came out of the church. How could you? Despicable demons, cried the divine saint. Madam, I am but a war commander. I only have two things to worry about. To obtain victory in war, and to protect all of my soldiers. There is nothing else that matters besides that, said Heinz as he smiled. He did not mind the insult that the saint had thrown at him. If I obey you, would you let the town go? Said the saint as she understood that reasoning with Heinz would only end in an impasse. That is correct, my lady. If the Moonlight Church had not been too dangerous for me, I would not have killed the civilians. Rest assured, if you follow me, you have my word that there would be no more killings in this town, said Heinz. Your Highness, you cannot go with them. Please retreat to the church. We can rely on the protection of the church until reinforcements arrive, cried an older nun that was beside the saint. I mustn't. What about the civilians? Said the saint as she shook her head. Your Highness, I do not have time to waste watching the two of you chatting away. We are in your territory, and your reinforcements will arrive at any moment. I do not wish to have any more casualties. So, here is what I propose. Follow me now or I'll have the entire town killed. Choose your next words carefully, said Heinz as he crossed his arms. I will follow you, said the saint without a shred of hesitation. To be honest, she did not have much choice. If she chose to retreat into her church, she would survive, but the faith of the people would be severely shaken. Your Highness! You mustn't do this, cried the older nun again as she got in the way to prevent the saint from walking down the stairs. I see that the older lady there wishes for the demise of the town. Or perhaps does she intend to follow you, said Heinz as he glared at the old nun. Eek! The old nun shrieked in terror when her eyes met Heinz's. She immediately let the saint go and ran back to the church. Sigh, Jiang Fei sighed heavily. Even though he belonged to the dark faction, he acknowledged how remarkable the manner of conduct of the light faction saint was. Not only did she ignore her own well-being for the safety of the people, she also did it to protect the faith of her religion. It was a rare sight indeed. As for the other nuns behind her, they did not have her strength. Lady Saint. Heinz greeted the saint with politeness as if she were an honored guest. He did not lay his hands on her, and his soldier even moved a good distance away to allow the saint to walk freely on her own. Heinz also did not restrain her, nor did he seal her magic powers. She was treated like a guest on her way to the Demon Flame Fortress. I hope you stay true to your words, said the saint as she stopped and turned around. Heinz merely nodded. The saint flinched a little but chose to trust him. After a short distance, she walked past the soldiers that were gathered around the church and entered the mini-teleportation circle. Soldiers, retreat to our base, cried Heinz immediately after the saint had disappeared. Wretched scum! Return our saint at once, cried a loud voice from the skies. Damn! Retreat! Retreat now, cried Heinz as his voice shook with fear. He felt sudden overwhelming power that could only originate from an overlord-tier boss. My princess, please retreat along with the soldiers. I will buy us some time, said Heinz immediately to Isabella. They had painstakingly secured a high-profile enemy and could not afford to lose one of their own. Chapter 484, Putting a Ring on It. What are you going to do? Asked Jiang Fei, pretending to be worried. What every commander of war would do. Besides, dying on the battlefield is the highest honor a man could earn, said Heinz with a warm smile. Jiang Fei sighed when he saw that there was not a single shred of fear nor doubt in his smile. There was a 1 in a million chance that Heinz could fight and survive a battle against an overlord-tier opponent. Knowing this, Heinz was adamant about staying behind. Once both Jiang Fei and Isabella had gone through the portal, Heinz would destroy the mini-teleportation circle to cut off any means of travel to the Demon Flame Fortress. Very well. I shall tell the tale of your bravery to the others, said Jiang Fei as he tried to say something a loyal soldier would. He did not know what was going on, yet he was sure that it had something to do with the continuation of the scenario. Even if he wanted to see how the story unfolded, neither he nor Isabella would be able to stand a chance against an overlord-tier boss. You dare to escape? Cried the same voice. A flash of golden light came down in between Jiang Fei and the mini-teleportation circle. Ah, Jiang Fei was stunned. It's you, the overlord-tier boss gasped at the sight of Jiang Fei. Commander Heinz, please take your troops across the portal. I will deal with this myself. Do not worry. I swear that no harm shall befall the princess, said Jiang Fei as he heroically took a stance against the boss. What? Before Heinz could even react to Jiang Fei's absurd request, Jiang Fei had summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon and flown away. Heinz was stunned with Jiang Fei's escape with Isabella and was even more bewildered when the overlord-tier boss left him and his troops to chase after Jiang Fei. Retreat, cried Heinz as it was his priority to finish what he started. He had already accomplished his mission and there was nothing left for him to do. Once everyone had already entered the portal, Heinz glanced back at the direction where Jiang Fei had flown to and placed a bomb at the mini-teleportation circle before going inside the portal. 30 seconds later, the bomb detonated and the portal was destroyed. leaving nothing but a decimated town. Right now, the only way the Light faction could rescue their saint was to launch an all-out attack at the Demon Flame Fortress. However, like the town, the Demon's Fortress was protected by many towers and defensive weapons that were far more superior. Bring your overlords, because not even they could withstand the defense of the Demon Flame Fortress. Back to where Jiang Fei was, he had returned to where he had first landed. The hills where herbs and minerals were in abundance. When Jiang Fei landed, a light pillar flashed down from the sky and a beautiful young girl came out of it. Humph. Isabella scoffed as she hugged Jiang Fei from behind. I finally meet you again, said the young girl with powerful emotions of bittersweet and longing. Jiang Fei could not say anything at the moment. The young beautiful girl that was the Overlord tier boss was the assassin of the Luminous Church, Sylphie. A long time ago, Jiang Fei had used Heartfelt on this NPC, thinking that he could at least gain a powerful spy in the Light faction. Little did he know that he had unlocked a hidden setting in the game that made an opposite-gender NPC be madly in love with him. Heartfelt was an item that would ignore all necessary requirements and increase one's relationship points to the maximum amount. Humph. Isabella scoffed again, this time even louder and more pompous. Her hands had even moved toward Jiang Fei's waist this time. It looked like she was preventing Jiang Fei from moving away from her. What are you doing here? Asked Jiang Fei shyly. He understood that he was in between two girls. In reality, he would immediately have a headache. He would never think that it would be the same in the game. I was checking on the defensive post of the Divine Light Fortress when I heard that the Saint of the Moonlight Church was taken away. The teleportation circle was reported to be destroyed. With no reinforcements, I was forced to come here. Thank the gods for it, since I am able to see you again. While Sylphie was explaining the reason she came to the town, her complexion was rather normal. However, when she reached the last sentence, her face turned as red as a tomato and she began to rub her fingers together whilst fidgeting like a little girl. However, she did not avert her eyes but stared at Jiang Fei emotionally. What a troublesome feature this is, thought Jiang Fei. At that moment, when Sylphie was bashfully confessing her affection to Jiang Fei, Isabella was hugging Jiang Fei's waist so tightly that she was practically crushing him. Even though the pain setting was set to only 10%, he could still feel it. It's your fault. Why would you use such an item in the first place? Isabella whispered angrily. At this point, the airhead Jiang Fei finally saw the signal. Isabella was madly jealous. What did you say about the defensive post again? Said Jiang Fei to Sylphie. In 20 days, we will start a war with the Dark faction, said Sylphie. Being madly in love with Jiang Fei, she had nothing to hide from him and would not think twice about revealing top-secret military information to him. 20 days? Isn't that the day that the game developers will release a new patch? Thought Jiang Fei. While Jiang Fei was thinking to himself, Sylphie came down to her knees and begged Jiang Fei. Please take me with you. I was miserable without you. Ever since that day, you have been in my mind for every second of my life, cried Sylphie. Jiang Fei froze like a popsicle. That was the first time Jiang Fei had ever been confessed to. Gaia, Isabella had had it. Even though she had already tolerated Jiang Fei for even talking to a girl, she could not take it any longer when some chick knelt down to him and even asking him to take her away. All of a sudden, Isabella jumped to Jiang Fei's shoulder and bit down hard. Wah 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 wah, cried Jiang Fei. Isabella's bite was very much painful. Even when the pain setting was only at 10%. He could feel every little bit of pain. It was as if an alligator had chomped on his shoulder. If Isabella was in her original state, her intense jealousy would only make her mad. In the worst-case scenario, Isabella might even challenge Sylphie to a fight. However, Isabella's draconian genes had kicked in. For dragons, a mother would be very loyal to her spouse while the husband would be loitering around, trying to procreate as much as they like. Since the male dragons were better in socializing, they got along well with many other races and had the ability to procreate with other races as well. Hence, there were many kinds of subdraconian species roaming the world. The female dragons had had it. Hence, to prevent their spouse from simply sticking it into unwanted places, they would bite their spouses, leaving behind a huge visible mark that would signify the male had already been taken. No matter which species, as long as they were female, they would feel a powerful aura from a male with a dragon bite mark. It was to scare away other females from even trying to get it on with the male dragon. A similar fashion to putting a ring on a finger. At that moment, Isabella had that feeling. The feeling of a female dragon losing her male partner to another female. Hence, to prevent anyone from claiming him away, Isabella bit down into his shoulder to leave a mark. "Young lady, what are you doing?" cried Jiang Fei as he lifted Isabella off his shoulder slowly and gently. Even so, the bite mark left behind was deep and he was already bleeding. He was wearing armor, the Lightbringer's armament. Even though it was as powerful as it was sturdy, the durability of the armor had been reduced to 0. He needed to return to town to have it mended before he could join another fight. As he examined his bleeding shoulder, he noticed that there was an odd scar left behind as the bite mark started to heal. Chapter 485, The Mysterious Experiment. Something's not right here, said Jiang Fei when he noticed that the mark on his shoulder was glowing. He had initially thought that Isabella had been too hungry and bit into him since he was the only meat around. Now that the mark on his shoulders was glowing, he had to check his stats. Player, Verger Glider, Race, Demon, Dragon's Contractor, Level, 61, Class, Intermediate Divine Blacksmith, Health Points, 73,240/73,240, Mana Points, 960/960, Physical Attack, 6,719, Physical Defense, 10,751, Magic Defense, 6. 601, Note, Contractor of a Dragon's Love. Contractor of a Dragon's Love, a Draconian has identified and claimed you as their own, allowing you to use simple Draconian support magic. At the same time, all opposite gender beings will be alerted of your lover's contracted female dragon's position. What the hell? When did I sign a contract? Cried Jiang Fei when he realized what was going on. Even though he had gained the status of being part of the dragon race and was even able to use a few simple supporting Draconian magic, it was not practical and not powerful. Draconian magic might be rarer than forbidden spells, but his current mana points, as well as the negligible intelligence stat, would mean that his magic spells would be dealing as much damage as a pea shooter. The one thing that got Jiang Fei a little annoyed was the contract effect. Other female players would not be affected by his presence, but female NPCs were. Right in front of Jiang Fei now was a good example of the impact. Sylphie's expression was pale and scared. She had obviously received the so-called alert. Jiang Fei could imagine how other NPCs would react to him when he talked to them. King Hell. Thank God this effect is not felt by players or else I would be screwed, said Jiang Fei as he sulked. He turned around and glared at Isabella. While he was not enjoying this moment, Isabella puffed out her chest as if she was blatantly admitting that she was jealous and had done something about it. Jiang Fei turned around to face Sylphie and noted that the longing expression on her face was still there. Even though she was threatened by the sudden female dragon aura, she was still clearly infatuated with Jiang Fei. It was obvious that the effect of heartfelt was not as easy to dispel. The truth was Sylphie was not intimidated by Isabella. Even though she was a powerful dragon, she was still no match for her as she was of Overlord tier. Sylphie was afraid of the existence of the skill. The contractor of the dragon's love was not a skill that just belonged to Isabella alone, but it belonged to all female dragons. Anyone that dared to go against anyone with this skill active would be going against not the contractor, but the entire female dragon race. Even though Sylphie might be the beloved apprentice of the moon god with grace and protection of the moon god, there was no way a battle between the moon god and all of the female dragons would go unnoticed. Bella. There's nothing between me and her. I don't have that sort of feelings for her. Jiang Fei whispered to Isabella. Not realizing it himself, Jiang Fei subconsciously liked Isabella the most. To be fair, Isabella was not human, to begin with. It was the one thing that he kept on repeating to himself to make himself remain in reality. Now, even when he did not make any move on Isabella, he would never make a move on Sylphie as well. Isabella remained cool, but the expression on her face betrayed her. She could not help smiling. However, when she noticed that she was smiling, she quickly turned around and gave Jiang Fei a nod, indicating that he could do whatever he wanted as long as it does not involve getting too intimate with that vixen. Sylphie, you said you were checking on the defense post of the Divine Light Fortress. How did it go? Asked Jiang Fei as he returned to Sylphie. His goal was clear. He wanted to know and understand how the enemy would prepare their defenses. If he understood everything, he could lead an army of players from the Dark faction to decimate the Light faction. The defenses are almost prepared. Here, this is the formation. Please take a look, cried Sylphie. The madly in love damsel was completely unguarded. She had completely forgotten that she was one of Light faction and also the disciple of the Moon God. If Jiang Fei was truly able to completely destroy the Light faction defenses, Sylphie would undoubtedly be the main accomplice. That's great. Thanks, Sylphie, said Jiang Fei. He then made a copy of the drawing and returned the original to Sylphie. When Sylphie reached out her hand to take the drawing, she held onto Jiang Fei's hands and begged Jiang Fei again. Would you not take me with you? Now's not a good time, said Jiang Fei. Truthfully speaking, he did not want to cheat this little girl, but he could not deny her feelings. That's all right. I understand. I can wait. Until the day comes. I shall wait for you to take my hands. Sylphie understood Jiang Fei's complicated situation as she glanced at Isabella. All of a sudden, Sylphie reached into the cleavage of her massive jugs and took out a piece of jade. Please take this. This jade will allow us to communicate with each other wherever we are. Just think of me and I shall answer your call, said Sylphie as she placed the piece of jade on Jiang Fei's palm. Cough, that little gesture did not go unnoticed by Isabella. Jiang Fei flinched upon hearing Isabella's pretend cough and immediately withdrew his hand from Sylphie's. Isabella was being nice enough by simply pretending to cough. It was to give face to Jiang Fei. I need to go now. I have taken too long a time. My people will start to suspect something is wrong. I will inform you if something comes up. Please wait for me, said Sylphie before she turned away. Jiang Fei would have sworn that he saw a glitter of tears roll down her flawless skin. Right after that, she summoned a beam of light and flew across the skies. Why are you still looking at her? Do you really want her? Said Isabella as she clicked her tongue disgruntledly. Of course not, said Jiang Fei as he frowned and sighed heavily. Lately, Isabella's emotions were running rampant. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, it was Isabella's artificial intelligence evolving. Specifically, the human emotion part. Artificial intelligence was very intelligent. However, unlike humans, they could never replicate emotions. They did not possess personality. Just like 0541. It might have the superior calculating ability as well as intelligence, but it would immediately break when it came to human emotions. To be frank, it all boiled down to programming. While Jiang Fei and Isabella were having their lovers' spat, something else was happening at the same time. In an underground facility several hundred kilometers away from where Jiang Fei currently was, a few developers and researchers were discussing. Something is going on with number 15 and number 19's human personality experimental program. It's evolving faster. Especially number 15. It's almost reaching the benchmark. Let me see, said another researcher as he opened up a console in the air. You're right. Do you think that it was due to increased interaction with players? Or it is due to that player called Verger Glider? Verger Glider is just a single digit in the hundreds of millions of players. I think it's just a coincidence. Artificial intelligence and artificial human personality require human interaction at an intimate level. We might not properly understand the concept of emotion or even love, but there is a chance that the program might have picked up something on its own, said the first researcher. How about we load a few other experimental programs? The ones that allow them to interact with players more intimately, you know. You might be onto something there. Nice. I'll report this to the higher-ups. If this plan works, we might be famous sooner than we think. Chapter 486. Worthy of the name, naturally, Jiang Fei did not know anything about the experimental program. After consoling Isabella, he summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon and flew toward the demon flame fortress. There was still one thing left to do. Once he reached the demon's fortress, he went inside and talked to the NPC quartermaster. That man was just an NPC shop that sold potions as well as repair equipment. Before attacking the Moonlight Church, Jiang Fei had used his guild to claim a fortress. Since it was just a while ago, he had yet to send anything to build any structure. The reason he came to the Demon Flame Fortress was to hire NPC builders to build necessary buildings to properly claim the fortress as the territory of Imperial Dragon. Dealing with unintelligent NPCs was easy since there was no need for conversation. All Jiang Fei had to do was select what he needed from a pop-up window and submit the money required. After paying a large amount of gold coins, the NPC quartermaster then sent out a total of 3,000 buildings from the Demon Flame Fortress to the ruins of the fortress that Jiang Fei wanted to claim. 200,000 gold coins were not that big of a sum, to be honest, but it was still more than what Jiang Fei had used in Dawnlight City when he paid for claiming land in the swamp. Today, Jiang Fei was much richer than he was when he built up the territory in the swamp. Under the care of Rosette Rose, Imperial Dragon was growing fast and strong. The guild accounts had registered a total of 500,000 gold coins in their daily transactions. 200,000 gold coins were truly nothing when compared to the guild's coffers. At first, when Rosette Rose heard that Jiang Fei had spent 200,000 gold coins, she was furious. However, after Jiang Fei explained that the money was used to build up another territory in a new map, her attitude took a 180-degree turn. Immediately, she asked Jiang Fei whether or not 200,000 gold coins were enough and even wanted to transfer him another 200,000 gold coins just in case he needed more. If he wanted, Rosette Rose could even arrange for 1 million gold coins in 1 week. It had been established that Rosette Rose was the manager of the guild and would not want to meddle in other business. With Jiang Fei's absolute trust and cooperation, she had grown to be like an elder sister to him. Hence, when Jiang Fei did anything or planned to improve the guild, she would naturally support his decision. Even though the faction map had been open to the world, no one could yet set foot in the map for their level was too low. Hence, Jiang Fei was not afraid of his territory being trashed by anyone. Not to mention that the Saint of the Light faction was being held captive in the Demon Flame Fortress. Clearly, no one of the Light faction would waste their time to destroy a small unknown fortress. To be frank, it was the perfect time for Jiang Fei to further enhance and build the territory. Once the NPC builder arrived at the fortress, Jiang Fei was satisfied at what he had accomplished today. He looked at the time and it was already almost time to log out. He flew back to the Demon Flame Fortress and accompanied Isabella to talk to other commanders in the fortress. When it was 6 a.m. sharp, the game froze and everyone was logged out automatically. Once Jiang Fei was awake, he immediately called for 0541. "Is my chest armor ready?" asked Jiang Fei, excited. It had been over 48 hours since the production of the armor he ordered. "Captain, the ability armor has been completed," a translucent armor materialized in front of Jiang Fei. "Heck yeah! Let's try it on," said Jiang Fei happily. As soon as he put the armor on, it seeped into Jiang Fei's body and disappeared without a trace. Like other previous equipment that he had made or taken out of the game, it was invisible or appeared as a piece of inconspicuous clothing. However, that piece of inconspicuous clothing would greatly increase Jiang Fei's ability. Wave Force Battle Armor, Physical Defense plus 1120, Magical Defense plus 1135, Strength plus 70, Vitality plus 80, Equip, grants an additional 20% water damage in all attacks. Equip, grants the skill Wave Barrier. Creates a water barrier that absorbs damage. Lasts for 30 seconds. 1 minute cooldown time. That was the stat in the game, but in reality, the armor had only enhanced Jiang Fei's defense. Technically speaking, Jiang Fei's entire body was strengthened in terms of defense. Even though he was not at the point where he could take on a nuclear blast, he could still stand strong after being shot with a gun. The additional 70 strength points granted Jiang Fei a total of 140 kilograms force. It was a kind of brute force that would improve his overall damage output. 80 vitality points will improve Jiang Fei's general physique. At this point, even without using the equipment skill or even the energy inside him, he could take on a level 2 metahuman. The important note about the armor was the 20% additional water damage. All of Jiang Fei's kicks and punches would carry additional damage, which greatly improved the total inflicted damage. The barrier was considered as a last defense resort that was extremely useful in perilous situations. With it, he could at least defend against an attack coming from a level 3 or even a level 4. 0541, could you please evaluate my current power level? Said Jiang Fei. Scanning. Analyzing, evaluating. Complete. After 3 minutes of silences, 0541 finally revealed Jiang Fei's current power level. Captain, after excluding personal battle experience as well as martial skills, your own physique has reached the peak of level 3. Perhaps even the beginner stage of a level 4. Nice! I can finally be worthy of the name, cried Jiang Fei with joy. Captain, this is but a rough evaluation. I have not factored in your battle experience as well as martial skills. Hence, even though you have the strength of a level 4, I must advise you against fighting one. I understand. Thanks for the advice, said Jiang Fei. He understood himself better than anyone else. In Sun Tzu's words, know thyself and others, and you will survive 100 battles. He understood that he had little battle experience and even his own mental state was still too naive. Even though he would like to improve that aspect, it took time to nurture something like that. One could not rush mental growth. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Fei thought that he should really fight other level 3 fighters and avoid level 4s at all cost. I should go out and try my new ability. After obtaining the new armor, he knew that he could lift an additional 140 kilograms. To be fair, such fast growth would be both shocking and suspicious. He needed to find a place to train a little to avoid the girls. If they found out how much he had improved, it would surely pique their curiosity. After breakfast, Jiang Fei left the house with both Yang Qing and Yang Pe. My senior is coming today to meet up with me. I won't be training today. So, if you guys not going to the training room, I suggest you spend some time in the shopping district, said Jiang Fei. Might as well, said Yang Pe and left Jiang Fei to himself. She pulled Yang Qing away with her and made a mental note. Not only did Jiang Fei have a level 5 master, but he also had a senior. It was likely to be another apprentice of the same master with an unknown strength. Chapter 487, The Wrath of Yi Tianshun. After saying goodbye to the twins, Jiang Fei took a cab to the outskirts of the city. When the coast was clear, he drew the gigantic sword, which was the hoverboard, and flew to the mountains. 0541, scan the area for any human activity, said Jiang Fei. He might be quiet, but it was still safer to have 0541 make sure that there was no one around to witness him doing some fancy tricks. There is no human activity within 10 kilometers, okay then. I'll land here. After putting away the gigantic sword, Jiang Fei began to adjust his energy and examine the surroundings. He was in the middle of a huge forest with tall trees and rocks scattered everywhere. All of them would be put to use as Jiang Fei's test subjects. After 2 to 3 hours later, Jiang Fei had already gotten used to controlling the flow of energy inside his body. Once he had mastered the flow of energy, he started to use all 4 newly obtained martial arts skills. Even though he had trained hard with Yang Qing and Yang Pe, he was still lacking in actual battle experience. Sparring was different. Even so, he could not possibly go all out on the girls or the other way around. The reason he had chosen to go into the wild was to fully unleash his strength to check his power. Wham! Boom! Crash! Jiang Fei continuously unleashed an array of martial arts. The ground was shaken, the boulders and rocks were cracked, and the trees were broken in half. The entire area was left devastated. It was akin to the aftermath of a typhoon. Phew! Nice, cried Jiang Fei loudly as he let out a long breath. He did not measure the duration of his training. He had been continuously punching, kicking, and crushing until the energy inside him was close to depleting. Haha, am like a one-man army, said Jiang Fei to himself, satisfied with the destruction he had caused. Captain sir, I have recorded your performance duration. You had been in full combat status for a total of 170 minutes. Your current display of fighting will be added to the previous evaluation. Currently, your power level is at level 4 standard. You have recovery speed far greater than most metahumans. It is extremely crucial for long combats since you can last much longer. Does that mean that I can now fight a level 4 metahuman? Captain, your true evaluations lies in between the pinnacle stage of level 3 and the beginning stage of level 4. However, I have factored in your battle ability as well as combat duration into the equation. As of now, it would be completely normal for you to be defeated by a fighter at the beginning stage of level 3. I understand. Jiang Fei was not satisfied with that answer but understood the reason behind it. He had never underestimated any metahuman, especially the ones in the Chinese Martial Arts Alliance. He had spent long hours with Yangpa to understand that. Even though she was quiet most of the time, she had informed Jiang Fei many things about the alliance. A few in the sect had martial skills that were devised not to incapacitate but to kill. They even had skills that could be used during fatal moments to turn the tide around. If Jiang Fei lowered his guard for even a second, he could be defeated by an opponent that was already on the verge of death. The sky was dark. Jiang Fei sat down for a while to catch his breath before heading to the closest village. There, he was lucky enough to catch a cab that was heading to the city. When he was about to enter Manda Square, he received a call with no caller ID. "Hello, who's this?" said Jiang Fei. "Ah, Fei! It's me," cried a familiar voice. "Oh, what's up? You're in trouble? It's not me." "It's you," said Han Tianyu worriedly. "Huh? Am in trouble? What did I do? Do you know where's Yi Zhangfa?" asked Han Tianyu sternly. "Oh! I know that one. He's dead," said Jiang Fei straightforwardly. "Arg! I knew it! I'm guessing you're the one that killed him. Ho ho! That's where you're wrong, bro. Stop pulling my leg." "Do you know how serious is this?" said Han Tianyu angrily. "I'm telling the truth." "It's not me," said Jiang Fei calmly. "Really? Oh, thank God." "Who's the killer?" said Han Tianyu, relieved. Before Han Tianyu made the call, he had been informed that Yi Zhangfa was missing and even his life plate had shattered. 1. His first reaction was to call Jiang Fei since he knew that Yi Zhangfa would potentially pick a fight with Jiang Fei. Han Tianyu understood how Jiang Fei would react if someone like Yi Zhangfa suddenly came and disturbed his peace. If Jiang Fei got agitated, he might actually kill the poor bastard. Concurrently, the entire Soaring Cloud sect was rattled. The Grand Elder, Yi Tianshun, was fuming with rage. Regardless of the rumor that Yi Zhangfa was the actual son of Yi Tianshun, the man was furious beyond reasoning. He had immediately placed an order to kill the one who did the same to Yi Zhangfa. That was the reason why Han Tianyu had called Jiang Fei. He wanted Jiang Fei to run to his level 5 master and hide. It would be even better if Jiang Fei could get his master to calm the situation down. The priority was to let Jiang Fei escape from the Soaring Cloud sect. When Jiang Fei told him that he was not the one who killed Yi Zhangfa, Han Tianyu could not help but feel relieved. If Jiang Fei did kill Yi Zhangfa, the Soaring Cloud sect would have only needed to deal with Jiang Fei's level 5 master. Since Jiang Fei was innocent, the Soaring Cloud sect would not dare to touch Jiang Fei. "Well, my friend was the one that killed him," said Jiang Fei, careful of mentioning any pronouns. "Are you sure? Or are you just trying to take the blame?" said Han Tianyu worriedly. He thought that Jiang Fei might try to take the blame to protect someone close to him. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. There's nothing in the world that my friend could not solve, said Jiang Fei. Phoenix was the one that killed him since he had blatantly announced that he would rape her. Even if the reason for his death was unreasonable, what could the Soaring Cloud sect do to the level 5 Omega level being? Alright then. That's good. That's good. Han Tianyu could finally relax after he had understood that Jiang Fei had nothing to do with the death of Yi Zhongfa. Even he understood that someone like Yi Zhongfa could easily stir up trouble like his second nature. Where are you now? What happened to your previous number, said Jiang Fei. Sigh. Remember when Bai Zhongwei and Yi Zhongfa came to this city to search for the girls? Yeah. I ran away to Africa. I'd also make sure to cease all communication, said Han Tianyu. Ah Fei, yes, I suggest you lay low for the time being. I'm really scared that Yi Tianshan might do something to you, said Han Tianyu worriedly. You're right, said Jiang Fei. He frowned immediately when he remembered that his parents knew nothing about this side of the world. Brother Yu, I need your help. Get my father to stop working for a few days or until this situation calms down. I'm fine on my own, but my parents. They might come for my parents. I can stay at home to protect them, said Jiang Fei. I don't think they're that low to do something to your parents, but I see your reasoning. Don't worry. I'll arrange it, said Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu was surprised that Jiang Fei had already thought that far ahead. If Yi Tianshan went over the rules, he might even cross the line and hunt for Jiang Fei or anyone close to him. The security guards placed in Manda Square stood no chance against the entire Soaring Cloud sect. Translation note: Life plate. It is something like the Vivre card from One Piece of a person, except it doesn't flow toward the direction of the person. When someone's life is in danger, the life plate will react. If the owner of the life plate dies, it would be destroyed. Chapter 488, Jiang Fei's decision. After ending the call with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei went straight home. There, sitting on the couch, was Yang Po alone. Yang Qing was nowhere in sight. Where's my mother? Asked Jiang Fei as his heart sank a little. Little Qing is out with your mother, doing some grocery shopping, said Yang Po. Only then did Jiang Fei sit down. He was so scared that he might have been too late and his mother had been kidnapped by the Soaring Cloud sect. I heard the news. I don't know if you are directly involved in the death of Yi Zhongfa, but am sure that the Soaring Cloud sect would not make a move on your parents, said Yang Po. Ugh! Jiang Fei ruffled his hair. He felt guilty for so many reasons, but he was frustrated at one thing. He was too weak. If only he had been stronger, none of this would have happened. At this moment, the door opened and his mother and Yang Qing came in laughing. Oh! Ah Fei! You're back so early today. Your father just called home, saying that he will be back soon, said his mother happily, not knowing that her son had so much trouble on his plate. Jiang Fei's father was an important figure in the Manda group. He was hired by Han Tianyu since Jiang Fei had asked him to. He was not sure which department his father was in, but when the boss of the company had handpicked someone for hire, the man should be someone important. Even though Jiang Fei's father had been in the company for only a short while, he had been given many important responsibilities. In a way, his father thought that the company had high hopes for him. Hence, he wanted to repay by working harder than usual. It had been days since he came home for dinner. That was the reason why Jiang Fei's mother was happy when his father had called to inform that he would be coming back early to have dinner. That was why she had Yang Qing help her with groceries. She was preparing to celebrate with a fancy dinner. Is that right? Said Jiang Fei as he forced a smile. Of course he knew that his father would be coming back today. It was his doing after all. After an hour or so, Jiang Fei's father arrived home. How was your day? Asked Jiang Fei as he quickly came to him and welcomed his father home. Good day, uncle, said Yang Po and Yang Qing to greet him. They were being very polite. Ah Fei, who are our guests? Asked his father. Jiang Fei's father had not been home for several days, hence he did not know that the two had already moved in. They're my classmates. They live opposite our house. Since their parents are not staying with them, Mom thought that it would be best to have them stay with us. To liven up the mood. I see. All right, you're still young and growing. Remember this. Your priority must always be to study, said his father. Even though he was not direct, it was obvious that he was warning Jiang Fei to not waste time on dating. Uncle Jiang. You must be tired. Here! Have a glass of water first, said Yang Qing as she ran to the kitchen to fetch a glass of water. If there was a scoreboard, Yang Qing would definitely be at the top as the best child in the house. Thank you, said Jiang Fei's father. He placed his briefcase on the floor and sat down. He did not say anything as he sipped the water. He was not in a good mood. He had already prepared and planned his workload for the day, but the head of the department had suddenly come in, fired him, and sent him home immediately. It was a shock to Jiang Fei's father. He had always thought that he was an important cog in the company. How would he feel when he suddenly received such devastating news out of the blue? The truth was simple. Han Tianyu had arranged for Jiang Fei's father to stop working for an indefinite duration and leave the company to return home at once. That was the proper message left by Han Tianyu. He had feared that if Jiang Fei's father was still in the company working until the day ended, he might be attacked or kidnapped by the people of the Soaring Cloud sect. Han Tianyu was unable to be the one to directly talk to Jiang Fei's father, so he had to leave a memo to his secretary, and the message had made its way down the hierarchy. The problem was the message was twisted along the way. By the time the message had reached the head of the department, he had misunderstood that stop working for an indefinite duration meant firing. That sudden loss of his job naturally made him unhappy. Jiang Fei did not really care much about his job as long as both of his parents were in the house safely. The dinner was extremely grand. While Yang Qing was doing her best to liven up the mood, Jiang Fei's father was not really having it. The atmosphere turned really awkward. TSK. I cannot just wait here passively and wait for the stupid sect to come, said Jiang Fei to himself after dinner was done. He made his decision and went to Yang Pa's room. Knock. Knock. Please come in, said Yang Pa. The door was closed, but through presence detection, a martial artist could easily make out a person. Jiang Fei entered the room and saw that the twins were in their pajamas. Even though their sleeping attire was loose, they were still able to emphasize Yang Pa and Yang Qing's curves. Perhaps they were about to go to sleep, hence they had their bindings off. Unconsciously, Jiang Fei's eyes autofocused faster than a Canon 1DX onto Yang Pa's cute pair of peaks. Cough. Jiang Fei coughed a little to distract himself. Even though the girls did not notice where his eyes were, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little guilty. Even so, the manly instinct in him made the guilt subside. He had even managed to glance at Yang Pa's perky peaks once more. Big brother Jiang Fei? Are you okay? Why is your face flushed? Said Yang Qing as she leaped of her bed and stood in front of Jiang Fei. Ugh, due to their massive height difference, Jiang Fei only needed to lower his head to see the plains of the mountains. There were even two pink peaks on the pair of mountains. He was immediately taken aback at what he saw and took a few steps back. It was only then that Yang Qing realized what was going on, and she retreated to her bed, covering her chest with her head pillow. I.e. Big brother is a huge pervert, little Qing. I'm sure that big brother Jiang Fei did not mean to do it on purpose. Ahem. Don't mind her. What brings you here? Yang Pa added. Right, there's something that I need to ask from you, said Jiang Fei. Anything, said Yang Pa. I need you to help arrange for me to talk to the Soaring Cloud sect as well as Yi Tianshun, said Jiang Fei straightforwardly. Right now? Yang Pa was startled. Yes, I need to clear this situation up as soon as possible, said Jiang Fei with a stern look. Right now, the Soaring Cloud sect, as well as Yi Tianshun, are raging. There are many other sects including the Snow Mountain sect that had stopped talking to them. However, I'm sure that the Soaring Cloud sect would not resort to something drastic, said Yang Pa. She had spoken the truth. While the situation developed, many sects had moved on their own accord. It was a good chance for them to build a better relationship with the level 5 master. Even if that could not be done, it was still a good chance to gain more grand restoration pills as well as the evil purging pills. Chapter 489, Kidnapped. I understand that you're trying to be nice, but I suggest that you follow what I said Jiang Fei after thinking about it. Very well, said Yang Pe. She dared not say anything after seeing Jiang Fei so determined. She was sure that Jiang Fei would surely bring in the level 5 master of his. That way, he would surely be safe on his own. Yang Pe did not need to worry for him. Rest early, said Jiang Fei before he left their room. All the while, he was maintaining a stoic expression on his face. The room was completely filled with the scent of the girls. Moreover, they were only wearing pajamas and nothing else. The loose fabric did not do a good job in covering their skin since Jiang Fei could see the tiny little bumps on their honkers. Jiang Fei was still a young boy going through puberty. The poor boy might even start to bleed from his nose if he had stayed longer. Jiang Fei Jr. would even start to show up, and if he started to pitch a tent, he might never be able to talk to Yang Pe and Yang Qing ever again. Once he was back in his own room, Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu. Yes, I need to know everything you know about the Soaring Cloud sect, said Jiang Fei. What are you planning to do? Asked Han Tianyu worriedly. He could hear that Jiang Fei's voice had traces of hostility. Nothing. I'm just digging for information, said Jiang Fei. He was telling the truth. He did not kill Yi Zhangfa and thought once he talked to the Soaring Cloud sect, everything would be over. He just wanted to know just how big and powerful the sect was. Please don't do anything rash. The Soaring Cloud sect is a powerful sect, for God's sake, cried Han Tianyu as he worried for his little brother. However, they traded a few words and Han Tianyu caved in, telling Jiang Fei everything he knew about the Soaring Cloud sect. The Soaring Cloud sect was the northern faction's biggest section. Their base, or home, was situated on the top of Mount Heng. Naturally, their base was separated from the outside world. No one could simply knock on their doors. The current sect leader was Ma Xiantong, a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Besides him, there was the Grand Elder Yi Tianshun, the right-hand man by Xiandao, and the left-hand man Zhang Zongjin. All of them were also at the pinnacle stage of level 4. The entire sect was governed by the 4 fighters at the pinnacle stage of level 4. That was why the sect was able to show dominance against other sects and become the strongest one in the northern faction. Only level 4. Are there any level 5s? Asked Jiang Fei. Please. If there are so many level 5s walking around town, don't you think that every sect would already have a few of them sitting on the leader's chair? Said Han Tianyu. From his perspective, Jiang Fei was still too naive. You best not underestimate a person at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Put any random level 4 fighter against one at the pinnacle stage of level 4, the latter could easily kill up to hundreds of beginner and intermediate stages of level 4 fighters, Han Tianyu added. I see, Jiang Fei had always thought that the power level categorization was confusing. There was one for martial artists and there was another for mutants and ability users. The one used in judging mutants were not as strict as the one used for martial artists. Mutants under level 4 were rather straightforward and anyone who was at level 5 would be practically unstoppable. The gap between level 4 and level 5 was just too much. In the same way as martial artists, level 4 mutants could single-handedly defeat several hundred other level 4 mutants. Jiang Fei had understood Han Tianyu's explanation that the Soaring Cloud sect had 20 fighters at level 4 and up to hundreds of level 3 fighters. From there, he understood why the Soaring Cloud sect was considered to be the strongest sect among the sects in the Alliance and was able to make such a huge impact. Listen. I just got the news that the Soaring Cloud sect is being adamant about their decision. They have rejected peace advice from other sect leaders. They will come for you, cried Han Tianyu. Even though Yi Zhangfa was not killed by Jiang Fei, they did not the truth. All signs and evidence had indicated that Yi Zhangfa had indeed been trailing Jiang Fei and had confronted him. After that, he had gone missing. Not much later, Yi Zhangfa's life plate had shattered, indicating that his life was gone. From the perspective of the Soaring Cloud sect, as well as other sect leaders, Yi Zhangfa was killed by Jiang Fei. What do they plan to do? I don't know. All I know is that Yi Tianshun is mad at the death of Yi Zhangfa. I cannot even promise you that he will not do anything irrational. You best be careful now, said Han Tianyu. Yeah. I will, said Jiang Fei quietly. I will go back to China as soon as I can, but I have to say, my influence in the alliance is close to nothing. At most, I can help you a little by giving some people my advice. Han Tianyu had steeled his stance to side with Jiang Fei. His own master had told him to wait until the storm had brewed over. He would not allow Han Tianyu to interfere with this conflict. Han Tianyu's master dared not wrong anyone else, be it a level 5 master or the Soaring Cloud sect. F*CK the Soaring Cloud. Always bringing me trouble. Jiang Fei ranted to himself after Han Tianyu had hung up the phone. He wanted to pull some strings at the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace and explain what had happened directly to the Soaring Cloud, hoping that things will calm down. However, it looked like his hopes had been dashed. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not want to pick a fight with the Soaring Cloud sect. Even if they painted him as the villain through any dirty method, he would not want to cross the Soaring Cloud sect. He knew his place well. He knew that his parents were vulnerable. He knew that he was still weak. If the Soaring Cloud sect came to attack, Jiang Fei, who had just reached the level 4 realm, would not be able to stand against the whole lot of Soaring Cloud sect. Crash! Arghhh! At that moment, Jiang Fei heard the sound of broken glass and the scream of his mother. In a fraction of a second, Jiang Fei leaped to his feet and dashed through the door of his room, shouting, "Mother," as he ran across the walkway toward his parents' room. Without even opening the door, Jiang Fei crashed through the room and found nothing besides shattered glass and an empty bed. F*********CK. F*******CK. Jiang Fei cried from the top of his lungs. He was devastated, helpless, and worst of all, angry. Just you wait, Yi Tianshun. You and your bloody sect will be gone when I'm done with you. With rage boiling to the maximum point, Jiang Fei punched the ground with his fists to vent his anger, instantly cracking the walls and even the ceilings. Brother Jiang Fei! What happened? Cried Yangpa as both the sisters just arrived at the scene. Yi Tianshun happened, said Jiang Fei as he glared at Yangpa with eyes that was bursting with killing intent. Brother Jiang Fei, there was nothing that Yang Qing could have done then. Brother Jiang Fei, what are you going to do? Yangpa asked after she felt the bloodlust in his voice. You tell me. If my parents have so much as a scratch on them, I will flatten the entire Soaring Cloud sect to the ground, said Jiang Fei. The killing intent in him was boiling so much that there was a faint aura around him. The Soaring Cloud sect had crossed the final line. Brother Jiang Fei, please calm down and think this through. I will contact my people and sort this thing out peacefully, said Yangpa. You do what you can. I want some time alone to myself, said Jiang Fei. His mind was a storm of emotions right then. He could not think straight as he had briefly allowed his rage to take over him. After Yang Qing and Yangpa had left, Jiang Fei went out of his parents' room and sat down on the couch in the living room. The open window had let in a draft and it was cold. Jiang Fei did not bother to even close the window as he needed to cool himself down. He could still feel his pulse all across his body. He thought that he had taken steps to prevent his parents from harm. However, it was obvious that he had not done enough. The last thing Jiang Fei wanted in the world was to have his parents dragged into the world of metahumans. He had already tried his best, but his best was not good enough. If fear and name-pulling weren't enough, I shall let them see red to know who they're messing with, said Jiang Fei to himself. His heart beat faster and faster. His eyes were becoming redder by the second. All the veins on his hands started to surface. What was flowing inside was not just blood at the moment. There were rage, wrath, resentment, vengeance, and bloodlust. Chapter 490, modifying the giant flying sword, 0541, analyzed this situation, said Jiang Fei. He had sat down on the living room couch for half the night. There was no way he could go to sleep. At last, he thought of something and asked the ring to help him. Based on the data collected, the situation is not leaning to your side. You might not survive, said 0541. Survive? I don't care about that now. I want my parents back. Tell me if I can save my parents, said Jiang Fei. There is a 40% chance of success, said the ring. That's more than enough, said Jiang Fei as he gritted his teeth. The higher the risk, the better the reward. He had always been playing with fate, and this time it was about his parents. He did not care about himself, as he would always get back to his feet. Right now, the priority was his parents. Captain, might I provide a few suggestions? A resupply is needed, said 0541, as it had determined that Jiang Fei will go on with his plan to rescue his parents. I appreciate every help that you can provide. Let's go, said Jiang Fei. He then left his house and manned a square. When he made sure no one was in sight, Jiang Fei took out his gigantic sword and activated it. Where am I going? I have set the coordinates into the hoverboard, said 0541. All right, Jiang Fei nodded and held onto the board as it traveled toward the west. The board was flying extremely fast. The city that Jiang Fei had lived in were trails of light that disappeared from sight in mere seconds. After a short moment, Jiang Fei had arrived at a small desolated desert. Here, said Jiang Fei. Yes. Although the entrance has not yet been identified, there is a facility 300 meters right below us, said 0541. All right, let's go in then, said Jiang Fei. He then controlled the hoverboard and landed on the ground. As soon as he touched the ground, 0541 activated the cloaking system and turned Jiang Fei invisible. Search for the entrance, said Jiang Fei as he put away the giant sword that was the hoverboard. Locating, Jiang Fei was not too far from the city, as he was right on top of one of the secret facilities belonging to the Jiang family. This place was only several kilometers away from the facility that Zhang Yangshu had brought Jiang Fei to once upon a time. Jiang Fei's current objective was to take back all weaponry that had once belonged to the Braveheart ship. In his previous visits, Jiang Fei had no interest in the weapons for two reasons. The first being 0541 had been in a hibernation state, and the second was the fact that he was only interested in ship factories, ship fragments, and energy sources. Right at this moment, Jiang Fei needed every little upgrade that he could get his hands on. Ship fragments were placed aside. Even though Han Tianyu had one larger piece of the ship fragment right under Manda Squared that was the entertainment module with so much data stored, Jiang Fei did not want it, since he did not want to create an army. Currently, the one that the Zhang family had was the military standard weaponry, the one that Jiang Fei needed right now. The entrance has been located, said 0541 after 5 minutes. The ring then fed the information to Jiang Fei telepathically and led him toward the side of a tiny hill measuring at only 2 to 3 meters tall. If one did not look hard enough, one would not be able to find the door, since it was well camouflaged. Break in, said Jiang Fei. The security console on the side of the entrance was no match for 0541's hacking capability. In less than a second, the security was overridden and the door was opened. After Jiang Fei entered, 0541 closed the door behind him to prevent anyone from noticing their presence. Since Jiang Fei was cloaking, the security cameras in the entrance could not detect anything. The Zhang family were no one when compared to the metahuman society. The family had only very few weak metahumans hired as their muscle, and their security personnel were all normal humans. The technology they possessed, even at their best, were nothing but human-designed. Only their weapons were stronger, since they were copies of the ship's weaponry. Jiang Fei followed 0541's directions and walked through several dark corridors before reaching the main weapon storage facility. That's a lot of weapons, said Jiang Fei as he saw just how many weapons the Zhang family had produced. Even though he had seen the weapons that Zhang Yangshu had showed him, it was not of alien tech. They were numerous. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Fei was glad that the Zhang family had only managed to start learning about making clones of the alien weapons. The Zhang family had only managed to grasp the technology behind the simple sidearms. Heavy artillery was still far from being analyzed and reverse engineered. The main problem they had always faced was the power supply as well as the stronger parts, said 0541. The situation was as follows. The Zhang family was only able to make lower quality duplicates of the alien weapons. Many parts of the gun could not sustain the massive firepower. Hence, to match the building quality of the firearm, they had to increase the size of the weapons whilst reducing the output power. Many of the larger heavy artillery were unable to be reproduced due to the sheer power output as well as materials needed were not available at current times. Their greatest accomplishments were only the rifle and the gun. There were other smaller weapons such as portable cannons and short-round bazookas. They were alien technologies and could not yet be analyzed. Only after they had made a breakthrough in higher efficient power supplies would they be able to make copies of the aforementioned weapons. This armory has an array of personal weapons. Armor-piercing light cannons, energy pulse cannons, high-energy laser guns. 0541 sounded surprised. Or rather impressed. Take the heavy artillery and leave the smaller weapons to the Zhangs, said Jiang Fei after he had a good look at the weapons. 0541 then proceeded to store the weapons that matched Jiang Fei's orders. Even though they were called heavy artillery, they were not bigger than women's lipstick. That was how advanced the technologies of planet Namek and how overwhelming the Zhang family was. As soon as Jiang Fei had finished loading up the weapons, the alarm blared. The entire storage room started flashing in red. Even though Jiang Fei had always been cloaking, the removal of the heavy artillery had triggered a change in movement which tripped the alarm. Time to disappear, said Jiang Fei as he hastened. He had no beef with the Zhang family, but he really needed to use the weapons. The previous trouble that the Zhang family had caused on his family was settled with Zhang Yangshu himself. That was why Jiang Fei did not want them to know that it was him who had stolen the weapons. He did not want bloodshed, even if he really wanted to see red right now. In no time at all, Jiang Fei had taken all the heavy artillery and ran out of the weapons storage. What's going on? Not sure. From what I can see, the alien weapons are gone. Send someone to check. There's no way the weapons could just disappear into thin air, the men in charge panicked. It was only natural. If the weapons were really gone, it would be on their heads. While the storage workers were busy searching, Jiang Fei had left the facility. There were no powerful martial artists nor sensitive metahumans or biologically modified beings that could detect his presence. With 0541's cloaking tech, Jiang Fei had become a true ghost, coming in and out without a trail. With the weapons in hand, Jiang Fei flew across the sky with the hoverboard and landed somewhere without a soul in sight. Start what you need to do, said Jiang Fei. Yes, sir. Modification in progress. E.T.A 4 hours, said 0541. Everything that Jiang Fei had just done a few moments was suggested by 0541. It had suggested to Jiang Fei to upgrade the hoverboard to install weapons. To do that, Jiang Fei would need to locate Namek's weaponry to be installed on the sword. Right now, 0541 could not produce any military-grade construct without the weapons factory part of the ship. At most, he could combine and modify existing products. Chapter 491, Alone against the Soaring Clouds sect. While the gigantic sword was being upgraded, Jiang Fei had lost his one and only transport. 4 hours was not long, but to Jiang Fei, it felt like an eternity. He needed to find the people who took his parents. Aimless, Jiang Fei decided it was best to just calm down and revise his plans. 0541, do you have my parents' location? Said Jiang Fei. I am still tracking their coordinates. They are currently being transported at very high speed. I cannot pinpoint their exact location. Jiang Fei did not chase after them at the moment because he was not fast enough. The person who had kidnapped Jiang Fei's parents was surely someone stronger than level 4. With high mastery of Qingdong, they could easily leap off buildings and glide on the ground faster than a speeding train. Unless Jiang Fei had taken up the sword and used it to chase, there was no other way to go after the perpetrator. The main problem with using the sword in public was the potential revelation of Zhuge Shanshan's identity. The complications that he could potentially cause was immense. Without the protection of his so-called level 5 master, Jiang Fei would be incredibly vulnerable. He had so many secrets and treasures with him. It would be extremely tough for him to save himself, much less his parents. Even if he could chase after the perpetrator, what could he do? The person was most likely someone much stronger than Jiang Fei. If he simply tried to make a move, his parents might be harmed. If that happened, not even Jiang Fei knew what he would do. "Please inform me once you have their location," said Jiang Fei. Scanning a large area and tracking constantly consumed a large amount of energy. However, Jiang Fei did not care about that. He would do whatever it took to rescue his parents. After 4 hours, the sword materialized into reality. There were almost no changes to its appearance, but the hoverboard was no longer classified as a civilian-class transport. "Tell me, what can this do?" said Jiang Fei as he stood on the sword. Armor-piercing cannon has the same firepower as an intermediate level 4 metahuman. However, each shot takes 1 minute to recharge. Any firing in between would result in catastrophic failure, which in turn would result in a tremendous explosion. The energy cannon would have the same firepower of a beginner level 4 metahuman. It can fire 1 round every 5 seconds. High energy laser has the highest firepower, which is equal to the pinnacle stage of a level 4 metahuman. It takes 5 minutes to recharge, and there's a limit to every shot. Please remember that each shot will deplete the power supply. "Do conserve your ammunition," said 0541. "Alright, I'll fire 1 now to try," said Jiang Fei as he flew deeper into the mountains. He then made sure that there was no one around before firing. It was to prevent unwanted casualties and also prying eyes. Jiang Fei fired the energy cannon first. A bluish beam of light blasted off the tip of the sword and beamed straight toward a mountain, making a 5-meter-long crater. Jiang Fei fired another shot. This time, it was the armor-piercing cannon. Similarly, a blue light blasted off the tip of the sword. However, when the laser hit the side of the mountain, it did not explode. It went straight through like a hot knife through butter. There was no noise, only falling rocks. Instead of a crater, the armor-piercing cannon had left a 2-meter-wide hole that was 20 meters deep. From there on, Jiang Fei understood how weak the energy cannon was when compared to the armor-piercing cannon. Even though the difference in firepower was beginner and intermediate, it was several times stronger. "Captain, the high-energy laser will consume a large amount of energy. Please do not simply fire in random directions, as it would attract the attention of the military base nearby," said 0541 before Jiang Fei fired the third shot. The hypercompressed laser had a powerful energy that might be detected by radar and satellite. "I understand." After 0541's warning, Jiang Fei decided not to try the high-energy laser. Even so, he had rough estimations of all 3 weapons. Even though he had not seen the power of the high-energy laser, he was sure that it would be several times stronger than the armor-piercing cannon. It would be sufficient for what he was about to do. "Have you tracked down my parents?" "Not yet. The targets are still moving at high speed," said 0541. "Arg! F***ck it, if I cannot chase that pig, it'll just go to his sty," said Jiang Fei as he cracked his knuckles, ready to deliver some pain. Jiang Fei turned around toward the northeast and zoomed forward like the wind. Even with supersonic speed, Jiang Fei had taken close to an hour or so to reach the top of Mount Hung. It had been several hours since his parents were taken from him. Just as he reached the top of Mount Hung, the sun had risen to the horizon, temporarily blinding Jiang Fei. "Ugh, not that I hate the sun." 0541. "Scan the entrance of the sect." "Yes, sir." Location detected. This sort of task was very easy for 0541 since it did not need to scan a large area. There were many people in the sect, and all 0541 needed to do was find the place where stronger fighters were gathered. Good. Lead me there, said Jiang Fei. The sword was then set on autopilot and Jiang Fei descended a good distance away from the entrance. He kept the sword away and walked toward the gate of the Soaring Cloud sect. Who goes there? This is private property. Jiang Fei had only walked a few meters when a young man in his 20s jumped out of the forest to stop Jiang Fei. Is this the Soaring Cloud sect? Said Jiang Fei. Ah! A martial artist. What brings you to the Soaring Cloud sect? Said the young man as he changed his tone immediately. At first, he was being cautious and alert. When he heard Jiang Fei said the name of the sect, he relaxed a little since only martial artists would know about them. He was only a gate guardian of the Soaring Cloud sect. Even so, he was still behaving a little cocky toward other martial artists since he was a proud disciple of the strongest sect in the northern faction. I'm here to talk, said Jiang Fei. He spoke softly. He was trying his best to suppress his rage as he knew that if he started to talk louder, his wrath would take over him. Har? Who do you think you are? You think anyone could just enter the Soaring Cloud sect as they like? Said the young man as he clicked his tongue in a disgruntled manner. My name is Jiang Fei and I am here to talk to Yi Tianshun. Summon him, said Jiang Fei. He was already at his limit. The anger inside him was burning so wildly that if this little bugger tried to fan the flame, Jiang Fei would tear his face off his skull. Even so, he knew better since they had his parents. He could not simply make any move. You dare call the Grand Elder by his name? Jiang Fei? I'd never heard of that name before. You must be from a random chicken coop. Is that it? Are you looking for your coop, little chicken? Said the young man. He had immediately responded with hostility when Jiang Fei had shown the same. He was about to let a random boy disrespect the Grand Elder of his own section. He was already looking down on him. Jiang Fei mentioning Yi Tianshun's name aloud made him mad. F***ck off somewhere else, little chicken. Be thankful that I don't like to beat up young kids like you. Learn your manners, boy. Or else I'll cut off your chicken leg. By then, your name would not be Jiang Fei, it would be Jiang Pa. 1. Why does the name Jiang Fei sounds familiar? Thought the young man. You done? Said Jiang Fei as he looked at the young man with eyes that could freeze the ocean. Jiang Fei's wrath had made its way to his head. There was no logic left inside him to control his action. Ha! What's that? You want more insults? I can scold you for 3 days and 3 nights straight if I wanted to, cried the young man as he did not realize that he had already gone overboard. As one of the strongest sect in the northern faction, the young man had no need to show respect to anyone other than the members of his own section. What more a little boy like Jiang Fei who came knocking on the door? He was so young, hence he must be weak. There was no need to be reserved in the face of this little kid. Are those really your final words? Do you have anything else to say before you die? Jiang Fei had kept his hands in his pockets the entire time. Now, he was ready. He glared at the young man as the killing aura and bloodlust in him started to run amok. Translator note, the second character in Jiang Fei's name means fly, while Pa means crawl. The man insulted Jiang Fei as Jiang Pa, meaning he would beat his leg till Jiang Fei would only be able to crawl when he was done with him. Chapter 492, Yi Tianshun. What? The arrogant young man was so full of himself that he did not notice the intense killing intent that Jiang Fei had been bearing from the moment he had walked toward the gate. It was obvious that the man was a complete greenhorn in martial arts. That was perhaps why he was tasked at guarding the gates. Moreover, he had always thought that in belonging to the strong meant no one would dare to cross him. He had never seen such a glare in his life. Thunder palm. Jiang Fei grunted with his full strength and thrust his palm out at full power. In a fraction of a second, Jiang Fei's palm had broken past the sound barrier and caused a powerful sonic boom. His attack did not stop there. In the next split of a moment, his hand had landed on the man's chest. Boom! Wham! The young man's chest caved in while he was still standing straight. The impact of Jiang Fei's thunder palm was so strong that the impact had not even traveled to the rest of the body, causing Jiang Fei's palm to pierce past his ribs and all the way through the young man's body. Only in the next second did the impact flow through the man's entire body, causing him to blast away. Suffice to say that the man was already dead before he had even landed on the ground. His chest burst out from behind his back. His lungs collapsed, his heart in pieces, and his rib cage shattered like glass. The man was obviously a level 2 beginner martial artist. Jiang Fei did not have to use Thunder Palm. He would have already perished with Jiang Fei's regular punches. Jiang Fei was just a kid. That was a fact. He did not understand how to manage his rage. Asking him to bottle his emotions like Han Tianyu or other adults would be akin to asking a pig to explain quantum physics. Naturally, when one had uncontrollable rage coursing through his veins, you cannot expect him to hold back, especially not when an asshat was talking down on him. Something's wrong. There's someone making a ruckus. The young man was not the only one guarding the gates at that moment. Obviously, the young man had heard and seen Jiang Fei moving through the forest and decided to confront him before Jiang Fei reached the gates. At the gates, there were other guards stationed there. When they saw one of their fellow students had his chest burst out, it was only natural to jump to the conclusion that Jiang Fei was there to attack them. "No more Mr. Nice Guy," said Jiang Fei to himself as he walked toward the soaring clouds sect with his chest held up high. "Who dares to trespass the sect?" cried a loud voice when Jiang Fei had only passed the entrance. He turned around and saw a large group of people running toward him along the side of the mountain. Most of them were at most level 2 fighters. Jiang Fei did a quick head count and estimated about 100 or more fighters there. There were more than 10 level 3 fighters and only 3 to 4 level 4 fighters. 0541, those 3, at the back. What are their power levels? Jiang Fei's true power level was only an intermediate level 3. He dared not fight more than 1 level 4 fighter at a time. There are 3 level 4 fighters. 2 of them are a beginner and 1 of them is an intermediate. State your name, intruder. Have you gone mad? Do you know who you are messing with? We are the Soaring Clouds sect, said one of the beginner level 4 fighters. Jiang Fei turned around and walked out of the gate. He removed his hands from his pockets and glared at the one who talked to him. Call Yi Tianshun out, said Jiang Fei. Humph. Who are you? Said the beginner level 4 fighter. He was startled by the sheer killing intent that Jiang Fei was emitting. He thought Jiang Fei was very young and could not possibly harbor such malicious killing intent. The man had not a shred of fear in his eyes. He had even dared to call out the name of the Grand Elder as if he had no respect for the man. Only the strong could do that, so this boy must be undoubtedly strong. My name is Jiang Fei. I'm only going to say this one last time. Bring Yi Tianshun out, said Jiang Fei. The hundreds of level 2 fighters did not understand why their senior did not attack the boy. Only the level 4 fighter understood Jiang Fei's latent power and dared not make a move against him. All he could do was nod. The name Jiang Fei was familiar. He understood that Jiang Fei could only be so dominating because his level 5 master had his back. Jiang Fei! Do you think that you can do anything you want just because you have a level 5 master? You're clearly at fault here. You came uninvited and had even killed one of our brothers. This crime cannot go unpunished, cried the intermediate level 4 fighter. Even though he knew that Jiang Fei had a level 5 master, he had his pride as one of the members of the strongest sect in the northern faction. Soaring Cloud sect was not soft. There was no way he would let himself back away from this little kid. That man had it coming. He poked a hand into the tiger's cage. Don't cry foul when your hand is bitten by that tiger. Enough of this. You're wasting my time. If you don't call for Yi Tianshun, I'll drag him out myself, said Jiang Fei. He had already been at his limit once and he was more than happy to go all out a second time. How dare you? Do you really think that having a level 5 master allows you a free pass to do whatever you want? At that moment, another group of fighters had come down the mountain. Alert! Presence of a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 4 is detected, said 0541 immediately when Jiang Fei saw the group of people. Among all the fighters that had just come down the mountain, Jiang Fei only recognized one of them. It was Zhao Ganming, who he had met once during the exchange of skill books back in the Hidden Dragon Village. He was walking alongside an older gentleman while they whispered to each other. "You little pig, are you the one who killed Yi Zhongfa?" cried the older man as he pointed his finger at Jiang Fei without introducing himself. He did not even bother to point out the dead young man not too far from them. "You old pig, you must be Yi Tianchun." Jiang Fei snarled without hesitation when he saw the old man pointing his wrinkled fingers at his face. The only person who could possibly come up to him and throw accusations without proof must be the father or grandfather of Yi Zhongfa. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Little pig! You must have a death wish to behave so arrogantly today. No matter, I shall have you dead right now, cried Yi Tianchun as blood rushed to his face. The rumors about Yi Zhongfa being the son of Yi Tianchun was nothing but gibberish. The old man had never married and did not have any brothers or sisters. Naturally, he did not even have a son. The boy, Yi Zhongfa, was just someone he had adopted as his own. Now that he had lost the boy that he had personally raised, the old man went mad. At the moment Yi Zhongfa's life plate shattered, Yi Tianchun started to investigate from the heavens to hell. Yi Zhongfa was a runt. He was not as well behaved as Bai Zhongwei. Naturally, it was easy to predict his every move. With a little investigation, he had found out that Yi Zhongfa had brought along other fighters of the Soaring Cloud sect to deal with Jiang Fei. In fact, all the other fighters that were present then with Yi Zhongfa during the night where Phoenix killed them all had their life plates shattered at the same time. Hence, at this point, Yi Tianchun had concluded that Jiang Fei was the killer. The man was old and already at the point where he had nothing else to lose. When the one thing that he had cared for was gone, it was only natural for him to vent his anger at the one who took his life. "Calm yourself." Seeing that Yi Tianchun was about to make the first move against Jiang Fei, Zhao Ganming immediately intervened and stood in between Jiang Fei and Yi Tianchun. There were other older men present as well. They were most likely other leaders or representatives of other sections. They were there to mediate the situation to prevent it from getting worse. "Elder Yi, please be rational. I'm sure that there is some sort of misunderstanding afloat," said an old woman who walked slowly from behind Yi Tianchun. She was one of the elders from the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. She was the master of Yangpa and Yangqing. When she was much, much younger, people had dubbed her as the goddess Yuhua as she was beautiful. However, she had aged and people soon called her grandmother Yuhua. Misunderstanding? Who else could kill my Zhongfa besides this little piglet? Yi Tianchun roared with rage. He had tried many times to strike Jiang Fei by wrestling off the other people who were trying to calm him down. The older men and women were either at intermediate or at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Even so, they could not stop Yi Tianchun by themselves. If he wanted, Yi Tianchun could have easily harmed those who tried to stop him and attack Jiang Fei directly. However, if he did, he would have made enemies with all the other sect leaders and representatives. Hence, even though he was trying to attack Jiang Fei, he was still rational. "Old piggy. You best clean that muddy mouth of yours. I can't hear anything besides the nonsensical squeals of a pig," said Jiang Fei as he purposely tried to fan the flames. "Elder Yi. Calm yourself. Remember who you are. You wouldn't want your disciples and students to see you like this, do you? As for you little Jiang Fei, please behave a little more mature. There are things that can be settled easily. Remember, the wiser man talks, the brutes fight," said Zhao Gangming as he pulled Jiang Fei to the side after he talked to Yi Tianchun. "Humph. Look at that brute. The first thing he did when he came here was kill one of my people. How do you expect a kid like him to understand manners?" roared Yi Tianchun as he tried to take the moral stance when he noticed the dead body of one of his sect members at the side. Chapter 493, "This is the explanation you want. He has caused me all kinds of trouble. He asked for it. Let my parents go now, or I will destroy the Soaring Cloud sect today. Jiang Fei said angrily. How dare you? Jiang Fei! You are full of nonsense. When did Soaring Cloud sect kidnap your parents? It is you who have openly killed a Soaring Cloud sect disciple outside the gate of our mountains instead. Do you think you can remove yourself of your sins by simply saying that our fellow disciple asked for it? At that moment, 2 other people came down from the mountains. Captain, they're both also martial artists who are at the pinnacle stage of level 4. 0541 reported. I didn't expect sect leader Ma Xiantong to also get involved. Me too. Me too. The left-hand man Zhang Zongjin came too. It seems like the Soaring Cloud sect has decided to help the Big Elder. Is Soaring Cloud sect going to openly fight a level 5 powerhouse? I don't know, maybe they have someone to back them up. Through other people's conversations, Jiang Fei got to know the identities of the 2 people who just came. The 2 pinnacle stage level 4 martial artists were the sect leader of the Soaring Cloud sect, Ma Xiantong, and the left-hand man, Zhang Zongjin. Ho ho, not going to admit it? Jiang Fei sneered. There's nothing to not admit. Your parents are in my hands. Today, I'm going to take revenge for Zhang Fa and kill you. Tomorrow, I'll slaughter your parents and use their heads to pay tribute to Zhang Fa. Yi Tianshan laughed like a madman. Ma Xiantong did not expect the Grand Elder Yi Tianshan to openly expose himself like that. Originally, he genuinely did not know that Yi Tianshan had kidnapped Jiang Fei's parents, so he started pointing the accusing finger at Jiang Fei for killing his disciple as soon as he arrived. Now, it was embarrassing for him. Ma Xiantong was complaining about Yi Tianshan in his heart. Even if you really did kidnap Jiang Fei's parents, why admit it now? After all, there were many other martial artists around. If you openly admitted that you had kidnapped 2 ordinary people and even said that you were going to slaughter them, how would the other sects look at Soaring Cloud sect? However, at this time, Yi Tianshan was suffering from the painful loss of his disciple. He could not think straight. Of course, he would say things out of spite. You heard it. My parents have indeed been kidnapped by Soaring Cloud sect. What are you going to do about that? Jiang Fei glared at Ma Xiantong. Leave the matter about your parents aside for now. Let's talk about you killing my disciple. Ma Xiantong hesitated for a moment, but still decided to support Yi Tianshan. After all, this old man was a pinnacle stage level 4 master. He was the mainstay of Soaring Cloud sect, and this matter also affected Soaring Cloud sect's reputation. So, as the sect leader, he could not bow down now. Although there was a level 5 master supporting Jiang Fei, Soaring Cloud sect was the #1 sect in the north. They had their own support as well. So, Ma Xiantong still had a little confidence. Leave it aside for now? I understand. Since you do not intend to reason, I shall destroy your stupid sect today. Jiang Fei laughed loudly. Take it easy, guys. Take it easy. Talk nicely and all differences can surely be resolved. Why destroy peace and harmony? Zhao Ganming hurried forward. The 2 sides were about to start fighting. Even though Jiang Fei was alone, it was possible that the level 5 Zhuge Shanjin was nearby. If they really started fighting, regardless of the outcome, it would still be a loss for the entire China Martial Arts Alliance. This kid has killed 7 Soaring Cloud sect disciples. Do you think we can talk nicely about it? Ma Xiantong gritted his teeth. Obviously, he had included Yi Zhangfa and the 5 Soaring Cloud sect disciples that helped Yi Zhangfa in the list. One had to know that there were 3 level 4 martial artists among the people who helped Yi Zhangfa. Every level 4 martial artist was a treasure to a section. These treasures died just like that, without any explanation. So, how could Ma Xiantong not hate Jiang Fei? Wait! Senior Ma, what you have said is far from the truth. As far as I know, Yi Zhangfa and the others were not killed by brother Jiang Fei. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd. Who are you? Ma Xiantong was surprised. He did not know this person. After all, this time, many people from various sects had come to mediate the situation for Jiang Fei. This person was just an intermediate level 4 martial artist. Ma Xiantong only thought he looked familiar but did not remember his name. Senior Ma, great wits indeed have short memories. I am Mao Gongsui from the Green Willow Heights of the Miaofeng Mountains. Mao Gongsui laughed at himself in a mocking manner. After all, people could not even remember his name. This did not make him look good at all. Oh! I have heard a lot about you, Ma Xiantong said out of courtesy. Ma Xiantong remembered him as soon as the person introduced himself. Green Willow Heights was also a relatively famous sect in the north. Although it was incomparable to Soaring Cloud sect, it was one of the more outstanding sects among the second-rate ones. In addition to the sect leader Ding Tianqing, there was a pair of blood brothers, Mao Gongsui and Lu Gongdan. Although these two were only intermediate level 4 martial artists, they were good at fighting in a pair. If they fought together, even an advanced level 4 martial artist would not be able to beat them easily. So, they were quite famous in the martial artist community. In actuality, Mao Gongsui had no other choice but to stand up for Jiang Fei. He was Han Tianyu's master. Although Han Tianyu was not his best disciple, the various resources of Green Willow Heights were provided by Manda Group and Han Tianyu strongly supported Jiang Fei. So, as Han Tianyu's master, he naturally could not ignore the situation in front of him. Moreover, Han Tianyu was the one who told him that Yi Zhengfa and the others were not killed by Jiang Fei. Junior Mao, did you say that our disciples were not killed by Jiang Fei? Is that true? Ma Xiantong asked. All previous evidence indicated that they were killed by Jiang Fei. So, in order to protect Soaring Cloud sect's reputation, he had to get even with Jiang Fei even if he had to fight a level 5 powerhouse. If Jiang Fei really did not do such a thing, then he was not willing to confront a level 5 powerhouse. After all, regardless of whether he won or lost, the whole Soaring Cloud sect would be left with pretty much nothing after a big battle. Ho ho, Senior Ma, with all due respect, but it seems like you guys had confirmed that Brother Jiang Fei killed your disciples from the very beginning. You guys never gave him the opportunity to explain himself, did you? Mao Gongsui said. Ma Xiantong was dumbstruck by Mao Gongsui's words. Before this, the evidence was conclusive in their eyes and they did not plan on letting Jiang Fei deny anything. Therefore, they did not give him the chance to explain himself. Now, after listening to Mao Gongsui, he realized that he might have really been too rash. Fine! I will give you a chance to explain yourself, Ma Xiantong said to Jiang Fei. He sounded as if he had given Jiang Fei a big grace. Explain? Explain what? I'll call the real murderer out. You guys can ask her why she killed that idiot Yi Zhengfa yourselves. Jiang Fei sneered, then directly pierced a blood mark on his arm with his nails. Jiang Fei's skin was scratched open as blood oozed out. At the same time, a silver light flashed. From a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone out of nowhere. It was the level 5 metahuman phoenix. Senior, they're looking for you. They want to know why you killed Yi Zhengfa. Jiang Fei ignored everyone else and spoke directly to Phoenix. Phoenix was surprised. She did not know why Jiang Fei suddenly called her senior, but she thought that it was a habit of the China martial artists. Everyone was a brother or sister regardless of age and everyone addressed each other this way. So, she did not really bother about it. Who's Yi Zhengfa? Phoenix's Mandarin had improved. It's the idiot who wanted to sexually harass you the other time, Jiang Fei said. When Jiang Fei mentioned Yi Zhengfa, Phoenix's face fell. All of a sudden, the temperature in the area suddenly decreased by a few degrees and it seemed like the air became condensed. That was how powerful a level 5 powerhouse was. Even the weather would change in accordance to their emotions. Chapter 494, Soaring Cloud Sect's Level 5 Powerhouse, Swoosh. A terrifying pressure immediately permeated the entire area. Although Phoenix had just been summoned by Jiang Fei, she could easily tell that these people were against Jiang Fei just by looking at the situation. Moreover, Jiang Fei said that these people were asking about Yi Zhongfa, so Phoenix had obviously considered these people to be Yi Zhongfa's accomplices. Phoenix had not done anything hostile yet. However, she was a level 5 powerhouse. Everyone around could feel the tremendous pressure she exuded due to her emotion changes. At that moment, the level 2 martial artists were already trembling with fear. Nobody knew how long more the Soaring Clouds sect could hold on. If the hundreds of Soaring Clouds sect disciples all bowed down, their sect would become a huge joke. What's going on? Another level 5 powerhouse? All the martial artists who were present were shocked. Isn't Zhuge Shanjin the only one supporting Jiang Fei? Who is this blonde girl? I heard that kid Jiang Fei call this young girl senior just now. Could it be that she's also a disciple of Zhuge Shanjin? These martial artists began making assumptions. Although it was normal for Chinese martial artists to address each other as senior, junior, and such, this pretty blonde girl was obviously not a Chinese martial artist. So, it was interesting that Jiang Fei addressed her as senior. Ma Xiantong was really frustrated. He wanted to avenge his dead Soaring Clouds sect disciple and get even with Jiang Fei. He predicted that Jiang Fei would ask a level 5 powerhouse for help, so he was fully prepared for it. However, even though Jiang Fei had called out a level 5 powerhouse as support, it was not the level 5 powerhouse that they had expected. So, the sudden situation disrupted his plan. Leader, what now? Zhang Zongjin, who was on the side, asked. Stick to the plan. At this time, Ma Xiantong had no other choice. The situation had indeed developed in a manner beyond his expectations. However, if they did not carry things out according to the plan, it was obvious that Soaring Cloud sect would not be able to survive today. Whistle! Zhang Zongjin sent a whistling arrow straight into the sky. At this time, Soaring Cloud sect's right-hand man, Bai Xiandao, was seen kneeling in front of the entrance of a secluded cave located on top of a mountain far behind. Honored ancestor, I, Bai Xiandao, Soaring Cloud sect's right-hand man disciple, have something to report. Every time Bai Xiandao shouted, he kowtowed 3 times. After he had shouted 7 or 8 times in a row, a voice came from within the cave, "Say no more, I can already feel her presence. I will deal with this matter, thank you for your grace, ancestor." Bai Xiandao kowtowed 3 more times, then got up and left. Shortly after, Bai Xiandao came back to the mountain gates. Then, he whispered to Ma Xiantong, "The ancestor has agreed to deal with the matter, Ma Xiantong nodded, but he did not feel happy at all. Indeed. As Soaring Cloud sect was the strongest sect in the north, there was definitely a level 5 powerhouse supporting them. Although even Ma Xiantong, who was the sect leader, had never seen this ancestor before, he knew that he would definitely appear when the sect encountered a crisis. Precisely because they also had a level 5 powerhouse as support, Ma Xiantong dared to support Yi Tianshun in going against Jiang Fei even though he knew that there was a level 5 master behind Jiang Fei. However, the matter had developed far beyond Ma Xiantong's expectations. The level 5 powerhouse that Jiang Fei invited out was not his master Zhuge Shanjin. Instead, it was a level 5 powerhouse that he addressed as his senior. Ma Xiantong was already breaking out in cold sweat. Nobody knew for sure whether Jiang Fei had any other seniors. However, even with 2 level 5 powerhouses as support, Soaring Cloud sect already could not defeat him. Ma Xiantong was not clear about how level 5 powerhouses were classified according to their strength, but he knew that his sect's ancestor had advanced into level 5 not too long ago. It was probably less than 100 years ago. 100 years was not a short period of time. However, when Ma Xiantong thought of how Jiang Fei's master named Zhuge Shanjin already managed to teach and bring up a level 5 disciple, he started to tremble with fear. I might have really been too rash this time. Ma Xiantong constantly blamed himself in his heart. If his ancestor was no match for the enemy, then it could really be over for Soaring Cloud sect. Senior. These people are Yi Zhongfa's elders. They want to know how Yi Zhongfa died. Jiang Fei taunted Yi Tianxun and the others while he spoke to Phoenix. Ma Xiantong and the others were very embarrassed this time. They had clearly heard Jiang Fei's words. All of them hated Yi Zhangfa to death. Even though they had met many idiots, it was their first time meeting someone as idiotic as Yi Zhangfa. He openly made a pass at a level 5 powerhouse. Who in their right mind would do that? Even an absolute moron would not make such a move. Saying that he wanted to rape her was too bold and too risky an act just for the sake of sex. At that moment, even Yi Tianxun was dumbstruck. He had never expected Yi Zhangfa to do such a thing. Why would he openly tell everyone that he wanted to rape a level 5 powerhouse? Even if he wanted to commit King suicide, there were other ways. Nobody present doubted Jiang Fei's words, including Yi Tianxun. The reason was simple. A level 5 powerhouse like Phoenix would not team up with someone and tell lies. To people like her, a pinnacle stage level 4 martial artist was just a nobody. If they killed one, they killed one. There was no need to explain themselves by lying. Since you're already here, why are you still hiding? Phoenix swept her eyes over these people, ignoring all of them. Instead, she turned and said those words to the air. Her eyes that were completely white stared at a certain something in midair. I already understand the whole situation. Although those dead disciples were under my control, they indeed deserve more than death for the crimes they have committed. I apologize to you on behalf of the entire Soaring Cloud sect. As I have not been strict enough, they have gone down the wrong path. Soaring Cloud sect will no longer pursue the death of these disciples. About this kid who came to stir up trouble today, I will also let it go. A voice came from the sky. At the beginning, it sounded like it was coming from a few kilometers away. However, when the voice fell, a man appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Fei fixed his eyes on the old man who appeared, evaluating him. The old man had poise and grace. He looked like a neighboring grandfather. Judging by his appearance, this old man was probably around 80 or 90 years old. However, Jiang Fei knew that once metahumans reached level 5, there was no limit as to how long they could live. So, he could not tell for sure how old this old man was. Previously, while Phoenix was talking to the sky, 0541 had already warned him. So, Jiang Fei knew very well that this old man was also a level 5 powerhouse. Very well. It is best if misunderstandings can be clarified. Phoenix nodded. Since the old man was polite, she also had to behave respectfully, being a fellow level 5 powerhouse. Chapter 495, Rescue. As Jiang Fei listened to the two of them talk, he furrowed his eyebrows because they did not mention anything about his parents. What about my parents you guys have kidnapped? Jiang Fei could not help but say. How dare you? Soaring Cloud Sect's level 5 powerhouse glared at Jiang Fei, and two beams of cold light were shot directly at him. Even Ma Xiantong, who was the Soaring Cloud Sect's leader, did not dare to speak. So, it was obvious that Jiang Fei's sudden words were regarded as disrespectful toward a level 5 powerhouse. Swoosh! 0541 was ready to block the attack for Jiang Fei at the expense of consuming a lot of energy. However, before the attack landed, Phoenix waved her hand lightly and the two beams of cold light dissipated into thin air. The kid is not sensible enough. I apologize for the disrespect on his behalf, but I still hope that you can give an explanation in regards to the kidnapping of his parents, Phoenix said to Soaring Cloud Sect's level 5 powerhouse. She had once promised to help Jiang Fei twice. So, since Jiang Fei used one mark to summon her this time, she naturally had to speak up for him. Ho ho, let the younger generation solve their own problems. Now, I'm more interested in having a duel with you. It was obvious what the old man meant. If she won, she would have the final say. If not, Jiang Fei's parents would be at Yi Tianxun's disposal. After saying that, the old man turned around and went up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Although he was Soaring Cloud Sect's ancestor, this level 5 powerhouse had lived in seclusion for many years, so he had not heard of Jiang Fei's so-called level 5 master. In his opinion, Phoenix was probably Jiang Fei's support. Phoenix's strength was similar to his. As Chinese martial artists naturally had strong combat power, while this old man could not say for sure that he could beat Phoenix, he definitely would not lose to her. So, there was naturally no need to give in to Jiang Fei. Since things had already developed to this point, who was right and who was wrong no longer mattered. Soaring Cloud Sect's reputation was the priority. So what if they had wronged Jiang Fei? The strongest one had the final say. If they let Jiang Fei's parents go free just like that, it would seem like Soaring Cloud Sect was weak and easy to bully. Their disciples had been killed, but they apologized instead. The other sects would look down on them. How were they going to continue identifying themselves as the top sect in the north? So, even if they were being unreasonable now, Soaring Cloud Sect had to preserve their prestige. I'll be back shortly. Wait for me here. After Phoenix spoke to Jiang Fei, she disappeared into thin air. 0541. Start the follow-up plan. Although Jiang Fei was still young and inexperienced, his mentality had matured quite a bit after his parents were kidnapped. He no longer fancied these big sections. Yes, Captain. 0541 responded. Then, Jiang Fei's figure quickly faded and a three-dimensional image of him was left in his original place. In the image, Jiang Fei appeared to be sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. It was as if he was resting. Even the aura that the image gave out was exactly the same as Jiang Fei's very own. Simply speaking, as long as no one touched him, no one would discover that it was merely a projection. As everyone present was focused on the two level 5 powerhouses, no one noticed anything strange about Jiang Fei. So, after he became invisible, he quietly left the Soaring Cloud Sect. After getting away from the Soaring Cloud Sect's mountain gate, Jiang Fei summoned the gigantic sword. 0541, have you determined my parents' location? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. They are inside a manor 300 kilometers away from Manda Square. 0541 projected a map before Jiang Fei. According to the map provided by 0541, Jiang Fei clearly saw where his parents were imprisoned. That place was nearer to Jiang Fei's home compared to Mount Hung. Jiang Fei had flown directly to Mount Hung to look for the Soaring Cloud Sect. Even though those who kidnapped Jiang Fei's parents were all level 4 masters, they were not as fast as him. Let's go! Jiang Fei rode the gigantic sword with full force in the direction of that manor. Under Jiang Fei's full force, the gigantic sword broke through the sonic barrier very quickly. After about 40 minutes, he arrived above the manor. Come on, let's do it according to the plan, Jiang Fei said while he took out the Zhuge Shanjin outfit set. After he applied makeup, Jiang Fei's face was full of wrinkles. His hair was all white. He wore an ancient crown on his head and a purple dress, while he stood on a cloud. He held a fly whisk in his hand and carried a sword on his back. He genuinely looked like a real Taoist. After wearing the voice-changing patch that 0541 provided, Jiang Fei rode the gigantic sword and descended. He quietly floated outside the gate of the manor. Greetings! Who kidnapped my disciples' parents? Return them to me immediately. The tool that 0541 provided amplified Jiang Fei's voice and spread it out through the entire area. As Jiang Fei's voice had been processed by technology, it became very penetrative. Although it was not very loud, it could still be heard clearly even after passing through several walls. Pitter-patter. More than 10 martial artists came out of the manor. Many of them were intermediate and advanced level 4 martial artists. These martial artists were dumbfounded after they came out of the manor. A Taoist old man was floating on a sword in midair and watching them from above like an old god. Respected senior, who are you? An advanced level 4 martial artist who was the leader asked. I am Zhuge Shanjin, Jiang Fei said while waiting the fly whisk in his hand. Oh! So you are Senior Zhuge Shanjin. The advanced level 4 martial artist nodded continuously. He had obviously heard of this name before. Ever since Jiang Fei broke into the Australian uranium mine all by himself, the name Zhuge Shanzhen had become widely known throughout the metahuman community. There was no one who had not heard of this name now. After he found out who the Taoist man was, the Soaring Clouds sect elder who was the leader here knew that he was in trouble. He brought Jiang Fei's parents here under the command of the big elders. So, he naturally knew that this Zhuge Shanzhen was Jiang Fei's master and that he was a level 5 powerhouse. Now that Zhuge Shanzhen had found them, what was he supposed to do? Fight him? No way. Zhuge Shanzhen could easily destroy everyone here with a snap of his fingers. However, if they did not fight him, how were they going to face the big elders when they get back? The elders had just lost a few disciples and were now filled to the brim with anger. They were like mad dogs that bit anyone they saw. If he set Jiang Fei's parents free, he would probably be in huge trouble later. When the Soaring Clouds sect elder hesitated, Jiang Fei became impatient. He lightly pressed the gigantic sword with his left foot and an energy cluster bomb was fired. Boom! A sword light flashed and the gate of the manor not far from these martial artists was blown up. Forgive me, Senior. We will return Jiang Fei's parents to you unscathed. The Soaring Clouds sect elder was shocked by Jiang Fei's move. He did not expect this kind-looking old man to have such a bad temper. He only hesitated for a short moment and the old man had already threatened him. If he delayed any longer, this old man would probably kill all of them. Although that attack was only of a level 4 standard, they have never heard of a sword capable of carrying out such an attack. When this was paired with the fact that Zhuge Shanzhen was really famous, the Soaring Clouds sect elder did not dare to go against him. Very quickly, Jiang Fei's parents were brought out. After 0541 scanned them, Jiang Fei got to know that his parents had not been physically hurt. However, it could be seen from their eyes that they were terrified, especially his mother. I won't forget this, Jiang Fei thought to himself. He did not attack these people because he was not a real level 5 powerhouse. He was just a fake. So, after he got a hold of his parents, Jiang Fei quickly left the place. After all, the longer he interacted with other people, the higher the chance of him being exposed. Chapter 496. I want to become stronger. Seeing the look of shock and horror on his parents' faces, Jiang Fei knew that it was all caused by the inexplicable things they had just witnessed today. While they were sleeping soundly, some people had broken in through the window and kidnapped the both of them. The kidnapper's single touch caused Jiang Fei's parents to lose their ability to move completely and thereafter they were forcefully carried out of the window. Although this might not sound like a great ordeal at first, Jiang Fei's family actually stayed on the 100th floor of Manda Square. The distance from the window of their room to the ground was almost 300 meters high. Anyone who fell to the ground from that height would certainly die from the crash. However, the kidnappers were able to traverse effortlessly on the absolute vertical wall as if they were running on a flat surface. They jumped from building to building which were 10 meters apart in a single leap. Such acts were unfathomable by ordinary people like Jiang Fei's parents. After being brought to the garden by their kidnappers who moved as fast as race cars, Jiang Fei's parents overheard a few things from the kidnappers' conversations. They found out that the reason they were being kidnapped was due to Jiang Fei's misgivings with certain individuals. However, as neither of them were familiar with the martial arts sphere, they were unable to figure out who exactly Jiang Fei had crossed. In the eyes of Jiang Fei's parents, he was merely a normal student. Although Jiang Fei excelled in his academics and might have made some people jealous, how could he have possibly gotten himself in trouble with such abnormal humans? Therefore, at the current point of time, Jiang Fei's parents felt a mix of fear and confusion. When Jiang Fei finally arrived in his Zhuge Shanzhen costume to get his parents, and even though his parents could hear his shouts, they did not ponder too much on it. Only after the two were brought out of the mountainous region and when they personally witnessed an old man flying on a sword did they look utterly dumbfounded. Even normal martial artists would gape when they see someone flying on a sword, let alone normal human beings. Therefore, Jiang Fei's parents were still not able to recover from the shock. Whatever they have witnessed today was beyond their imagination. As such, even their comprehension toward the world could not adequately explain what they had just seen. Let's go. Jiang Fei did not want to stay too long at the same spot. Therefore, he did not immediately explain what was going on to his parents. Instead, he carried both of his parents who now had weak limbs and allowed them to rest on his gigantic sword. Although the anti-gravity hoverboard was only 2 meters long, it was still possible to have 3 people stand on it. After his parents had stabilized themselves, Jiang Fei took to the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were gone from the mountainous region. In awe with the might of a level 5 metahuman, despite being an advanced level 4 metahuman, the elder from the soaring clouds sect dared not retaliate against Jiang Fei as he brought his parents away. Jiang Fei did not bring his parents home right away. Instead, he located a small town nearby and landed at a place where no one else seemed to be around. As he was running on a tight schedule, he did not have time to send his parents home. Moreover, it was not exactly safe for them to be at home at that point in time. Jiang Fei did not reveal his true identity to his parents right then. He dropped them off and took to the sky once again. After removing his Zhuge Shanjin costume in the air, he descended at a location somewhere not too far from his parents. Within a few strides, Jiang Fei arrived before his parents. He discovered that they were still in a state of shock after the inhumane kidnapping they had just experienced. And even the personal experience of flying on a sword, it was not surprising that they could not recollect themselves in such a short span of time. Dad! Mom! Are you okay? Jiang Fei felt tears rolling down his cheeks. He truly feared for their lives. The metahuman world was a dangerous one in which his parents, who were both normal human beings, could easily be endangered. They were as vulnerable as a flicker of flame in the face of gusty wind. The remnants of energy waves from a battle would be enough to end their lives. It was pure luck that the two of them were able to be rescued by Jiang Fei in time. Little Fei! When Jiang Fei's mother saw him, she finally cracked. All of a sudden, she hugged both Jiang Fei and his father as she started sobbing helplessly. At that moment, Jiang Fei's dad's eyes were filled with tears too. The trauma from the experience of the night felt like the sum of his entire life. However, Jiang Fei's father was able to recollect himself much faster as he was a businessman who had weathered through a lot of the difficulties in life. Little Fei, are you keeping something from us? Jiang Fei's father stared at him as he asked. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. Things had already gone haywire and he knew he could no longer keep them in the dark. Therefore, Jiang Fei told his parents everything about martial artists and metahumans. However, Jiang Fei did not mention the mysterious ring or Braveheart. He only told his parents about the China Martial Arts Alliance and the Level 5 Master, as well as the fact that he was a Level 4 expert himself. Although Jiang Fei's parents could not fully comprehend the amount of information he was sharing in that instant, they knew that their son had stepped foot on a path that was completely different from the life they were familiar with. Since Jiang Fei's parents had already been roped into the metahuman world, Jiang Fei braced himself as he asked his parents, Dad, Mom, I am able to get some potions and treasures from my master to increase a human's capabilities rapidly. Would you like to obtain special abilities like us? Jiang Fei felt as if he did not have a choice. He could not possibly protect his parents 24 hours a day. Just as what had happened today, his parents could potentially be kidnapped again despite them being in such close proximity to Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei hoped to equip his parents with the ability to defend themselves through the armors and potions 0541 produced. There's no need, little Fei. Your mother and I are used to the normal human being's way of life. A life of fighting and killing is not for us, Jiang Fei's father said as he shook his head. That's right, little Fei. I like to go shopping, buy groceries, and cook every day like every other normal person. Your father and I are far too old to live the life of martial arts novels. Jiang Fei did not expect his parents to reject his suggestion so decisively. They did not seem to be interested at all in metahuman strengths and abilities. Sigh. All right. After several attempts to persuade his parents, Jiang Fei finally gave up as they had both made up their minds. If that's the case, the only way to protect my parents is to make sure I become strong enough to fend off any potential threat. Jiang Fei thought to himself while looking for a hotel in the small town for his parents. Right then, Jiang Fei felt a pressure that he had never experienced before. He had never wanted to become more powerful as much as he did now. Although he could rely on his made-up master and his ability to summon Phoenix once more to solve a lot of problems, the Soaring Cloud sect taught him an invaluable lesson today. Jiang Fei was not the only one who had the backing of a level 5 metahuman. If someone else who had the support of a level 5 metahuman decided to go against Jiang Fei, he would be helpless in protecting himself and his family. I must become stronger. External strength is still external after all. There will come a day when that cannot be relied upon. If I have level 5 metahuman powers or even greater than that, who would dare to touch my family? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Captain, if you want to obtain powers, the fastest way to do so is to collect the missing Braveheart's fragments. 0541 interrupted Jiang Fei's thoughts. I know! Jiang Fei nodded to himself. He was far too lax in his efforts in the past and always relied on emergency plans. Although he had the target of becoming stronger, he did not have any pressure to do so. Now that he had experienced both of his parents getting kidnapped, Jiang Fei became much more determined. He knew that he must become stronger as soon as possible to protect himself and the people who mattered to him the most. Chapter 497, Feng Tianqi. After making sure his parents had settled down all right, Jiang Fei had to leave. Although he wanted to accompany them for a little while longer, he did not have the luxury of time. After all, he had only left his mirror image behind at the Soaring Cloud sect. If he did not return quickly, the mirror image could be exposed at any time. Having bid farewell to his parents, Jiang Fei found an isolated place to summon his gigantic sword and thereafter sped toward the direction of the Soaring Cloud sect. Although Jiang Fei's parents were unwilling to see him go, and were also worried about his safety, they understood that their son was on a different path in life from theirs. Although they did not want to become humans with special abilities, they did not want to stop their son from progressing on his own path. With Jiang Fei going at full speed, the gigantic sword had nearly reached its limit. After about an hour, he finally arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Having landed quietly, Jiang Fei sneaked back to the Soaring Cloud sect, which was not too far from the mountain's entrance, with the invisibility effect by 0541. Right then, the martial artists who gathered in front of the Soaring Cloud sect's mountainous entrance had not left yet. The mirror image left behind by Jiang Fei still sat cross-legged in the original spot. It seemed as if nobody had noticed anything suspicious about it. Somewhere far in the sky, streams of light were flashing brightly. People who did not know what was going on might even assume those were soundless streaks of thunder. However, the martial artists present all focused their gazes in hopes of catching a glimpse of the exciting fight between level 5 metahumans. Jiang Fei had been gone for nearly 3 hours, but the battle in the sky still persisted on. Neither Phoenix nor the Elder from Soaring Cloud sect could defeat each other. Jiang Fei lurked in the dark as he observed the audience's facial expressions. Most of them were focused on observing the battle between level 5 metahumans. However, the sect master Ma Xiantong and the first elder Yi Tianshun looked very displeased. Moreover, they frequently glanced over at Jiang Fei's mirror image. 0541, find an opportunity for me to switch places with the mirror image. Jiang Fei said to 0541. Captain! I've prepared everything. You may do so anytime. 0541 answered. With 0541's signal, Jiang Fei walked over to the mirror image and sat down next to it with his legs crossed. As 0541 provided Jiang Fei with the invisibility effect, nobody noticed anything odd going on. After Jiang Fei sat down comfortably, 0541 cancelled Jiang Fei's invisibility effect as well as the mirror image projection simultaneously. After the mirror image disappeared, the person that everyone saw sitting on the ground was the real Jiang Fei. Ma Xiantong looked dumbfounded. As he had been observing Jiang Fei continuously, he noticed Jiang Fei's shadow quivered slightly. However, after a longer period of observation, he did not notice anything out of place. Ma Xiantong and Yi Tianshan were both paying attention to Jiang Fei because of a message they received an hour ago. They found out that Jiang Fei's parents had been taken away by Zhuge Shanzhen. In regards to Jiang Fei's parents being taken away, Yi Tianshan regretted not giving the order to kill them on the spot. However, Ma Xiantong did not care about the lives or deaths of Jiang Fei's parents. Instead, he was concerned with Zhuge Shanzhen's attitude. When Phoenix first appeared, Ma Xiantong already felt troubled. The original plan was based on the assumption that Jiang Fei only had the backing of one level 5 metahuman. That was the only reason the Soaring Clouds sect dared to confront Jiang Fei and even threaten Zhuge Shanzhen so that he would give up some high-tier potions or other resources. All this would have been done on the basis of Jiang Fei having killed their disciples. However, things have gone out of hand. Instead of one, there were now 2 level 5 metahumans supporting Jiang Fei. Although Zhuge Shanzhen did not show up, the thought of him still put Ma Xiantong on high alert. Now that Zhuge Shanzhen had shown himself a few hundred kilometers away by escorting Jiang Fei's parents, Ma Xiantong still felt pressured despite him not coming to the Soaring Clouds sect with Phoenix. From Jiang Fei's conversation with Phoenix, Ma Xiantong overheard Jiang Fei calling the golden-haired lady his senior disciple. Therefore, Ma Xiantong naturally associated Phoenix as a disciple to Zhuge Shanzhen as well. If the Soaring Clouds sect's elder could not defeat Zhuge Shanzhen's disciple, how could they possibly defend themselves if Zhuge Shanzhen came in person? Shuffle! Shuffle! Right then, 2 beams of light came to a halt in front of Jiang Fei and the rest. Hee hee, Dolly, you mutants sure have some interesting powers. I respect that. Soaring Clouds sect's elder said as he laughed. Yep. Phoenix nodded gently without saying anything else. Having been modified, her personality had changed drastically. She had become rather cold and distant, and therefore could not care less about making small talk. Jiang Fei looked from one person to the next and discovered that neither of them had been injured. In fact, they had barely scratched each other. It seemed like the battle had ended with a tie. Dolly, you and I are both unable to harm each other. Shall I propose we call it a day? The Soaring Clouds sect's elder suggested. Phoenix did not agree instantly when she heard his question. Instead, she turned to look at Jiang Fei. After all, she had appeared this time due to Jiang Fei's request. Naturally, she had to take into account his opinion as well. Call it a day? The Soaring Clouds sect kidnapped my parents. How could we just let that slide? That's out of the question. Jiang Fei snorted coolly. Since he had taken on a fake persona, he could not back down even if he was facing a strong martial artist. Young fellow! How dare you speak so rudely? Dissatisfied by how a young man had spoken disrespectfully to him, the Soaring Clouds sect's elder became angered instantly. Please calm down, elder. Ma Xiantong hurried over to the elder and whispered into his ears. Indeed, after Ma Xiantong had finished his sentence, the Soaring Clouds sect's elder started frowning. Zhuge Shanzhen? I, Feng Tianqi, have been on this path for over 200 years. Yet, I have never heard of this name before. The Soaring Clouds sect's elder mumbled to himself. What? Feng Tianqi? Hadn't this old fellow died already? Feng Baldi is still alive, SHH. Do you want to die? He is a level 5 expert now. If he hears you calling him by his nickname, do you think he would let you live? I can't believe it. Soaring Clouds sect kept the secret really well. The Soaring Clouds sect's elder's words stirred up a conversation among the martial artists from other sections. Unlike the Zhuge Shanzhen made up by Jiang Fei, Feng Tianqi was a famous figure in the China Martial Art Alliance back in the day. When the fellow first started his martial arts training, he used to train by pouring oil over his head. Therefore, he had never been able to keep any hair on his head, which also explained why people called him Feng Baldi. After he became stronger, he managed to grow some hair at last. However, the nickname still stuck. Therefore, although he was not happy about it, there was not much he could do about it. After the fellow reached 100 years old, he gradually moved out of the limelight and kept things low-key. Most people thought he had died of old age. However, nobody expected him to break through to the level 5 state and even become the Soaring Cloud Sect's guardian. Right then, Feng Tianqi was feeling equally surprised. He had never heard of anyone named Zhuge Shanzhen in the past. Despite that, Ma Xiantong had only just informed him that the golden-haired lady was merely Zhuge Shanzhen's disciple. Zhuge Shanzhen, according to Ma Xiantong, was capable of flying on a sword and emptying an entire mining area with a single wave of his hand. Such capabilities were incredible even to Feng Tianqi, who had the powers of a level 5 metahuman. Flying on a sword isn't difficult. I can fly even without a sword. The sword could either be his weapon or merely a prop. That's not extraordinary. However, emptying an entire mining area with a single wave of his hand? That doesn't sound like something a level 5 metahuman should be capable of. Feng Tianqi felt chills going down his spine as he pondered further. Chapter 498, Reaching an Agreement. The longer Feng Tianqi could not figure out Zhuge Shanzhen's identity, the more troubled he felt. There was a general consensus that a level 5 metahuman was the strongest tier in the metahuman circle. A level 6 metahuman was only supposed to exist in theory but not in reality. As level 5 metahumans were strong enough to go against the laws of nature, they would naturally have differences in strength among the same tier. However, it was impossible for level 5 metahumans to kill each other. Consequently, a strange phenomenon whereby none of them feared each other existed. The more someone was like Feng Tianqi, a level 5 metahuman with huge influences, the less likely they would dare to fight against other experts. The reason was simple. What was the point of winning? A great example was the battle between Feng Tianqi and Phoenix. Feng Tianqi was by all means more powerful than Phoenix, but he still did not dare to overpower her. After 3 hours of fighting, he maintained a draw. That was because Feng Tianqi was afraid that Phoenix would retaliate against the Soaring Cloud sect if she felt embarrassed from being defeated. Phoenix only had Jiang Fei around. If she truly decided to retaliate against the Soaring Sound sect, all Feng Tianqi could do was kill Jiang Fei, since he could not actually kill her. However, that would not solve his problem. The Soaring Cloud sect would still be done for. Due to such odd relations, Feng Tianqi only dared to maintain a draw against Phoenix. However, he was panicking now. From the way Ma Xiantong described Zhuge Shanzhen, it seemed his powers had already exceeded the capabilities of what a level 5 metahuman should have. In other words, the theory that level 6 metahumans did not exist in reality would no longer ring true. If a level 6 metahuman truly existed, then the law of nature that level 5 metahumans could not die would also be invalid. A higher-ranked person would normally fear death more than those below him. This applied to Feng Tianqi as well. For someone starving or in poverty, he may not mind losing his life. However, for someone who lived comfortably with all the riches in the world, he would not want to give up his life. This was even more so for Feng Tianqi, who had reached the peak of human existence. After much consideration, Feng Tianqi decided not to get himself into trouble before he figured out more information about Zhuge Shanzhen. He did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble to the Soaring Cloud sect or himself. I heard from Xiantong that they have released the people they kidnapped to you. Isn't that the case? Let's call this off. When he looked at Jiang Fei again, Feng Tianqi's tone became much gentler. All right. I will let you off the hook this time. If anyone dares to do anything to my parents again, I will destroy the Soaring Cloud sect. Jiang Fei said as he stared into Yi Tianshan's eyes. After the whole ordeal, Jiang Fei had become much more mature. He had learned how to hold back when needed. After all, Zhuge Shanzhen was all made up and he only had one last opportunity to summon Phoenix. If he pressured the Soaring Cloud sect too much, he may not be able to deal with them if things went south. Therefore, against a level 5 metahuman like Feng Tianqi, Jiang Fei had no choice but to give in somewhat. Don't you worry. If anyone from the Soaring Cloud sect dares to touch your parents again, I will personally kill them without needing your senior or master's intervention. Moreover, if other metahumans touch your parents, that would be an open declaration of war against the Soaring Cloud sect. Feng Tianqi said. Jiang Fei was glad when he heard what Feng Tianqi said. After all, Jiang Fei's earlier speech was merely directed at Yi Tianchun. However, that would have left a huge gap in his defense. According to Jiang Fei, if anyone tried to hurt his parents, there was no reason for the Soaring Cloud sect to be dragged into the mess. Therefore, although Feng Tianqi offered support to Jiang Fei superficially, he also put the Soaring Cloud sect on the line by mentioning they would offer Jiang Fei their full backing. Great! Jiang Fei was able to detect Feng Tianqi's implicit intentions. It was a great benefit to Jiang Fei as it prevented other people from hurting his parents in order to stifle the relationship between himself and the Soaring Cloud sect. Moreover, with Feng Tianqi's promise, Jiang Fei's parents had an additional line of defense. After all, although a level 5 metahuman was strong, his power was still not as effective as the greatest sect in the north. Seeing that Jiang Fei and Feng Tianqi reached an agreement, the surrounding martial artists from other sects all sighed in relief. If the two Chinese forces that had level 5 metahumans truly fought against each other, the entire China martial art alliance would be greatly affected regardless of the outcome. Alright. It's all sorted then. Let's leave. Yi Tianchun, come with me. Feng Tianqi waved to the surrounding people as he disappeared with Yi Tianchun. Yi Tianchun wanted to exact revenge on Jiang Fei on behalf of Yi Zhengfa. In Feng Tianqi's eyes, there was nothing wrong with that. The only reason that held Yi Tianchun back was his limited capabilities. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up for now. However, Yi Tianchun was still holding on to the grudge. If he were left behind in the Soaring Cloud sect, he might try to find another opportunity to attack Jiang Fei, which would cause trouble to the Soaring Cloud sect. Therefore, Feng Tianqi decided to take him away on the pretense of locking him up. In truth, he wanted to personally guide Yi Tianchun to progress toward the level 5 tier through hard work. When that was achieved, Yi Tianchun would be able to revenge against Jiang Fei. Besides, it would be a great benefit to the Soaring Cloud sect regardless. Jiang Fei, the issue is resolved. I am leaving. Phoenix nodded to Jiang Fei. She had only come to fulfill her promise to Jiang Fei. Now that she had completed her task, the first promise from the blood scar was considered fulfilled. Seeing that both level 5 metahumans left, Jiang Fei turned around to bow toward the influential martial artists surrounding him. The matter has been resolved. I, Jiang Fei, would like to thank all of you for your kindness and support. I will explain everything to my master. I am sure he would be grateful toward all of you. After the whole ordeal, Jiang Fei had become matured significantly. He was much better at managing social interactions and was no longer as rash as he used to be. He also learned how to improve ties between himself and the influential forces around him. Haha, Brother Jiang, don't worry about it. We're all family. Zhao Ganming and a few others gathered around Jiang Fei for some chit-chat. After much formalities, Jiang Fei started worrying about his parents and therefore bid farewell to the crowd. He found an isolated place to summon the gigantic sword as he rushed toward the small town where his parents were. When Jiang Fei arrived at the small town, he found his parents having a conversation in the room of a hotel. The content of their conversation was naturally around the topic of what they had seen and heard for the day, as well as Jiang Fei's future. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to bring his parents home. Instead, he decided to rest in the small town for the night. After all, the entire day had been too much of an adventure for his parents. They needed some time to digest what had happened. During dinner, Jiang Fei and his parents had another long-drawn conversation. He briefly explained the world of the metahumans to his parents. He intentionally made things sound much less dangerous than the reality in the metahuman world. However, Jiang Fei's dad was an experienced businessman and therefore could see through the facade. After the day's experience, he knew that the metahuman world was not as peaceful as the normal human world. Seeing that his son had decided on the pathway of his liking, he would not stop him. Chapter 499, Subsequent Quest. Jiang Fei's parents had hit the hay right after dinner. They were very tired and Jiang Fei did not want to disturb their rest. They had been put in a stressful situation for a long duration. Psychologically and physically, they were tired. Now that everything was over and it was safe and sound, fatigue kicked in hard and the two went to bed. Jiang Fei had gotten a room right beside his parents. After he was sure that both his parents were asleep, he went to his own room and rested on the bed. He was tired as well. Even though everything had gone smoothly, he could not deny that he had the luck of the devil. A single mistake would kill him or worse, his parents. Today he had taken a leap of faith and made his way to rescue his parents with the identity of Zhuge Shanzhen. A single mistake would expose his identity, leading to further problems. Even though he had a full set of protective gear, he might not be able to defeat what was to come to him. Especially since it was his protective gear that they would want. I need to get stronger faster, said Jiang Fei to himself. Captain, I have detected abnormal neural patterns in your brain, said 0541 all of a sudden. Jiang Fei panicked immediately. Even though he did not understand what 0541 was saying, he could still understand the words abnormal and brain. Captain, there's no need to get so worked up. You have been through a lot today. Psychologically speaking, you are greatly stressed. Please conduct any activity to ease your mind or your body will be affected by the negative emotions in your body. Ah, I see. I'm stressed, said Jiang Fei as he relaxed. He wholeheartedly agreed with 0541. He was indeed stressed. He turned to the clock on the wall and noticed it was almost 10 p.m. I think I can play the game to ease myself. Does it count? Asked Jiang Fei. Very much so, Captain. The game is very special. It was almost the same as what Namek used to have, but not a perfect clone. Playing games has always been good to relieve mental stress, said 0541. Better than nothing, am I right? Said Jiang Fei as he laid in bed, trying to go to sleep. As he did, he talked to 0541 about mental health, and when the clock struck 10, Jiang Fei entered the game. Verger Glider, are you alright? Asked Isabella as soon as Jiang Fei appeared in the game. She sounded frustrated and worried. Sorry, I had some trouble back in my world, said Jiang Fei apologetically. He felt guilty toward Isabella since he had not logged in the night before. As such, Isabella was trapped in the pet slot for 24 hours. After he tried to coax Isabella and succeeded, he headed to his new fortress and checked on its progress. Luckily, he had hired NPC builders to work. Even without him logging into the game, the NPC builders would work on their own until the order was done. After that, he checked with Rosette Rose and the other managers about the condition of the guild. The lot of them had already gotten too used to the absence of Jiang Fei's command. As such, they had learned to work diligently without supervision. Even without Jiang Fei coming in to check on them, work would still be done smoothly. Then, Jiang Fei returned to Dawnlight City. He headed to the basement of the guild territory and collected the daily ant egg from the Ant Queen. It had been so long that he collected a large sum of ant eggs, which he then handed over to Lady Casanova to distribute to the other members of the guild. Good ones would be given to the elite party and the main party, while extras would only be given to the sparse members. Jiang Fei had only been gone for a day and the player's level had not gone up at all. Besides him being at the top of the list, the second highest level in the city was 7 Stars Warrior at level 45. After the level 40 threshold, the number of experience points needed to gain a level was much higher. It was no longer a thing that could be done in a day or two. After he was done with the guild, Jiang Fei headed back the faction map and the Demon Flame Fortress. Lord Explorer, you have returned. The Lord Commander is calling for you, said one of the guards as Jiang Fei stepped out of the teleportation circle in the fortress. Thank you, said Jiang Fei without asking for details since he had automatically received a quest notification as he stepped out of the teleportation circle. Ding! Quest notification, the Lord Commander Ivan would like to talk to you. With the quest guidance, Jiang Fei arrived at the commander's hall and talked to Ivan. My brother! I've been waiting for your return, cried Ivan with such friendliness as if he was talking to his close friend. Lord Commander, what can I do you for? Said Jiang Fei as he examined the hall. There was a mid-tier officer present and the two other generals were missing. Hey, race what you can for me. The last mission that I assigned to you was a huge success. You had demonstrated your profound ability, hence I have another harder task for you to do, said Ivan. As you wish, said Jiang Fei with a huge smile. Only a fool would reject a high-level quest, especially if it could be a hidden quest. Even though we have the Saint of the Light in our hands, the enemies are still attacking with no changes in their formation. Something is not right. We did not make a huge enough impact on them. We need something bigger. Something that could really change the tide of war. That's where you come in, said Ivan. Ding! Frontline Commander Ivan has an epic tier hidden quest for you, materials for war. Do you accept it? I will do my best to collect whatever you need, said Jiang Fei as he accepted the quest. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name, Materials for War 1, Quest description, there will be a final fight for the Demon Flame Fortress. As of now, the fortress requires 1,000 crossbows. In the southwest of the fortress, you can find a mutated sea serpent in the Sea of Purgatory. Its nerves would make the best bowstring. Quest reward, 11 million experience points, 850 gold coins. Let's go, Bella. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and headed out of the hall with Isabella. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not like the quest reward. A few hundred gold coins were nothing to him. On the other hand, 11 million experience points was quite the number. Then again, 1,000 was not a small number, especially for a collecting quest. Farming materials were the worst kind of quest since not every single one of the monster killed would drop the materials needed. All in all, Jiang Fei would spend a long duration for this one quest. Even so, Jiang Fei was happy. While this particular collecting quest did not have a good reward, he knew that there would be subsequent quests lining up for him. As long as he kept sticking to this one quest line, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow would surely be massive. After Jiang Fei left the commander's hall, he summoned the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and flew straight toward the quest's location. It took him almost an hour to reach. As he flew, there was nothing to see but the ugly aftermath of war. Abandoned houses, burnt fortresses, rotten corpses, and scattered ashes were seen. Ugh! This place is much worse than any place I had ever seen, said Jiang Fei. The main cities are in neutral zone. Peace has long reigned since anyone could remember. This is the reality. The Great War has been going on for a few thousand years. Anywhere the war had taken place would become a scorched land. It is safe to say that only the 4 main cities were left untouched, said Isabella. Compared to Jiang Fei, it seemed like Isabella had a better understanding of the game's settings. Chapter 500, War of the Fishmen. 1 hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the Sea of Purgatory. There were no ships then. Naturally, Jiang Fei and Isabella could not set sail. So, there they stood, watching the sea stretch out to the horizon. Where's the mutated sea serpent? Said Jiang Fei, annoyed as there was nothing in sight. Look there, said Isabella as she pointed toward a certain direction. Jiang Fei saw a small island that was not too far from where they were. Even though he could not see clearly, he could somehow make out something that was moving around that looked like snakes. That island's shape is weird. Must have something to do with the mutated sea serpent, said Jiang Fei. He called the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and flew across the waters. 2 to 3 minutes later, the two arrived at the top of the island. Yeah, that's it. From the sky, he could make out the shape of the island. It was divided in half by a large wall. On one side, there was nothing abnormal. On the other side, near the beach, there were many mutated sea serpents slithering around happily in shallow waters. Let's go. Jiang Fei pulled the reins of the dragon and landed on the beach. Even though the water was shallow, the sea serpents were considered to be ocean beings. The juvenile sky-gliding dragon was a land and sky mount. It could not go anywhere close to water. Hence, Jiang Fei could not fight the mutated sea serpent while riding the dragon. Sigh. It's unfortunate that the dragon can't act as our tank, said Jiang Fei. The dragon was the perfect tank since it had high defense and health points. With it standing in the front to take all the damage, Jiang Fei could fight a level 70 boss without breaking a sweat. Thankfully, the sea serpents were level 65 advanced elite tier monsters. They were not hard to kill since they were not 10 levels ahead of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could kill almost anything as long as the level suppression system did not bother him. The only problem now is air. The sea serpents are underwater. If we go down under, we could only kill one of them before coming up for air. This is going to take a while, said Jiang Fei. Just then, Jiang Fei saw an NPC with a yellow name tag. As soon as the name appeared, it disappeared. The name had suddenly appeared for a split second in a red forest. There were no other monsters nor NPCs sighted there. Jiang Fei descended and walked into the red forest. In no time at all, Jiang Fei found the NPC that he had on earlier. Cowardly Gulu, Fishman, Elite, level 65, health points 120,000, attack power 6,500. Note: Tidehunter Tribe Fishman. What Jiang Fei saw was rather funny. When Jiang Fei spotted the fishman, he was hiding in between two rocks, or at least, trying to. As it was humanoid-sized, he had failed miserably to hide in between two rocks the size of a small washing machine. The gap between the rocks was small, so the fishman had tried his best to squeeze himself in. His rear was pointed up and his feet were pushing against the ground, trying to push himself into the gap even though it was obvious that he could not do it. When Jiang Fei and Isabella got closer, the little fishman was praying furiously, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Gulu is not tasty. Gulu will give you a stomachache. Gulu is bony. Gulu is hard to chew." "Hey!" cried Jiang Fei as he kicked the little fishman. He had no intention to attack this fishman. There was no reason to anyway. Jiang Fei had only come to talk to this NPC since his name was yellow in color. There was a chance that he might issue a quest. On the other hand, he was too funny to be killed. "Jaya! Don't eat me!" cried the little fishman louder than before. "If you don't stop, it'll chop your head off and feed your body to the sea serpents," said Jiang Fei as he kicked him again. "What? All right. All right," cried the little fishman. The name Cowardly Gulu fitted this NPC perfectly since after he had kicked him harder, Gulu immediately turned around to face Jiang Fei. "What are you doing?" said Jiang Fei. The fishman named Gulu had the head of a fish and a humanoid lower half with fish scales that grew all over his body. His legs were that of a fin of a frog. His hands were deformed as they were shorter than a human's. He had a small blade in his hand. Even though he was a level 65 elite tier monster, he did not look like he could even harm a fly. "Wah! Lord Explorer! Please forgive me! I am but the Tidehunter Tribe's patrol soldier," cried the Cowardly Gulu. "Huh? A soldier? How is someone like you, a cowardly fishman, a soldier?" said Jiang Fei as he arched an eyebrow. "Oh great explorer, we fishmen are not fighters. We have survived by escaping and we do that best. All patrol members are cowards. As soon as we find danger close by, we would run back to our tribe to warn the others to escape," explained the fishman as he understood that Jiang Fei was an explorer that was not dangerous. "I see. So that means your tribe is close." "That's right. That's right. There's even a match between the Tideseeker tribe," said Gulu. "Is that so?" Jiang Fei's interest was piqued instantly. He wondered how these cowardly species fought each other. "My lord, as you can see, the sun is setting soon. The match will start as soon as the sun hits the horizon," said Gulu as he had confirmed that Jiang Fei was not going to kill him. He was no longer scared of him and even started to dance around as he talked. "I see," said Jiang Fei. He had a sudden idea. Since gathering the nerves of the mutated sea serpents was going to take a while, he might as well take a little detour to see that fuzz of a fight. "My lord! Look! Look! The sun is setting," cried the little fishman as he jumped around with his finger pointed to the horizon. Jiang Fei turned to see the sun setting on the horizon. Just then, the waves got stronger and hundreds of fishmen came out of the sea, with short swords in their hands. "Look! Look! That's the warrior of my tribe," cried Gula happily. At that moment, another large wave came in, and in a similar fashion to the previous emergence of fishmen, the other tribe arrived. The two tribes immediately started to fight each other. "What the hell? They all look the same. How do you even tell one apart from the other?" said Jiang Fei as he observed the fight. From his point of view, the two tribes looked identical to each other. "My lord! Look closely at the neck. The Tide Hunter tribe has scales and gills with red spots. The Tide Seeker tribe has blue spots," Gulu explained. Jiang Fei squinted to look closer. Without the light of the setting sun, it was almost impossible to tell the difference. The color difference was so minuscule that it would take an expert to identify it.